Hello. I'm alive for the most part. I think, in my opinion, I'm still recovering. That's what's going on. I'm still recovering from the shenanigans of last week. I'm going into live chat the way conservative liberalism would tell me to do. I'm setting a goal the way that Valorfax would tell me to do. And I am going to pull up content the way that I know that I should. So, let's pull this up. We're going to try. We're going to try to see if it's possible to milk a right-wing horror cow, Asmongold, and see if there's anything political here that we could do. Ooh. This is the most pathetic video I've ever seen 10 hours ago, and it's a Gavin Newsom speech. That's interesting. Stupid man on the street interviews. I didn't know we took that kind of content seriously. There's riots in New York after the Knicks victory. I just thought of my angle for that. And is there a Charlie Kirk was right thing, or was that tech? I think that was Tectone. This is enough content. This is enough content for us to cover for the next 2 hours. Do you guys know that I'm scared? Please know that I'm scared. Okay? I am scared because the last time I watched Asmongold, it was the Olivia Juliana segment where he would pause every 2 minutes while Juliana said she was a larger, no offense to larger people. Hold on, let me sneeze. She was a larger Democratic operative who was temporarily hired to consult on some online political shit. And she had a conversation with Micah something about why the left wing has lost young men. And then she would go on a 2-minute to 5-minute rant, 5-minute rant about, what young men have, why they're dragged away from the Republican Party. And then Asmongold would pause and go, "No, she's a fucking idiot and totally wrong." And then he would literally repeat exactly what she just said. It was kind of crazy. So I'm a little scared to see how stupid these segments are. But there's got to be a reason why he's popular, right? There's got to be a reason why he's popular. There's got to be something here. Don't you think? Low and to the left. True. How'd you know? Beef Supreme says peekaboo. Hi, Beef Supreme. Jeb Kush says good morning, friendos. Good morning. Wait, oh God, no. Don't worry, everybody's gray. I was just watching the panel from last night. Your take on Laura Dern's character was spot on. Thank you. Thank you. Siri, play We Are Charlie Kirk Chinese version. Okay. We'll make that our opening. We Are Charlie Kirk Chinese version. All right, hold on. He's popular because people are dumb. Well, hopefully I'll actually convert you guys away from your principled addiction to direct democracy. Hopefully through watching Asmongold content, I will blackpill you on direct democracy and make you all strong, representative Democrats. So hold on. We Are Charlie Kirk Chinese version. I haven't seen this before. Come on. No. No, I need the techno version. Is this it? We are Charlie. Okay, that's not quite what I was looking for. Agartha Hardstyle? Yeah, that's probably what I'm looking for. He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm. All right, I need to grab more sugar. I need to grab more sugar for my tea. I'll be right back. I promise I'll only play like 30 seconds of it, okay? Reborn. Jesus. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. All right, still not what I'm looking for, but that's fine. We'll skip it for now. The version that I was looking for, truth be told...
This is what happened.
Truth be told, what I was looking for was... I was looking for the... like, the techno remix with Robo, with George Droid. You guys remember George Floyd, the gentleman who died from a positional asphyxia and drug addiction in police custody a few years back? Well, people turned him into a silly robot and brought him back for AI videos. And, yeah. And so they had a collab between Dead Charlie Kirk and George Droid where they had... it wasn't the Agartha remix, and it wasn't the original. Mike is really quiet compared to the videos. Well, on my end, it's balanced, so good luck. What I mean by that is I'll turn down the videos, I suppose. But anyways, let me hang out with chat for a second before we get the day started. My brain hurts. My body hurts. Everything hurts. PaleoCon says, good morning to you. Hedonic Samuel says, huzzah. Huzzah indeed. Good morning, friendos. Parasocial, true. The ICUP says, I was just watching the panel from last night. Your take on Laura Dern's character was so spot on. Dude, I also am sympathetic to the lefty view that Laura Dern's character was like a self-sabotaging psychological operation by anti-progressives in Hollywood who were like, we are going to make this character so obnoxious, it's going to birth an entire generation of chuds. And the progressives were so fucking busy smelling their own farts that they didn't even notice that they were playing a satire of themselves. Siri, play We Are Charlie Kirk Chinese version. Well, Chort, you started this, so everybody blame... if you did not enjoy the past 2 or 3 minutes of randomly skipping through Charlie Kirk edits, blame Chort. Oh, that's good. Vazraka with the gifted, thank you. Nameless Henchman says, what do you make of the recent reporting that people in the White House urging Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act and suspend habeas corpus laws were Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance? It's probably true, and fuck them. And fuck them, and I hope they die, and I hope they burn in hell. Jeb Cush says, Connor, please don't do this. You still have a family? Well, I have 2 boys, and they probably would think this was hilarious, so whatever. We don't have to deal with the judgment of women anymore. To our positive and to our detriment. Grill Shala, hello Barake. Palo Consumer for America First for $10 says, have to head out early for a dentist appointment. Here's $10 for your troubles. God bless. Thank you, Paleo Consumer for America First. I appreciate you. Hey, Grassroots. Low and to the left. My How do you know how I hang? That is how I hang. He's popular because people are dumb. That is the simplest explanation. Well, QC John says, good morning, girl hotness. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Thank you to our chaplain. Fellrunner says, if Doobie complains about being kicked out of the scored yesterday, tell him to tug his balls and apologize to get back in. Using a mod's child in a crash out attack is amateur hour. Yeah, he shouldn't be talking about family. You guys have been pretty fucking mean to him, but I don't think we should be talking about kids. I'm glad I have to leave early and miss Asmongold. Truth be told, it probably is. It probably is for the best. Petition to rename the COG Iran so we can unlock $300 billion in funding. True. I did see that Kansas was making that move. Think of the hundreds of beatings those children took from Tiger Moms to get that good at violin just for you to not play it. Well, I think it's AI, but okay. Sugar honey iced tea. Well, it's not iced. It's a black tea latte. Jeb Kush with the updated membership. Thank you. Sonic damage ensues. True. Jeb Kush with the renewal. The interns don't know why I'm laughing. Good. Why you no practice, Randy Chang? True. When you can't find the version of the We Are Charlie Kirk and can't find it, it's like having an itch you can't scratch. It's just out of reach. Party in the USA, We Are Charlie Kirk remix. That sounds fire. My Hurt Hurts also. True. Band short. No. Diminished Darknut says I love you. As long as you know I cannot reciprocate your love in a actual romantic way, I parasocially love you too, Diminished Darknut. I'm used to not enjoying anything here. Well, Patriarch, why do you... Is it because you're Ukrainian? Is that why you endure suffering? Do you show up to the COG every single day just to suffer because it's in your countryman's temperament to endure suffering? Is this you psychologically practicing for the war with Russia? Is you're just like, I'm going to go watch a stream that I don't like for 5 hours to psychologically torture myself so I can endure actual armed conflict that is happening outside my home and place of business. Because at that point, or at this point, this is what I think you're doing. Old School for Two says, everything hurts, Boomer points is Boomer. True. Okay, my serious divorced dad rock suggestion, Hold On by Alabama Shakes. Goddamn, that song is a bop. Ha. Does anybody know the song? It's a country song where a guy is singing about relapse, and or maybe not relapse. He's singing about quitting cold turkey, and it sounds like he's actually done it because the lyrics are like horrifying. But it was popular like a decade ago, and it was a very country-looking guy playing a banjo, talking about quitting booze and having the shakes. And it was so good. And it's like stuck in the back of my mind because that's the scratch that I can't, that's the itch that I can't scratch. Song about having alcoholic shakes. Country. Midland drinking problem. Quitter. Cocaine Cold and Whiskey Shakes by Rick Monroe. No, that's not what I was thinking about. Whiskey Shakes by Red Iron Push. Damn. Yeah. Damn. There's some song that I really knew. It feels like lost media at this point because I don't think I'm ever going to be able to find it. Because so much of country music is dedicated to either loving alcohol or quitting alcohol. That I think it might be lost media. I think it might be something I won't be able to find it. And then I'll bump into it one more time. And then I'll say, oh, I should save this. That way I don't lose it again. And then I'll lose it again. And then it'll be lost for the rest of my life. Unfortunate. Alabama Shakes is good. I know. Can you feel it by Polyphia, please, Connor? No. This is not a DJ. Play that shit on your phone while you're watching me on desktop. Connor, after my bitching yesterday, did you read our Pitchfork Republicanism info? I don't think I did. You can at me in the DMs again if you send it to me in DMs. Pitchfork. Not a fan of the term pitchfork. That sounds like populist bullshit to me. And that also sounds like country rural shit. And I'm obviously not country rural. Harvester of Sorrow, Dead Man's Curve sounds like Tyler Childers. Tyler Childers sounds really familiar. Tyler Childers alcohol song. Out on a Drunk Honky Tonk Flame. No, it's not it. It's not it. Damn. If only country people didn't fucking drown the algorithm in endless songs about alcohol, I would be able to find it. Delirium Tremens Whiskey Shakes? No. It's not Willie Nelson. No. Also, how is Wheelie Walker Jr. not this channel's anthem? Like redneck shit is guaranteed to make Connor fall out of the chair laughing? True. Turns out there's a lot more country songs about alcohol withdrawal than you bargained for. I know. It's lost media. Didn't we used to have a thing where whatever chat comment Connor was reading was also on screen? Yep, that was on StreamYard, but everybody bitched about the lack of quality in StreamYard streams in reference to audio or video fucking quality because it doesn't just go through the software, it goes into a browser and then it goes out to you. So I changed to OBS and 99% of the bitching fucking stopped. But also what used to happen, though, on StreamYard was I would click on a comment that I thought was really funny, and then I would let the video play for like 5 to 10 minutes. And then before you knew it, me engaging with chat was like 2 hours behind what actual chat was saying. It was funny as shit. Those were simpler days. Daily chip, busy day, Grill Shallah. Thank you, Fashion40, for dropping by and giving a chip. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yep. All right. Anyways, fuck it. Are you guys ready just to like suffer? Because I have a feeling every day is suffering. Every day I'm suffering. Boop, 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 beep, boop, 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 boop. I really do want to do like a Jordan Peterson AI remix of Every Day I'm Hustling and remix it to Suffering and then have like a Jordan Peterson doing the fucking Party Rock in the House Tonight dance. I think that would be sick. You just need 3 monitors dedicated to chat. Well, I have 3 total, so yeah. Old School says, aw, you actually care when we bitch. Yeah, dude. I'm trying to care. Sometimes you guys fucking Oliver Anthony. No, because that was the Richmond, north of Richmond. It was before that. I try to pay attention. So, for instance, who is it? Darius. Darius has been trying to get me on his show for the past week, but obviously with me getting sick last week, that kind of threw a wrench in just getting it done. So I'm going on Darius's tonight, but I'm not going to stream it because I know that some of you are constitutionally incapable of not clicking on a drama stream that you don't want to watch and then complaining about a drama stream that you don't want to watch. So even though I could make money by doing a drama stream with Darius, I will not stream it. That way I don't have an incentive to be performative for my audience and or care about you guys complaining about drama. And I'll just say what I think without any kind of, I don't think I'm a very pretentious person, but without any pretense or without any subconscious audience motivations, I'll literally just say, hey, this is how I perceive things, and if you don't like it, eat a bowl of wieners. Patriarch says he's talking about me now. I'm always talking about you, Patriarch. I'm always talking about you. Oliver Anthony has his, I've got to get sober, but I don't recall it. No. This was way before it. They were like playing the song in a restaurant, and they had like 2 guitars and a banjo. Every day I'm hustling Rick Ross, not the laugh my ass off band. Nah, I want party rock. Every day I'm suffering. Boop, 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 beep-a-doop. Beep-a-doop, boop, boop, boop. Jeb Kush says, Connor, I seldom bitch about stuff. I'm just here for the food. Asmongold is the Taco Bell you had last week. It is, spiritually. But there's a reason why Taco Bell is popular, don't you think? Life is pain, become a masochist. Apparently that's what Patriarch does every day. Stream with Darius just sounds like self-inflicted pain and suffering. Well, once again, this is life. I think it's 9 p.m. EST. Unork says, but we are going to complain in every scenario. True. So you're saying I should stop listening to you. Got it. Patriarch says you're not pretentious enough, actually. Yeah, I should probably work on my pretense. What if I prefer wieners on a platter? Well, tough shit. You're getting them in a bowl. Apparently, there's more and more people who don't want slop and want meaningful conversations with people they disagree with, but they also are not online watching the slop content people. Yeah. But aka Batusai, you understand that's the challenge from a streamer's perspective, is you fucking fight some dipshit about some fucking interpersonal drama, calling people pedophiles, and you get 1,000 live stream viewers and you get $500, and then you do a one-on-one conversation of substance with somebody that's involved in an actual geopolitical event that has consequence for the world, and you have 50 live viewers and you make $20. So what am I supposed to do with those metrics? Am I just supposed to ignore the metrics in perpetuity? I'm not saying I'm going to be a drama slop streamer, but I am saying that we have to find the balance between slop and substance, because clearly there should, between streaming to 50 people and one person gives a shit about the conversation, and streaming to 1,000 people about shit that truly doesn't matter on an existential level, there has to be some kind of middle through line. So I have to smoke them? Probably. Short says, I'd prefer you stream it for the simple fact that Darius only streams on Kick, and Kick sucks. Well, there you go. Kazra says, money. Yeah, maybe. Be poor and have spiritual fulfillment? No. I must keep the lights on. Yeah. All right. Yeah, to slop or not to slop. Exactly. So anyways, let's get a segment started. Let's try to milk a right-wing horror cow. I'm probably going to fuck up this segment, but it's going to be interesting. Once Connor capitulates to chat and agrees AOC is less harmful than Vance and Rubio, then our mission is accomplished and we will abandon him for a new toy. Yeah, probably. The good news for me is that's never going to fucking happen. Literally asking a conservatarian to vote for a democratic socialist. Like, fuck you. That's fucking crazy pants. That's crazy pants. I don't even know why you would bother. Why would you? I'm trying to think of something equivalent. Why don't I ask liberals to be techno-fascists? Vote for a techno-fascist because it's the lesser of two evils. Clearly, even if we were in a situation where the techno-fascist was the lesser of two evils, you would still go, this is against everything I stand for. And therefore, no, go fuck yourself, right? There's no scenario in which a liberal will intentionally vote for a techno-fascist oligarch. I don't even know if that's a good example, because I think there's probably some liberals who do vote for techno-fascist oligarchs. But a tanky is too close to what I'm going for. A Christian nationalist. I think it's a Christian nationalist. Imagine a scenario where voting for a Christian nationalist was somehow the lesser of two evils. And then I was like, you got to do it, man. You got to do it. You got to do it for the greater good. You have to do it. You know? So, anyways, fuck it. Patriarch says good reading comprehension sarcastically. But earlier you said be poor for my spiritual fulfillment. That's what you said. Are you just saying I'm autistic and I'm taking you literally when you're being sarcastic? That is a common thing. So I did make the mistake of clicking on a drama segment where Destiny was criticizing my mass demodding of the community. And he was saying like, oh, he's just banning everybody who disagrees with him. Gay, wrong. Gay, wrong. I still have all you annoying fucks in my chat. I didn't like, yeah, sure. I banned the people who were obviously not community members who were being cunts. But as far as actual community members, gay, wrong. No. I still have all the people who were fucking criticizing me saying, oh, I don't like the drama slop. Oh, Doobie's a bad egg. Oh, you need to kill Doobie. You need to rape Doobie's corpse. You need to fucking shoot him in the back of the head and throw him into a ditch. I still have all those people in my chat. So gay, wrong. God damn it. Also, he didn't say that, lol. Yes, he did. I fucking watched it. Yeah, he's mad that you demodded all his moles. True. Anyways. It was a gay op the whole time. I know. Yeah. Anyways. Yes, you should kill Doobie. Rape him and leave his corpse in a ditch. Okay. Yeah. Gay and wrong, but Destiny is bigger gay because he called you fat. Yeah, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck did I do to get called fat? This is bullshit. I lift weights 2 to 3 times a fucking week. I eat moderately. I have a dad bod, but I also have like muscles. What the fuck did I do to get called fat? It's so rude. Meanwhile, this is rude. So my apologies. I don't like attacking people's appearances. But like, this motherfucker has had like 5 years to lift weights. He's a multi-millionaire. He doesn't technically have to do anything. He could literally wake up and fucking lift weights every single goddamn day. He could have a dietitian help him craft a meal. And instead he's still surviving on chicken nuggets and fucking Red Bull, letting himself be skinny fat. That is fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Sorry. I shouldn't be so sensitive about people calling me fat, but it's because like I know like I'm a little fat, but I still lift. I still work out. He lost all the extra weight because of the Taco Bell food poisoning. True. I probably lost like five pounds. I call myself fat, but like I don't call myself like fat. I'm not 30 pounds underweight. Or, excuse me, 30 pounds overweight. I'm like 15 pounds overweight. It's not that bad. 15 pounds overweight and 40 with muscles is not that bad. Grassroots5 says, look, Connor, it's fine. Some people don't mind a little cushion when they're pushing. Okay. Well, I mean, that's just like me for real. So, listen, I think that women can be, obviously, if you show me like a skinny supermodel who has curves and a beautiful face, then 10 out of 10 times I'm going to pick that, obviously. But a supermodel with curves is going to probably have a shitty personality just through virtue of the world giving her everything because she's attractive. She's probably going to suck as a person. Now, the truth is that real women, women that you can actually live a normal life with, are a little bit different. And I'll just be real, through the fluctuations of pregnancy and having kids, they're going to fluctuate. They're going to get bigger and smaller, depending on whether or not they're pregnant, whether or not they're having kids, whether or not they're losing the baby weight, whether or not their body is preparing them for a new pregnancy. They're going to fluctuate. And I'll say that there can be times that women have an extra 10 or 20 or maybe even 30. And, 30's pushing it, but it happens. And they can still be quite attractive. So, I think our judgment of weight fluctuations is a little harsh. Destiny mocked Connor for being fat and lied about him courting Lauren Southern. Connor revealed that Destiny had a drug-induced midlife crisis and was probably molested as a child. These are not equivalent. If you're arguing that Steven should be more offended in reference to personal details revealed, I don't know if he, by the way, I don't know if he was molested as a child. I have people who have said that to me, but had no evidence. I don't know if he was molested as a child. I just oftentimes recognize the fact that childhood sexual trauma correlates with promiscuous sexual behavior. That's it. That's it. And everybody's like, oh, you revealed his personal secret. I didn't even know a personal secret. I actually made a correlative stab in the dark while exhausted during a stream where I was fighting 1,000 people not from my community. So people are like, oh, you revealed that Destiny got molested. I don't know if he got molested. I just know that he's sexually promiscuous and fucked up. And a lot of people who are sexually promiscuous and fucked up tend to have some fucked up childhood sex trauma. It's a correlative statement, not a statement of evidence. Yeah, conservatism. I thought the only childhood trauma that Connor has alluded to was Steven's grandma beating puppies to death with a hammer. Well, that one's true. That one's in Steven's own words. That one's from his streams. Diminished Darknet for $10 says you're between hunk and bear on the scale, but clearly less than 20% bear, still dad dom material. Thank you. Thank you. I have to get my compliments from gays and bisexuals. My woman points out my slowly expanding dad bod, but at the same time feeds me nonstop just to ensure I'm off the market for other women hitting on me. That's real love. True. And also, there's something beautiful about having hanky-panky and then a woman lovingly caressing your belly. That's the fucking bee's knees. When a woman looks at you and you're not the peak of physical specimen and they fucking gently rub, number one, your head. Head is peak. Head and hair is peak. But I'll tell you, top 5 belly rubs after hanky-panky? Whoa. Holy shit. If there's a heaven, it's closely correlated with that sensation. Odds of a new Pedro Cantor model? High. I don't think they would kill him yet. What's wrong with getting belly rubs? What? Why are you guys saying what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with getting belly rubs? Are you a dog? Spiritually, probably. Words I never thought I'd say. Let's move on to Asmongold. Did the puppies have parvo? No. She had dementia, and she just liked killing dogs. Were you speaking of Darius? No, that's a totally different fucked up drama lore. This is more D-Gen than Destiny has ever done or said. Are you shitting me? Having heterosexual sex with a woman who loves you, and then her looking at you lovingly while she's rubbing your belly is degenerate? What's wrong with you? Who hurt you? I think you were molested as a child. My metabolism won't let me gain weight. I eat 16-ounce steak with all the sides and drink a meal replacement and lose weight at 35. God bless you, Jagan. God bless you. Enjoy that. What are right-wing horror cows? Okay. Right-wing horror cows. I should probably do this before I do the intro. So there's lol cows. We're all familiar with lol cows. Lol cows are people that you go to for the lulz. They make you laugh out loud, typically through cringe. They are so unself-aware and they are so stupid and cringe that there's a schadenfreude that you get from watching them. Now, in my opinion, Asmongold could be a lol cow, but typically lol cows are not wildly successful at what they do. Lol cows they're successful in spite of their lack of self-awareness. They're successful in spite of their cringe. They tend to have more hate watchers than they have earnest fans. So, I don't think like he counts as that. But a horror cow is someone that you like hate watch, but you hate watch them because you are bewildered to the degree that they are horrifying or terrifying. And so I don't find myself trying to watch Asmongold as a lol cow because I don't think he technically fits the definition. I think I'm watching him as a horror cow because I am horrified that he is bigger. Dude, this guy is like 5 times bigger than Ben Shapiro. He's 40% larger than Adam Mockler. He's 7 times bigger than Pondering Politics. He is actually algorithmically, he's a monster. So I don't know what to do about that. I'm kind of like, half of this is curiosity. Half of this is like terror and fear. So, you know, I'm here on an exploratory mission. Fellrunner with $6.07 does an emoji. All right, so let's just start the suffering. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who has honesty, integrity, nuance, and objectives. And so, what I have for you today is I have Asmongold. Asmongold, for the uninitiated, and by the way, I count myself among the uninitiated, was a streamer, video game streamer, who was actually not huge into politics. He had like vaguely conservatarian, pro-Trumpian views, but he even waffled in his support of Trump. But he has found a new audience. I don't even want to say a new audience. It's probably the same audience, just expanded a little bit, of being like the disaffected gamer bro who supports dissident right-wing shitty policy in order to piss off the far left. Like, imagine if the Gamergaters from 2016 to 2020, the people who were pissed off about black women being in their video games, imagine if they turned 30, still playing video games and rotting in their parents' basements, but they became fans of Donald Trump because they hate immigrants. I hate to say that. Like, I'm not even trying to be judgmental about that. I'm trying to be descriptive. So this guy is like wildly popular. As I talked about with my audience a moment ago, he's like 7 times larger than Ben Shapiro's current metrics. He is 40% larger than Adam Mockler. He is a huge voice in kind of like the political adjacent culture war sphere. And so as a result, I want to check him out and see some of his political takes in order to see if we can dissect them, pick them apart, criticize them, et cetera, et cetera. Let's take a look.
Days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one. They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process, digging through years and years of random documents. Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president. because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit. Donald Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history. He's turned the levers of government into his own personal power ministries.
Thank God. I've been waiting for him to do this for the entire fucking term. I don't know how it took him a whole year. He should have.
Okay. Small critique here. I'll try not to go both barrels so early. Any comment on that, Asmongold? Anything about the corruption? Anything about doubling his money through cryptocurrency? Anything about taking a $500 billion Qatari jet? I don't even know if it's Qatari, but it's some Gulf state jet. Anything about, you know, his family? Allegedly, according to the Trumps and according to some people, it's a AI hacker forgery. But like rigging the UFC event, anything about them taking hundreds of millions of dollars from foreign governments? Like everything that Republicans criticized the Democrats of in reference to corruption, of the Clinton Foundation being a soft money slush fund for the Clintons to be able to funnel a portion of the proceeds into their piggy banks by running international charitable organizations that foreign countries were able to donate to while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. However unethical and dubious that was, Trump is that times a million. All the corruption, like I was a huge critic of Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden, with his lawyer partners, siphoned $11 million from ethically dubious international energy companies in order to lobby for them in Washington, D.C., leveraging his familial contacts as a sales point for why he should be hired. Regardless of any potential FARA violations, even the United States State Department at the time believed that that was wildly unethical. Hunter Biden's corruption is cute by comparison. It is minuscule. It is fucking tiny. So do we have any commentary whatsoever on that?
Have been doing this on the first day. Thank God they're investigating your ass. Hopefully they figure out and make up whatever they possibly can to get this guy in jail. This guy's a fucking retard. He's a retard, and he's imported millions of fucking people into the country, reallocated tax money from Americans to a bunch of fucking random illegal aliens. Yeah, absolutely. Make up whatever you need.
To reward cronies and to try to jail his opponents. His personal attorney now runs.
Keep in mind that they just passed in California the Nick Shirley Act, which is supposed to stop people from investigating and figuring out whether any of these fraud hospices or other organizations are doing anything. So he doesn't, like, never listen to somebody like this act. Did I say that? Yeah, it's the act. And that, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, the Stop Nick Shirley Act. And he did that. This is his state that did that, and he supported that. So we absolutely should use lawfare against him. Absolutely go after this guy. Absolutely be as aggressive as possible. If you've got to stretch it, if you've got anything that you can do, you should do it.
This isn't a Republican. I'll just tell you right now. This motherfucker will vote for the Republican Party, will vote for Trump, will vote for J.D. Vance, will vote for any right-wing person. This isn't a Republican. Okay? A Republican believes in representative democracy, meaning that we select our representatives and then they craft policy that is good for the American people. The Republican believes in the rule of law, that there is a constitution that enshrines how we function as a society, and if you want to change the way that we function as a society, then you have to pass a law that is voted for by more than 2/3 of the legislature. Okay? A Republican cares about the rule of law. A Republican cares about the 4th Amendment, the 8th Amendment, the 14th Amendment. A Republican cares about Due process. So this is not a Republican. This is a right-wing dissident reactionary fucking freak. Vazraka, thank you for the 5 gifted.
The Department of Justice, which has repeatedly gone after his political enemies. Ask Jerome Powell. Sent them after James Comey, Tish James, Adam Schiff. He sent them after...
Hey, I'm just going to tell you straight up. If every time... Okay. We're literally going to pause right here. Because I'm going to tell you that this comment is not only going to frustrate me, eventually I'm going to call you gay and time you out. Republican doesn't mean anything anymore. I'm literally going to draw this out. Thank you for triggering a paint. Everybody thank Politics JK for fucking derailing the stream. Okay. Word. Definition. Self-identification. Do these match? So, Republican. Someone who believes in representative democracy, rule of law, and due process. Self-identification. Donald Trump is the head of the Republican Party, and Asmongold, who supports him, don't believe in representative democracy, rule of law, or due process. Do these match? No. So is the point that I'm making... What do you think the fucking point is that I'm making here? The point that I'm fucking making is that Republicans should be this. Republicans are currently this. Do these words match? No. So Republicans should stop being this and start being that. That's clearly the fucking point. So if we're going to start this style of content, which is hopefully going to attract more conservatarians to my channel, then you need to understand this graph intimately, because it's going to be repeated 10,000 fucking times. All right? So if you don't like hearing this talking point 10,000 times, and you're just going to keep saying, oh, well, they self-ID as Republicans, therefore we should give up the ideological battle. We're not on the same time. Okay? We're not on the same team. Okay? So take that fucking talking point like Nameless Henchman. He doesn't and can't care. Connor is lost. Conservatism has always been a failed ideology. Okay, Nameless Henchman, you've been annoying as balls. Here's 24 hours. Have fun bitching about your 24 hours on Discord. Next time, stop being so fucking annoying. How's that? Jesus Christ. The obvious point of covering Asmongold and right-wing content, you dumb fucks. Okay, can everybody say thank you, Politics JK? Because I needed to make it this explicit. I literally needed to make this drawing for you. Okay? Here you go. If I'm just going to keep this up, and every time you guys go, the Republicans aren't that right now, I'm literally just going to pull up this fucking drawing. Okay? Holy shitballs. Right out the fucking gate. Couldn't make it 30 fucking seconds without making the most obvious point on the fucking planet. Thanks, Politics JK.
Tim Walz, and a woman that a jury found Donald Trump.
I feel like, I mean, this is only making me happier. Great. So he's doing it to more people too? Amazing. Awesome. Hopefully he does it to even more. Thank God.
Had sexually abused. One by one, anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list.
Any commentary on that, Asmongold? Any commentary on the fact that during an Access Hollywood tape fucking interview, Donald Trump says that when you're rich and powerful, you can grab women by the vagina and they let you do it because you're rich and powerful? And then based off of those statements, along with like 30 or 40 women accusing him of groping them in inappropriate circumstances where his sexual advances were unwanted, that, you know, he was found civilly liable in a court inside the United States of America for fucking digitally penetrating a woman against her will 40 years ago. Even the talking point that you should probably bring up is that there isn't much evidence besides the woman's own testimony if you wanted to sweep for it. Do you want to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is actively covering up an ephebophilic sex ring? That a powerful Jewish man by the name of Jeffrey Epstein was a weapons and arms dealer in the 80s, 90s, and thousands, and that along with the founder of Victoria's Secret, he was criminally prosecuted and suspected of sex trafficking teenagers in order to be abused by rich and powerful men, and Donald Trump is currently covering that up. Do you have any commentary on that, Asmongold? Would you like to elucidate your audience on the fact that you are sweeping for one of the biggest pieces of shit in American political history? Or are you just going to sit there passively and just stare at the fucking screen until you can repeat again that Gavin Newsom deserves to be raped in violation of Republican principles? Let's see. Let's see if Asmongold has any commentary on that.
List. And today, I proudly join that list.
Man. Proudly? We'll see how that goes.
Oh, how about, dude, we're only 3 minutes in. I have more commentary than I already have shit. How about all the people that Donald Trump has already charged and the cases have already been dropped? Any commentary on that, dipshit?
After calling for my arrest last year, Donald Trump directed his Department of Justice to investigate me.
That's right.
And just in the last week, I've learned that his campaign has reached my own home. To get me, he's coming after my wife, Jen.
Good.
A public servant, a woman who's dedicated her.
That's right. There's nothing off limits for you people, and there should be nothing off limits for you. That's exactly right. Go all the way. Get the kids too? Yeah. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have fucked around.
Her life to supporting women and girls. Someone who has done nothing wrong other than having the temerity to advocate for what she believes in. If they can't.
Well, we'll find out if that's true or not. Yeah.
I didn't realize American fascism was going to be so fucking gay. Imagine, you know, I'm actually really enjoying Andor. And I think anybody who doesn't like that TV show is a fucking retard. But the TV show itself is actually phenomenal. That, you know, the good guys aren't necessarily good. They could be construed as terrorists and murderers. It's actually really interesting that Cassian Andor and Luthen Rael do some pretty fucking heavy shit in the name of fighting the Empire. And then they also show Imperials who do some fucking heinous shit, but they actually believe that they're correct. That they, you know, they're imposing a sense of like law and order on a disastrous galaxy, on a galaxy where anarchy, slavery, rape reigns. You know, the fascists, the authoritarians, and I'm not being condemning in my description of it. I'm trying to be descriptive. The fascists think that they're correct. They think that they're good. They think that they're doing the right thing. And so imagine that if instead of watching Andor and seeing like partisan rebels who are engaged in morally dubious behavior in order to fight an overwhelming, choking authoritarian regime, and instead of watching authoritarian fascists who are engaged in malevolent authoritarian behavior, but they think that they're acting in a just way because they're trying to stomp out anarchy and rape and murder. What if instead we watch some fucking loser cheering on the fascists from his basement? And that's what we're watching right now. I'm literally not trying to moral frog about, like, when I say the word fascist, I'm not trying to moral frog. I'm trying to be descriptive. Political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. It is the default way that the Trump administration operates. And the kind of reckless fucking stupidity that you need to have to cheer that on, Asmongold is representative of. Doobie says, Asmongold seems like a bitter nihilist and Andor is just okay, too slow in my opinion. That's the fastest way to get banned from my community, Doobie. You think I'm gonna ban you for fucking running a Discord in a way that people criticize as unethical? You think you're gonna get banned for criticizing No, you're gonna get banned for criticizing fucking Andor. God damn. All right. Anyways.
Can't intimidate me. They'll go after the mother of our children.
Exactly. Because it doesn't matter how we can get you. The only thing that matters is that we get you. That we have to make your life and your existence as a public person as unpleasant, uncomfortable, dangerous, and problematic as possible. These people are awful. They have imported millions of people, contributed to thousands of deaths, and continued to fund and allow terrorism, violence, complete discord, drug addicts, and anything. There is nothing that he's going to do that I'm going to say is too far. Too bad. He's not going far enough, in my opinion.
Okay. Just so I'm not over pausing. Okay, so what I just heard is Democrats deserve extrajudicial, extra-legal, political tyranny because of mass immigration policy. That's what I just heard.
That's what I would say. I think he posted 4 minutes, not 2 minutes. Let me see the other part of it. His wife killed her sister as a kid accidentally. That's why she has a savior complex. Well, I have no idea about that. And allow, you mean encourage? Yeah. Gavin Newsom. Okay. Roasted. Right. And the mother of our children probably wants to cancel you if you defined her that way, but happily does it to invoke an emotional defense. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, this is the whole thing. Okay, let's watch it.
In recent days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, the wrong target. We have nothing to hide. Temerity to advocate for what she believes in.
I just
If they can't intimidate me, they'll go after the mother of our children.
Good.
Donald Trump picked the wrong
She got a few
target.
kids too.
We have nothing to hide. His political operatives can take every record and read every page, but they'll be looking in the wrong place. Because if they really want to find corruption, look no further than 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
I mean, like, what about all the hospices, man? Like, I mean, that was really bad.
Okay. Hold on. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, my conservatarian base centrism is kicking in. If the law is as Asmongold claims, which I very much doubt it is, because I doubt this motherfucker reads anything. If the law was hamstringing citizen journalists from being able to report about public corruption and therefore facing civil or criminal penalties for finding governmental misuse of funding in order to engage in social services that are actually fraudulent, then of course, fuck that, and the law should be repealed. But what I almost guarantee you the law is, although I don't feel like I have time to research it immediately, is that it probably forbids citizen journalists from harassing people when they're conducting private business. So, for instance, if a person is running a daycare, a citizen journalist can't simply show up to the place of business and demand to walk into the back to check on how many children are in the fucking daycare. I am all about investigating public corruption. I am all about investigating government fraud. I'm all about prosecuting government fraud. Fucking love it. If there is some random immigrant family that came to the United States, got some kind of license, got some kind of government benefit and financing, is running a fraudulent business and defrauding a state, federal, or local government of cash, then those people should be criminally prosecuted 100%. And the government not only should get out of the way of that process, they should endorse that process 100% simultaneously. But at the same time, that does not preclude me from being capable of looking to the right and seeing the most flagrantly corrupt politician in American history to the tunes of billions of dollars. So why is Asmongold capable of calling out alleged malfeasance by immigrant communities in reference to daycares, hospices, social working systems that are defrauding state, local, and federal governments? But he is incapable of calling out the corruption from the people that he thinks are saving the fucking country. Sounds like you're claiming that Nick Shirley isn't a real journalist. I doubt he is. I think he's a dipshit with a camera. Real serious for 100 Argentinian pesos. Asmongold with a pride plaid. Wokeness ruins everything. Okay. I read that correctly. I don't know what you're saying. So.
Trump is selling the presidency. He's running the largest cash heist in American political history, trading foreign tariff relief for approval of his golf courses.
Any commentary besides ooh?
Day trading behind the Resolute desk, reaping hundreds of millions of dollars in personal profit.
It would be much better if you were sending all that money to illegal aliens. That would be a big improvement. That'd be way better.
And he's doing it.
Nothing. This motherfucker's got nothing. What a fucking dipshit. What a fucking rube. What a fucking mark. Wow. All right, I gotta click play because otherwise I'm just gonna pause here and fucking just go on a fucking rant about how big of a dipshit this guy is.
Openly,
I thought he was against Doge. He's always, again, everything that these people say, you can't listen to what they're saying and be like, oh, okay, I wonder if he has a point or not. These people are trying to deceive you. To the extent that they use language that you agree with, it is in a strategic way to make you more accepting of their bad behavior. So you should never listen to what they're saying and be like, oh, well, wait a minute, let's hear his side of it.
You fucking rube. You fucking mark. His side of it, even if Gavin knew, ooh. Okay. I'm gonna have to mind map this in case, God forbid, not God forbid. I actually hope some Asmongold dipshits fucking stumble into this criticism and actually, like, I don't know, fire up the neurons between their ears real quick. But I'm gonna draw one of the simplest mind maps in all of Counterpoint's history. My pesos are wasted on you, Connor. Well, the good news is they're just fucking pesos. Suck it, South American. But I do get it. Patriarch and you pointed out that his fucking plaid shirt is rainbow colored. He's a secret gay. I get it. I am actually going to take, while I'm listening to this, I'm going to take some time to draw the simplest mind map in Counterpoint's history.
It doesn't matter.
Doing it on camera. He did it last night on the White House lawn.
Oh.
He's doing it through cryptocurrencies. He's doing it through the receipt of a $400 million private jet from a foreign government that he plans to keep when he leaves office.
Yeah,
through his son.
Everything about that is a lie. So there was the jet that was gifted to him by, like, Qatar. It was gifted to the government. It was not given to him. He never said he planned on keeping the jet afterwards. It's not even true.
Are you going to amend that if it ends up going to the Donald Trump library. Listen, I'm all for skepticism. Okay? I'm all for skepticism in reference to like the claimed malfeasance of your opponents. I'm all for skepticism. But is this skepticism in the pursuit of truth, or is this skepticism in the pursuit of political tribalism? Because if I had a political commentator, this is just me, if I had a political commentator who said, this is all a lie, it's all a lie, Donald Trump never plans on keeping the private jet, and yet there's reporting after reporting after reporting after reporting after reporting that he plans on taking the jet for the Trump presidential library after the fact, then if that happened after the fact, then I'd be like, oh, damn, I need to reevaluate my priors. I need to reevaluate my priors because my enemies articulated something that I believed to be false because I was skeptical of them because I believed them to be partisan hacks, and yet they ended up being correct. So, are we going to update our fucking priors, or are we just going to cope past it? And then when it does happen, are we going to ignore that there was contradictory evidence to our previous passionately held position? Because if I had to guess, I'm pretty sure this motherfucker Jagan is covering up his ears right now with fucking fingers. Yeah, I think this is a hear no evil, see no evil motherfucker who is a political tribalist, who is not in pursuit of truth. He's in pursuit of whatever is convenient to his political tribe today. What is convenient to think today?
Like, it's, I mean, you could say, like, maybe we shouldn't be taking a big airplane like that from a foreign country. Sure. Biden ordered it. Yeah. I mean, again, none of these people, they don't care.
That's not even true. He didn't order it, you dumb fuck. If you order... If you order something, then you pay for it. This is being gifted by a foreign government that wants concessions from the United States and is getting concessions from the United States.
Care about the truth at all. They don't. Hospice, Islamic centers, 120 billion medical fraud, voter fraud, reduction of pedo crimes, so much in Cali. Yeah, it's really, really, really bad.
Ventures in countries where his own administration is simultaneously making policy. His personal fortune has skyrocketed by $4 billion since making his return to office.
Damn.
This is the behavior of a regime, not a republic. The White House.
If it was,
you got a response? Hold on. Okay. To be clear, what was just articulated, I know that I'm being redundant and I'm over-responding. Gavin Newsom has said that Donald Trump has made $4 billion since his return to office based off of cryptocurrency speculation and funneling foreign money through crypto that has sought tariff relief. To my knowledge, this is descriptively true. The President of the United States set up an economic sanctions policy against a majority of the world in countries that invest in crypto that has doubled his family's net worth from around 3 billion to around 7 billion, have gotten sanctions relief. This is quid pro quo corruption by any fucking means, and it's the most corrupt thing that's ever happened in the history of the fucking United States, so blatantly and so obviously. So let's please see if Asmongold has any kind of actual response to that charge.
Only be the beginning. This guy'd already be in jail.
Has become a
nothing. Fucking goose egg. Fucking nothing.
Marketplace, a marketplace for sneakers and coins and watches, cologne, guitars, Bibles, and phones. Influence for sale, access for sale. And today, my family and I can personally confirm that justice is for sale.
Great. Good. Too bad, huh?
Donald Trump, who I know is watching because he watches everything. I have a message for you.
He watches everything.
You can subpoena my records. You can investigate me. You can harass me. Put my name on every and any enemies list you have, but leave my wife and family out.
That means you should go twice as hard on his wife and family. You need to, as soon as you charge him, you need to charge his wife with being an accessory. Because now, see, that you see it bothers him. Great. Now you know where to hit. Now you know what to do. Immediately go after this.
Of your personal vendetta.
Nurgle-like cultist, man. This guy's a fucking Nurgle-like cultist. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Warhammer 40k, there are 4 gods of chaos. There's the god of rage, blood, and skulls. His name is Khorne. There's a god of change, Tzeentch. There's the god of excess, named Slaanesh. And there's the god of decay, Nurgle. Asmongold, according to some lore of his, doesn't fucking shower. He's the stereotypical neat, not employed in education or training, basement-dwelling, smelly, fucking piece of shit rot king. What do they call it? Rot maxing? Where you like lay in a bed and you just fucking don't work out, don't drink water, don't brush your teeth, don't do any of that shit. He is a rot maxing, Nurgle-like cultist. Okay? I am Imperial in a 40k analogy setting. I know this is nerdy, but please endure. Imperials are flawed. They're fucked up. They do flawed, fucked up shit. But at the same time, they are trying to find a sense of order in a decaying and disordered galaxy. And so to watch the right wing, or a large chunk of the right wing sphere. What is this? This was posted 12 hours ago. It's gotten 400,000 views. It's pandering to 80 IQ and 90 IQ partisan dipshits. It is disturbing to me that a large portion of the online right has been corrupted by a Nurglite fucking cultist. It's gross.
Yep.
I'd like to say something to my wife. These times are not normal. They're not ordinary. I love you.
Man.
And I'm sorry he's doing this. You have not.
This was a bigger apology I feel like he gave than whenever he cheated on her. That's funny. Are you advocating for attacking his family? Yes. In every single systematic way possible. These people are awful. They're parasites. They're fraudulent. They're criminals, and they need to be treated that way. Absolutely. With no reservation, no boundaries, no discussion, completely as brutal and savage as you possibly can. They have contributed to the deaths of thousands of people. Do you think his wife didn't know about this? Do you think that she's not aware of this? Of course she is.
Okay. Trying to steelman this in so much as it's possible. So because hundreds of thousands or millions of Central and South Americans have made it through the porous southern United States border, and California decided to view these people as people who were deserving of some kind of state assistance in order to integrate into American communities, rather than as like vile verminous parasites deserving of mass deportation, that justifies everything that he has articulated. And by the way, this is like stochastic rhetoric. 100%. I know the 2019 to 2022 era was gay. Like, not homosexual. If you're a boy and you kiss boys, I don't give a shit about that. If you're a girl and you kiss girls, I don't give a shit about that. Congratulations, you do you. What I mean by gay is I mean that it was lame. It was sad. It was cringe. It was overly... I don't know what the fuck to say. It was like overly progressive. And I agree with that. But at the same time, Mexicans, I know I have this like very bold take. Mexicans, Central Americans, and South Americans are human beings. Okay? I know that they're brown. They, sometimes they work in the agricultural field, so they're like, they're sweaty. Sometimes they speak a different language. Sometimes they cook different food. But I am of the sincere belief that they're also still human beings. And so while they're not privileged and entitled to live in the country of the United States of America without our permission, they are not vermin deserving of mass deportation. Okay, well, I mean, maybe they're deserving of deportation processing. And we deserve a secure border. But they're still human beings worthy of human dignity. And the Constitution of the United States extends to them those rights. And if you're a Republican who cares about a constitutional republic, then if you want to eliminate the rule of law, you need to go through the amendments process in order to eliminate the First, Fourth, Eighth, and 14th Amendments of the United States. And if you're unwilling to go through that process, I think you should get your shit kicked in politically. And the fact that Asmongold is popular, saying that every left-winger to the left of Mitt Romney effectively deserves to have their life shredded by the federal government, and he has said repeatedly that there is no wrong that you can do to them. Well, no wrong that you can do to them includes rape. It includes murder. It includes theft. It includes vandalism. It includes all of those things. So the stochastic discourse of 2019 and 2022 was gay because I feel like they over-identified what was stochastic rhetoric. But I can't help but believe that Asmongold has just seen that stochastic terrorism, stochastic rhetoric, is popular. Just so we can pull up a definition of stochastic. A process or system that involves inherent randomness or chance. While individual future states cannot be predicted with absolute certainty, they can be described by probability distributions. So, what I mean by that is Asmongold himself, by talking this way, has not committed a crime. Asmongold's audiences, just by listening to him, have not committed a crime. But through his rhetoric, he is increasing the likelihood that Americans will view Hispanic immigrants as verminous and therefore inhuman and therefore worthy of mistreatment or maltreatment. So I think he is engaged in stochastically vile rhetoric. Isn't Hassan doing the same thing? Absolutely. But guess who else I hate? Hassan fucking Piker. I hate Hassan Piker like a motherfucker. Who do I talk shit about on the left? Hassan Piker.
What does his wife do? Who cares? You really think she didn't know?
Earned a single one of the indignities that he's trying to inflict on you and our children. And to Donald Trump, this country does not belong to you.
She does.
It does not belong to your cronies. And we're going to fight your lawlessness. And we're going to continue to remind the people of this country of your corruption. That same corruption our founders warned us against.
I'm sure the founding fathers would see Gavin Newsom allowing billions of dollars of fraud to happen under California.
Real Serious says, you should go incredibly hard against this person. There's no action against them, which is wrong, is not illegal. Correct. Correct. I'm serious. I think in the United States of America, like, threats have to be direct and specific. So, for instance, like the ACLU, back when they were based in liberal, they would defend the KKK, which is an explicitly racist organization with, like, racial supremacy and segregation, routinely accused of homicide and routinely accused of, like, vandalism and terrorism. They fought for their right to be able to demonstrate in public. And the argument at the time was that the mere presence of the KKK as an organization in public emboldens people to be additionally violent because it stochastically reinforces that they are a valid form of self-expression within the United States. And the ACLU in the 60s and 70s actually said, yeah, that's the law. You have freedom of conscience and freedom of expression. And if you are going to threaten people and be incarcerated for your threats, it has to be direct, specific, and imminent. So,
passing acts in order to stop investigative journalism and allowing millions of foreigners to overrun his state while fentanyl addicts are out on the street. I'm sure George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and John Adams would be like, wow, good job. This is the America we were hoping for. Really?
no, you dipshit. But what they would say, what John Adams and Thomas Jefferson and all these people, founding fathers, would say, is that we clearly have a moral corruption within the country. A moral corruption that you are a part of, you fucking Nergalite cultist. You fucking repulsive Nergalite fucking cultist. You are a part of the moral corruption. You are a part. There is nothing more corrupt about modern America than a young man rot-maxing inside a fucking bed, encouraging his fucking audience of hundreds of thousands of young men to be antisocial, degenerate fucking losers. There is nothing more immoral than that. So yeah, you're a part of the moral decadence. You're a part of the immorality of America. You're a part of the failure that the founding fathers would be fucking repulsed by. The founding fathers believed in maximal human liberty, where individuals were up to making their own fucking choices, but they also believed that individuals should cultivate a series of virtues that makes them better people. What virtues have you cultivated? It's certainly not strength. It's certainly not hygiene. It's certainly not being pro-social. It's certainly not family. It's certainly not productivity. You are a fucking bed blob rot-maxed disgusting Nergalite fucking cultist. What? You are what the founding fathers would fucking hate. At least Mexicans are fucking industrious. You know, the founding fathers might be upset by the brownness of the swarthy Central and South American immigrants, but at least the fucking Mexicans bother to be industrious. At least they work hard. Jesus.
Like, it's so embarrassing. He's stressing so much. That's what I said. Like, I mean, this is, remember what I always said. Is it these?
KOE says, good to see you, King. How are you doing in reference to the flooding? Have you gotten any word in reference to... Have you gotten any word in reference to like insurance or FEMA or federal programs or anything going on with that? Now, that being said, I'm going to respond to your comment. Stochastic rhetoric is popular, like when Destiny said conservatives need to live in fear in public. The escalation has been brewing for a long time, for sure. For sure. But I think, as you will well know, documented with the past month quite extensively, I don't agree with every single thing that Destiny does. On a personal level, obviously, I've been quite critical over the past month. And politically, I think even a ton of people in his own camp have been bemoaning his devolution into effectively a liberal Asmongold ass fucking take. Where he's like, no. Being principled is gay. We have to be just as unprincipled and vile and shitty as our enemies. And it's like, no, fuck you. So, being a huge history nerd, I feel like Ben Franklin would have spent a lot of his time on OnlyFans. Okay, C-dubs. Okay. That was a banger.
These people have the biggest egos and they're the most aggressive, but the moment that you do anything like this to them, they get scared. And they should be.
As we move to celebrate our 250th anniversary, yes, I'm going to keep reminding Americans of what they warned would happen if a man with no character ever held the office of presidency. Mm-hmm. So let me say it again. Mr. President, come after me. I'm not going anywhere. And the country is watching.
You should go after your whole family. You should go after your whole family. Anybody that's even tangentially involved. Completely go after them. Absolutely. And if Trump does that, and Trump really goes Old Testament on this guy, I will be so happy. I will be. And so Newsom is out by his standards. Yeah, right. But anyway, no, I mean, there's no real reason, by the way. There's no reason to even try to debate what he's saying. He's just lying and making up bullshit. Doesn't even matter. At the end of the day, again, 13,000 replies. Let's see some of the replies for this, okay? And that was not tough. No, it wasn't. Nobody is above the law. They want you to break, but your defiance is their worst nightmare. Stand with the rock against this corruption. The entire nation is drawing strength from your courage. At Grok? What does that even mean? Why would you at Grok for that? Shut the fuck up, Gavin. Oh my God. And perhaps someone thinks that you undervalued property your own whenever you got a bank loan, even though the bank agreed that no one was harmed. Therefore, you're about to get indicted. And turnabout is fair play. Greasy Gavin. Oh, man. That look when you can't wait to vote against your dad in the latest election. Oh, my God. And yes, again, this is California under this guy. Explain it for someone who doesn't know about American politics. So Gavin Newsom is the governor of California. California is the largest economy inside of the country. It is the highest populace and the most populated country, state, and it also is the richest state. He has allowed, as you can see here, billions of dollars to be reallocated to NGOs that do nothing, to relief efforts that do nothing, to a high-speed rail system that hasn't manifested in 15 years. He's tried to combat homelessness with billions and millions of dollars, and it's only caused homelessness to increase. He has allowed this fraud to happen that's being done by migrant communities. He's tried to basically support laws that shut down independent journalism, and he's also allowed and not cooperated with federal law enforcement with deporting illegal aliens. This is the person that's now upset that they're being investigated. Texas is the largest. No, it's not. It's the second largest, as far as I know. It's California, Texas, Florida.
Ooh, he's not a total dipshit. That's interesting. Sorry, I've only engaged with like 2 pieces of Asmongold media previously. And so as a result, this is really like, I don't know, one of the first times that I've actually consistently engaged with his media. So him actually knowing, I think California does have the largest GDP of all the states. Does California have the largest GDP in the U.S.? Yes. Does California have the largest population? I already know, but I'll just do it anyways. Have the largest population in the U.S.? Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, that's, my bar is not high for Asmongold for any kind of like stringing sentences together. So him actually having a chatter who says, no, Texas is bigger. And he goes, no. Actually, I know for a fact California has the largest population and the largest economics. I'm trying to get like a threshold of his actual intelligence. Like, is he a 60 IQ dipshit that is only capable of regurgitating tribalist talking points that are in line with his political tribe? Or is he actually like, I don't know, 110 IQ dipshit who thinks he's smarter than he is, but just panders to 80 IQ dipshits for cash? He could still believe a substantial amount of the things that he's saying, but I think the 100 to 110 IQ tend to be like the Dunning-Kruger motherfuckers, the people who are like, they're smart enough to know they're smarter than the average person, but they're still dumb enough to think they're smarter than they actually are, and therefore, like, we have to gauge in where his actual intelligence is. So I was starting at 80. Now I'm above 100, but I need to take a look at it. Asmongold is very intelligent, probably over 120. He's playing a game just like Ben Shapiro. Okay. That's interesting. So I'm going to take that into my calculation of how I cover him too, because I'm going to need to see how, like, obviously, in my opinion, his content so far has been like jerking off talking points, but I need to see him actually speak long-winded extemporaneously about a topic in order to actually gauge like how smart I actually think this motherfucker is. So here's the most obvious drawing in Counterpoint's history. And this is where any person who is an Asmongold fan but stumbles into my show, I want them to see this drawing because I think it's so fucking obvious. Partisan. You are somebody who has a political tribe. You're loyal to your political tribe. And the truth is a vehicle through which you try to jam your political tribe's agenda. So, if the truth is good, let's say there's a criticism of the left that is correct. Let's say that the left wing has been too sympathetic to immigrants. They've provided social welfare programs that have been taken advantage of by people who are parasitic. Let's say that, there have been homicides and sexual assaults and rapes that were preventable if we had a secure border. And left-wingers have left the border open out of a sense of what I've heard described as suicidal empathy. That could be a correct criticism of the left, and therefore the partisan right is there. But let's say Donald Trump is openly one of the most corrupt pieces of shit in American history, who as a representative of the Republican Party, with republicanism being about the rule of law, the Constitution of the United States, representative democracy, all that kind of stuff, and you cheer that shit on and you ignore the fact that he's the biggest corrupt piece of shit on the fucking planet, then when the truth is inconvenient, you're going to minimize it, ignore it, or deny it. And that's what I've seen in this segment so far today. The partisan left can be, and oftentimes is, guilty of partisanship, but they hide their partisanship within nobility. Well, and by the way, I think the right wing does this too. Oh, we are the true saviors. We're the people who are going to save America. We're the people who are going to save the downtrodden. We are the people who are going to save, the oppressed. Okay? So they root their hypocrisy. They root their lack of dedication to the truth in righteousness. And I think that a lot of my audience, probably 70% based off of polling, are left-wing skeptics. They are people who they do believe in a majority of like left-wing policies, but they're skeptical enough that when a left-winger behaves poorly, they don't sweep for it, they call it out. And I believe that I'm a right-wing skeptic. I am someone who agrees with a healthy chunk of conservatarian philosophy, moderate social conservatives' views about life, fiscal conservatism as a guiding principle for governance. I'm trying to think of what else. Neoconservatism in reference to geopolitical affairs. I looked at conservative philosophy and I think that it resonates with me, but it resonates with me to the point that I can agree with it philosophically while still calling out bad actors who are quote unquote on my team. And I think that people who tend to be skeptical, rather than falling into conspiracy brain rot, what they should pursue is the truth. What is real? What is worth knowing in life? What is good? What is bad? What is virtue? What is vice? What is evil? What makes society better? What makes our world better? If we plant trees today that we know we will not live to enjoy their shade by the time they're fully grown, what trees should we plant for the next generation? That's the kind of pursuit of knowledge. That's the kind of pursuit of truth that I think good human beings are actually oriented towards. And so, what I would challenge anyone who's actually made it this far in my content is that if you're a member of the partisan left and you find yourself sweeping for bad behavior, why? Do you justify it? Do you justify bad behavior because you think you're serving some kind of greater good? And I'll just tell you that plenty of the world's evils have been justified in the name of the greater good. I would say truly Saturday morning cartoon villains are actually quite rare. People who enjoy being evil for evil's sake, people who enjoy pain for pain's sake, that is actually quite rare. Oftentimes, what's infinitely more common throughout history are groups that are motivated by a false sense of righteousness, who believe that sacrificing principle and virtue is necessary in order to achieve a greater good. And same thing with the partisan right. Let's say you're an Asmongold fan and you fucking love this because Gavin Newsom is a piece of shit. Gavin Newsom let in a bunch of Mexicans and they raped and murdered, a dozen girls that you've read all the news stories of. And the brutality of these rapes and murders were so horrific. They should have never been caused. Democrats are failing to seal the border. And as a result, they're complicit not only in the deaths, murders, and rapes of these young women, but they're also complicit in 100,000 annual deaths of drug overdosing inside the United States. And so while they'll constantly bitch about 70,000 dead in Gaza, they don't even care about the 100,000 dead Americans every year from the drug pandemic. Okay. I agree with you that we need a secure border. I really do. I think it is morally silly to not have a secure border. I think it's fucking goofy as shit. Okay? But what principles are you sacrificing in the name of your vengeance? What principles are you sacrificing in the name of your revanchist politics? So, riddle me fucking that shit while you're watching the stream. Doobie for 10 says, I think the Dems pandering to anti-white and anti-male nonsense pushed Asmongold in this direction. Their biggest mistake was pushing it in video games that turns young men against them. I mean, I agree with you. It's quite annoying to have. Can I just say, like I don't give a shit. What is it? They're releasing that new God of War video game where the chick is actually an actress that I like. New God of War female protagonist, Santa Monica Laufey. God of War Laufey actress. So Deborah Ann Wall. Deborah Ann Wall has been in. I didn't really see her in Daredevil, but I did. Number one, I think she's cute. Number two, she has played a competent actress in, I think, Jessica Jones and Punisher on Netflix. And while Netflix Punisher is not my favorite Punisher, I think Thomas Jane Punisher is the best Punisher. Okay, she's looking pretty hot right there. I don't hate her as an actress. And apparently she is a huge Dungeons and Dragons nerd. And she has been pushing for A-list and B-list Dungeons, or A-list and B-list actors to kind of like routinely do Dungeons and Dragons, both as a hobby, but also as like YouTube content. And so I don't hate her at all. I don't dislike the actress, whatever. All I'm saying is that maybe I'm a little gay, and when I kill people, or aliens, I want to be Master Chief. Okay? I want to be an 8-foot tall demigod of war on steroids. Maybe I have a crush on my AI girlfriend, but I'm asexual because I'm too busy killing shit. I don't have time for pussy. I'm too busy murdering aliens. Okay? So when I look at God of War, which by the way, I haven't even played the series, and I look at Kratos, he is an 8-foot tall God of War. He's literally a God of War. Okay? So if I was to play the Kratos series, I would have no problems self-inserting as Kratos as an aspirational fantasy of wanting to run around and murder shit. That's fine. Love that. Love self-insert fantasies about being an 8-foot tall demigod of war. Whereas, if you asked me to self-insert as Deborah Ann Wall, I know that a lot of my chat, because they're liberals, they're perfectly okay self-inserting as female characters. Good for you. But I'm not that. It feels gay. Okay? It feels gay. So I'm not gonna fucking like waste time or energy bitching about this on the internet. But I feel like a healthy chunk of men feel like that. If they had to play between whatever that Drake character is and Tomb Raider, they're going to play as the Drake character, that like new Indiana Jones fucking video game. If they have to choose between Samus and Master Chief, more people are going to play Master Chief than they're going to play Samus. If they have to choose between self-inserting as Deborah Ann Wall as a goddess of war or Kratos, more people are going to play as Kratos, you know? So it feels like if most men who video games like console video games, PC video games are disproportionately male, and if it feels like the action genre is disproportionately male, then it feels like this is, you know, gay forced diversity. But you know what? I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I'm just not going to buy the game. That's it. Whereas I feel like people like Asmongold and people in his audience, they've made being upset that progressives created female characters in video games a personality. And that's not something to give a shit about. It's not something, just don't play the game. Just don't play the fucking game. It's really not that hard. Yeah, sure. Miradol says, have you considered that some games are made to invite women in to be more interested in this genre and not everything is for you? Absolutely. And I hope they play as Laufey. Okay? If there are some women out there, or some gays, or some liberals who don't care about self-insert characters, they don't have that subconscious, like, interruption of the fantasy, and they enjoy playing as female characters, I don't give a shit. Have fun. Yeah, go get a real problem. Dude, that's actually what I'm saying. I'm saying that I have the Gamergate black women in my video games instinct. So for instance, like, black actress from Star Wars video game. This chick's in everything. And it's not a knock on her. I don't give a shit about her. Okay, is her name Sari Junda? Sari Junda, actress, video games. Is this her name? No, it's Deborah Wilson. Deborah Wilson, video game roles. So she's in a bunch of shit. She's in Star Wars. She's in some fucking military action movie. She's in another Star Wars one. I think she's in... Isn't she in the World War II... The World War II video games, and she's like a rebel fighter? Like, she's in everything. And so when I see, like, oh, black female who I don't find conventionally attractive shoved into all my video games, am I kind of like, that's a little annoying. But I don't give a fuck. I haven't lost a fucking ounce of sleep because Deborah Wilson has gotten voice acting work in video games. That's never been a problem. It's never been a fucking problem of mine that Deborah Wilson is allegedly a talented voice actress and motion capture artist. And as a result, people they've liked working with her, so they keep hiring her for video games. That's not a real problem. It's not a real problem. A black woman in your video games is not a real problem. Holy shit balls. All right, I got a few super chats. Let me read them real quick. Old School says self-inserting into Deborah Ann Wall isn't gay. Now, that's the kind of pervitry that I expect from my audience. Doobie for 10 says the most insulting part of that is the idea that Kratos would marry someone so mid. Fuck you. Deborah Ann Wall is not the hottest woman I've ever seen, but Deborah Ann Wall is plenty fucking attractive. This girl, I'll admit it, right here, this picture is not the most flattering picture I've ever seen. And this girl, I met her at my community college. She was in the library studying for some fucking class, and I was like, she's kind of cute, you know? But Deborah Ann Wall here, done up to the tens, right makeup, chesticles on point, broad shoulders, but attractive shoulders. She's fucking fine as fuck right there. Holy shitballs. If you don't think this woman is attractive, I think you're a little gay. No offense. Like, I'm not trying to judge you. But if you couldn't wake up to this kind of woman and drink coffee with her every single day and give her fucking smoochy kisses, I think you're a little gay. Obviously, like this picture, when I see this picture, because I don't know, I've been in relationships with actual flesh and blood human beings before. This isn't the best picture of her, right? She has like the squinty one eye thing, you know, a little bit of a double chin right here, but we all have that at weird camera angles. It looks like she's dressed normally. She's wearing normal makeup. That, you know, this is a real human being. And then this and this is like, holy fucking shit, smoke show. So yeah, I agree with old school that if you got the privilege of inserting anything with Deborah Ann Wall, sexual or not, as an average looking man, you should probably consider it a privilege. So, it's the in the closet gay dudes that get mad about female leads in media. Like, I'm kind of annoyed. Do you guys remember? Sorry, I need to shut the fuck up about pop media bullshit in a second. But do you guys remember Atomic Blonde? Atomic Blonde was like an action flick in the mid 2010s with some chick who did action flicks in the past. And she looked like she weighs 115 pounds. And she's like throwing 300-pound men. She's doing like hip throws with 300-pound men. And in the extras, they were like, yo, this chick was actually doing all of her stunts. And it was actually kind of crazy how much she took her fitness and martial arts regimen in order to try to convey, you know, actual physical depth and action in the movie. Fucking, yeah, Charlize Theron. But at the same time, I'll just tell you, there's a part of me as like a fucking 235-pound dude where I see a 115-pound chick fucking hip throwing a 300-pound guy. And I know that motherfucker is helping her out. Because I've hip thrown 300-pound guys, and it was like trying to hip throw a fucking hippopotamus. It was difficult. It did not look cool. Matter of fact, no, I don't want a copyright strike, and I don't give that much of fucking shit of attention. I should get back to the content. God damn it. Sorry for the 10-minute rap yap that had nothing to do with anything. Doobie for $10 says they made the character uglier than Deborah Ann Wall. That's the controversy. Also, never say smoochy kisses again. No, I gotta say smoochy kisses. I have children. I can't say bang. I can't say fuck in a sexual context. I have to say smoochy kiss. Watching your fucking 40-year-old dad say bang or fuck is gross. I think this is Miradol for 50 DKK. I think we should do what they want, keep us out of video games, men, but just know sci-fi was made by a woman for women, so bye-bye. What? Anyways, let's move on.
In that order, that's my understanding. I could be wrong. But yeah, I don't know, what disgusting individual. Yes. Population's gone down, spending's go up. You really think they do nothing? Well, that's not true. They actually, it's a negative effect. It is. It's a total negative effect. The NGOs are stealing public money for its friends and party. Yes. The money, basically, this is what I think happens. I think that the money is then allocated from the government to the NGO.
Silver, you gargantuan fuck, says hip throws are literally one of the best things for an underweight versus overweight person to do. You say that as a 7-foot-tall fucking ogre. I hip threw people like you. And do you know what it felt like? It felt like my spine was being shattered by a fucking megafauna hippopotamus. Okay? So you can say, oh, me, as a guy who's built like the fucking mountain, the best move that somebody could do to me is hip throw. And it's like, bro, if somebody tried to fucking hip throw, dude, you guys do not understand how freakishly fucking large Silver is. Silver, fuck you. You guys are fucking, you guys are distracting me. So, but if you're like, Connor, please God, move on with the content. No, you can blame Silver for this. So hold on. I'm gonna I'm going to find the exact thing that silver could do to anybody under 5'5". Anybody under fucking 5 foot. So, like, I'm going to find this move and I'm going to play it for you. Give me a second. This is important. God damn it, Secret Level was so fucking good. Astartes 2 is going to be so nasty. My only fear with Astartes is that Astartes is going to have, it's going to be in Terminator armor. So I don't know if the Terminator armor is going to be as cool as a faster armor. But Silver, Bibliolife in chat, he can do this to anybody under 5'5", and he's telling people under 5'5" that they should hip throw him. So please consult your screen. For those of you who were unable to consult your screen, a Space Marine is dueling a bunch of mortal humans. He picks up a human by his skull. He like literally does a horizontal fucking shoulder. I don't even know what you call that move anymore. Like a delt raise. And then he squishes the person's skull with his fist and the guy's skull explodes. So if Silver is saying, hey bro, you're 5'5" and you weigh less than me, go ahead and do a hip throw so you can beat me in this fucking fist fight. He's lying to you so he can grab your skull, drag you fucking 10 feet over here, and squish your fucking skull. All right? Don't listen to him.
And then the NGOs use the money to fund protests and other forms of discord, right? How do you think that they have all these signs printed immediately one day after an event happens? Probably because they're getting the money from the government. And so that's what I think is happening. That makes sense, and I want to improve things. Yeah, California is already running ads saying that we need to stop ICE and increase healthcare spending. I'm not even joking. Yeah. So I think they should go after him. You should go after his wife. You should go after his whole family if you can. You should go after anybody he's friends with. You should, again, charge his wife as an accomplice, and then put him up. If you can, charge him for sedition, treason, gross incompetence, negligence, criminal intent, RICO, anything you can, and then put his wife up on the exact same charges. That's what I think. Like, if you think Trump is bad, you should see that. That's the way I see it. Okay, that's my viewpoint on it. Right? I don't think Trump's doing enough. Like, why is he even? Why isn't he in handcuffs? Right? Why isn't he already in jail? I was going to Stalin. Well, it's not Stalin. I mean, this is. I'm simply saying that we should apply the legal system to people that are inside of the government. That's really about it. Can you read the stats? It's crazy. Yeah, sure. I can read it. This is California. 32 billion stolen from unemployment insurance. Total alleged fraud from public programs since 2019, 180 billion. Federal unemployment debt still unpaid, 21 billion. Highest poverty rate, and it's tied with Louisiana. 18.6% child poverty rate, nearly tripled since 2001. Imagine it tripling in 4 or 5 years. That's insane. Homeless population is the largest in the entire nation. 24% of all homelessness is in California. 45% of the nation's unsheltered are in California. Homeless budget went down from, what is this here? It went down, apparently. Net residents lost to domestic outmigration 6 consecutive years.
Wait. Shouldn't you be cheering that on, Asmongold? Isn't that talking point a little bit? Isn't that a fly in the ointment, proverbially, that they were spending $7 billion and they cut it down to 1.5 in the past 3 years? Don't you think? And by the way, I'm not going to sweep for California. I think a routine criticism of California is that they overtax and overspend on social programs. California is one of the most physically beautiful places on the planet. As a result, a substantial amount of the American population wants to live in Southern and Northern California. Because of the supply-demand ratio being wildly off, it is insanely expensive to live out there. Not only is the supply and demand ratio incredibly off, but the government does have a more motivated nanny state mentality. And so as a result, their state income taxes are some of the highest in the nation. and they have some of the most generous social programs in the United States. And there is fraud, waste, and abuse. So I'm not going to be like, as a conservatarian, I'm not going to be sweeping for California when I think the criticisms are actually fine. But, you know, isn't this whole thing where the homeless budget was slashed from 7 billion to 1.5 billion in 3 years? Isn't that California doing what you want them to do, which is reducing social services that incentivize homelessness?
Years of net domestic population loss. Workers hit with WARN layoffs this year. That's a law that says that a company has to tell the employees that it's going to fire them, right?
Master Goy Eater says 180 billion more than the entire budget of disability for the U.S. But yeah, but that was over 6 years. So it was like 30 billion a year for 6 years. So you got to watch your fucking temporal shit. Miradol says, I was going to donate this, but I'm not allowed to. Unban federal rape, you fascist. Okay. Doobie says, my wife and I volunteer on Skid Row, often truly horrifying shit out there despite all the money they allegedly throw at the issue. Yes. And I will say that one of the incentive structures, so for instance, in Florida, we do have a sizable homeless population as well. Part of what keeps our homeless population lower than California is we have mosquitoes and alligators and crocodiles and black bears and Florida panthers that stalk our undeveloped swampy areas and also the homeless people themselves are terrifying. So the homeless people that you're camped with are terrifying. The apex predators in Florida are terrifying. The diseases that you can catch from our insects are terrifying. You know, there is actually like hurricanes actually routinely kill, homeless people. Homeless people, if they cannot find a shelter to stay in, they will go under the highway overpasses and like hang out under the highway overpasses. Some of them will be killed due to exposure under highway overpasses as a result of being caught in a hurricane. That there's probably like a half dozen to a dozen fucking homeless people who are killed every single hurricane. There's probably like a dozen to 2 dozen homeless people that are killed as a result of exposure or flooding. So California, on the other hand, they don't have hurricanes. They do have earthquakes. In Southern California, it's like 70 to 80 degrees almost year round, except for 2 months during the summer where it gets hot as shit. Besides that, like actual coastal California is some of the most beautiful it feels like the world is air conditioned. It feels like the entire your house, your house or your apartment, if you have central AC, because not everybody has central AC in California. But if you have central AC, you walk out of your house, which is air conditioned to 70 degrees, and you walk out into the world, and the world is 74 degrees. I don't think you know how pleasant that feels. It feels like the world has air conditioning 80% of the time. It's fucking crazy. So, anyways.
They tried to have Trump arrested? Exactly. They did. They tried to have Trump arrested and charged with the same felony 34 times. Nothing is off the table, especially not his family. That should be the first thing on the table. It's not enough to go after these people. They expect to be martyrs, but they don't expect for their family to be martyrs. That's why you have to go after them instead. I know it might sound insane for me to say that, but I just simply don't want to live with these people. I don't want to deal with them. And I want to make the environment that they exist in as unpleasant and dangerous as possible. That's my opinion. Why so much hate for him, but grazing Trump's trying to Well, again, like, you don't really care about that one way or another. Trump should be in prison. I have no interest in... Why do you... This sucks. Doesn't excuse how awful Trump was. Why do you think that, like, why would I do this? Why would I care about this? Do you think that we should deport all of the illegal aliens? Do you think we should do that? We'll listen to what he says. Simple question. Yeah, and their pets. Yeah, I know about their pets. Okay, we can keep the dogs.
Sorry, Asmongold is beefing like a chatter. I can't really complain about it because obviously I get fucking one guide, so I'm gonna play this at 1.5 speed.
The psychos in the chat. Yeah. There's no response at all. There's no response. Okay, we'll just ban this guy, I guess. And oh, I agree with you, Newsom. Disaster, him and Trump are an issue. Is not mutually exclusive. You didn't answer my question. Do you think that we should deport every single illegal alien in the country?
I'll tell you, my answer is no. So, I think that we should be evaluating illegal immigrants based off of their conduct inside the United States. If they're gang affiliated, they should either be incarcerated or deported, depending on severity of alleged crimes. And if they're like a drug lieutenant or a drug captain, and we don't have charges, we don't have enough to charge them, then we should deport them. 100%. The border should be secured. But let's say we have those heartwarming stories about illegal immigrants who came to some rural town in Arizona. They opened up a barber shop because of some bureaucratic fluke. They married a local. They have local kids. They speak English. They're a pillar of the community. They have no criminal history. Blah, 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 blah. Then at that point, I think you can do like, obviously they're still subject to deportation. If they fuck up in some kind of way while they go through the naturalization or work visa process, then you could still deport them at any time. You know, they rape somebody, they murder someone, fucking deport them, or incarcerate them. But if they remain a pillar of the community, then give them a work visa, and then give them a work visa, and then give them a naturalization process. That's insane. You cannot deport on alleged crimes. You can deport people just for being in the country. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Hold on. If I go to Japan, this is one of the things where the liberals totally fucking lose me. You totally lose me. If I go to Japan and I have a vacation visa and then I overstay my vacation visa, Japanese immigration authorities are allowed to detain me and deport me at a time and place of their leisure in choosing. Why should the United States operate any differently? If there's a dude who's fucking tatted up like a motherfucker, he's got fucking MS-13 tattoos out the fucking ass, and then he is accused of being a lieutenant or a captain in a drug organization, but you don't have specific homicide or drug dealing charges because you keep wrapping up his lieutenants and his soldiers, but you can't wrap him up individually, and he doesn't have a valid work visa or a valid tourist visa, why wouldn't you be able to deport that person? Because operating this way, deporting on no grounds is bad. The badness is overstaying a visa. What? You guys are too fucking liberal for me. Like I love you so much. This is like a marriage where opposites attract, but you kind of like, I'm happy that we found each other. I'm happy that we love each other. I'm happy that we're a community together. I'm happy we get to hang out. But sometimes you guys just say wild shit, and all I can do is stare at you. So the grounds is that they have no legal right to be here. Correct. Because operating this way, deporting on if I overstay a visa in Japan, how is there not grounds to deport me? I overstayed a visa. Probably because he's got a green card if he's referring to who we think we are. If you're running the claim that Japan has jurisdiction over you to deport you, then that also greenlights the birthright citizenship. You agree, but MAGA is incoherent. Okay. But we still want good workers and family types. Yeah, but that's what worker visas are for. I don't understand you. We are just ideologically alien in this regard. Anyways.
It's 100%. Okay. So this is my position. Gavin Newsom doesn't want to do that. Trump does, or at least he's more willing to do that. Deporting every single illegal alien in the country is much more important than Gavin Newsom or Trump being in jail. It is. Trump might be the worst person ever, but if he's going to do this one thing will affect millions of people. That is the larger goal that is at hand.
That Trump is currently failing in. Can he articulate why deporting 11 million people, 99% of whom are not committing crimes besides the crime of overstaying a visa? Can he explain why that's such a critical thing? Is it a demographic replacement thing? Is it like the Hispanics are going to outnumber Northern European whites? What is the... Does anybody have any Asmongold lore about why mass deporting 99% Hispanic, 99% non-crime committing people is a existential crisis for the United States? I'm unfamiliar with Asmongold's game in this regard.
Why would I ever compromise that larger goal at hand that affects millions of people just because I think Trump is bad? There's no logic to that. Does that make sense to you? How many have been deported? I have no idea. Is Trump the worst person? It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with it. Do Trump, the illegals, LARPA, the allies have needed if you don't agree? Yes. At the end of the day, Trump is doing the things that I want him to do. I will never side against somebody. I will never end up on the same side of a person who wants to make sense or is more so acknowledging they both suck. Who cares? I don't give a fuck about Trump. I don't give a fuck about Gavin Newsom. I don't care whether they suck or not. They're probably not either. Neither of them are probably really that bad. Like, realistically, I mean, compared to the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world and the ISIS executioners of the world, they're probably not that bad. I don't care about that. I care about what they represent. I care about what they're able to do. Their function. Their function is more important to me than their own personal behavior. I don't care about their personal behavior. I care about whether these people will advance my ideology or not. That is literally all I give a shit about. I don't care about your personal hangups with Trump. I don't care about whether Gavin Newsom cheated on his wife. None of this matters to me. The only thing that matters is that somebody is moving the bar in a direction that is more beneficial for me. Does that make sense?
Oh. I'm not trying to crash out, but is this just white identitarianism? That's not good. Hey, chat, are we cooked? Are we cooked that we have like white identitarianism in an American civic nationalist context that gets 400,000 views in 12 hours? Are we cooked? Oh shit. Oh no. Like, are we? Oh, fuck. Oh no, Nick Fuentes won. No. 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 Oh. That's not good. I thought he was going to have this like vague reactionary gamer bro, don't like blacks in my video games thing. I didn't know that we'd gone full like white identitarian struggle for political power. When has white identitarianism not been popular? Man, maybe I just hold on, let me show you something real quick. 2006 high school graduation video. So, hold on. There's like this 2-minute video. This one. It's probably this one. So, look, we got a black chick done up in her prom getup. We got what? I hope this isn't AI, by the way. It would be funny if it was AI. But we got white chicks and a few black chicks and Hispanic chicks and Indian chicks and Asian chicks getting down at prom. We got a goofy white guy jester maxing. We got, you know, white dudes booty dancing to fucking Ludacris. You got your black class clown, you know, kind of with silly sunglasses dancing. You got Hispanic chicks and black chicks getting down together. The white chick is fucking shaking her ass. This is what I remember. This was my high school. My high school, well, like, it's in a nice area, but we still had black people and Hispanic people. They weren't a majority of the class, but there wasn't this, like, inherent racial antagonism. Like, yeah, sure, like, black people sometimes got into fucking beef with white people, and sometimes, like, somebody would get jumped, and it would be unfair. You know, so, sometimes that shit would happen, but there was actually some level of community consensus where there's a white chick here dating a black chick. There's a white chick here dating a black guy. Would some people be judgmental and be like, oh, you're dating a black guy? That's kind of, you know, that's weird, whatever. But they would never walk up to this dude's face and call him the N-word. They would never, you know, maybe like some people would call her a snow bunny as a joke, but they wouldn't call her like a fucking race traitor or some shit. So for me, to go from this sentiment of my youth, where white people, Hispanic people, black people were kind of getting down and having fun, and yes, there were differences, but it wasn't like a huge deal. To go from this to white identitarianism 20 years later, it feels like a huge fucking, like, step backwards. It feels barbaric. So, I mean, like, there's some people in my chat who are blaming the lefties and saying, oh, like, intersectionality and DEI and all that fucking woke bullshit in the late 10s re-inflamed the ethno-religious racial tensions that Asmongold is currently capitalizing on. But, dude, this is 400,000 motherfuckers with 22,000 likes who are effectively engaging in white identitarianism. This is like a huge step back.
You see my reasoning here? Do you mean pragmatic solution and not an ideology? Yes. Well, it's a pragmatic solution that follows my ideology. And all actions and all things that I do are in service of that goal. Fair enough, you're right. Yeah, I mean, like, I get what you're saying, man. I do. And I think you're right. I think that we're going to be better off. Like, whenever we have Marco Rubio.
No. Nameless henchman wants a second chance. Can you change your timeout? No, he can stop being a cunt. He got 24 hours. I'm not scrolling through 65 fucking people in order to find an old nameless henchman post. How about he stops being an antisocial fucking dipshit? If he's catching 24 hours, it's because he's being a twat. So how about he comes back tomorrow and he isn't a fucking twat? And until then, he can enjoy the fucking silence. He can watch the content without commenting. How's that?
Or whoever the fuck else, Thomas Massey, or, fucking Rand Paul, J.D. Vance, some other guy as president, I think that you're right, that we're going to have way less of this, like, weird Trump baggage. And you're right. Like, I see where you're coming from, but I think that you have to think about, again, you have to look at the strategy, and you also have to look at the tactics. I agree with your perspective strategy-wise, but I think the tactics need to stay the same. And even though we are led by an imperfect leader, which I think is absolutely true, I think Trump is very problematic in that way. And I think it's a huge issue, by the way. It's a much bigger issue than I think people play on. I think that it's still important that you stay the course, because there's a much larger goal in mind. That's my perspective. Not Massey. Well, listen, I mean, like, I don't know, like, he could have different interests. And again, like, so that the reason why I asked him, like, I'm willing to have a reasonable conversation with the person that, like, has the same goals as me, but I'm not willing to tone police myself.
Where's the diversity in that video? I mean, there was literally, like, obviously it was like 70%, 80% white, Northern European white, but there was still plenty of blacks, Hispanics, and a few token Asians. It was actually representative of the demographics of the country, and they were getting along. What was the fucking problem? Like, obviously the black kids. So if you go, hold on, I should be a little bit more nuanced with this take. if you go to a 99% black high school, obviously there's problems. Because effectively, you've been ghettoized, siloed. The teachers who teach there, they're doing their best, but they're under a wave of, I'll actually call it like intergenerational systemic issues. And so as a result, getting a shitload of black kids to care about academics, to do white people shit, to not fight, to not shoot each other, to not stab each other, to not deal drugs, to not burglarize. 90%, 95% of the student body is doing fine, but the 5% to 10% of the student body that's actively engaged in antisocial behavior are so disruptive that they kind of fuck up the academic experience for a lot of people. And that's true of like 99% black high schools that are in rough areas. And if you talk about 99% white schools, the problems are kind of different. You know, it's like people having abortions and doing cocaine and stealing their dad's Ferrari and all that kind of shit. It's viewed as like goofy high school hijinks, not like homicide. It's still criminal, but it's not the same. And what I'm trying to point out, though, is when you actually have a demographic mix of 13% of the high school student body being black, 20% of it being Hispanic, 5% of it being Asian, 50 to 70% of it being white, most people are fine. They show up, they do their work, they do their school, they do their homework, they turn their shit in, they graduate. It's like, it's not a big deal. So why wouldn't we push for a civic nationalist educational system where we're saying the Constitution of the United States, the republic for which it stands, the equality that we aspired to in the Declaration of Independence, but we failed for 250 years, and we're still executing a better justice over time, is the project of the United States. And we want black folk, Hispanic folk, and Asian folk to enjoy the same kind of like civic bounty that middle-class white folk have enjoyed for the past 50 years, 60 years. And so we're going to try to get everybody on the same page where, you know, are some families going to be poor? Absolutely. But if you work your dick off, can you get into the middle class? Absolutely. And that's one of the things that actually scares me about this entire situation of white identitarianism kind of becoming more popular within the right wing, is that white identitarianism and economic backsliding and the disappearance of the middle class and the working class barely surviving feels like arson. It feels like gasoline-soaked rags being placed inside a building that's doomed to collapse. So this is actually like, I know that I kind of fucked around in this segment and I'm taking too long to actually finish it up. And I took 2 hours to talk about one 25-minute Asmongold segment. But this development and his popularity is actually worrisome to me because Asmongold is not Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes went through a decade-long banning where he was removed from most social media websites. I don't think Asmongold would ever get removed from these social media websites as long as he's not explicitly calling for violence. And so if he has this much of an influence on like the internet zeitgeist, that's a problem. That's a huge problem.
Myself for a person who wants to subvert me, right? And so anyway, we have nothing to hide. Yeah, that's why you passed the Nick Shirley Act, obviously. So Massey's too ideological. I think there's a lot of criticisms of Massey. I'd be curious to see what it would look like if he ran for president. I can't guarantee I'd vote for him. I also can't guarantee I wouldn't vote for him. I think I'm just going to have to wait and see what he says, how he represents himself, and what he would do. That's really about it. Trump is a means to an end. Yes, he is. Can someone disagree without subverting you? Well, yeah, that person literally just did. Yeah, it's fine. I understand his position. I think it's a reasonable position. Sure. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just a matter of tier list priorities, right? That's all. And so anyway, let me go back. I'll look at the other ones. Massey to finish the Epstein bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything that's really going to come of that if you want me to be.
Yeah, Rob is saying that based off of a stat, polled racial resentment was as high in the thousands, but social media highlights it and promotes it. That's still worrisome.
Honest, right? Like, a lot of people think that, like, oh, we need to find out who did the Epstein files and all this stuff. I don't think it's really going to do anything or have anything.
Shit. Damn, that was bad. That was really fucking bad. I'll tell you, I was worried that it was going to be like low IQ slop nonsense that was going to be indecipherable, and as a result, I wasn't going to be able to engage with the material. Instead, I found a shotgun blast, a machine gunning of sweeping talking points for bad behavior on the right wing that is inexcusable, completely misaligned with any kind of ideological proposition of what the Republican Party claimed to be, and it being wildly popular. And then 75%, 80% of the way through the video, I just found naked white identitarianism, which is crazy. And just to explain that a little bit, when I'm saying white identitarianism, I understand a lot of people will identify with their racial group and then advocate for their racial group. That's one of the criticisms. That's one of the criticisms of minority groups, is that if you talk to an Asian person, they will feel, through virtue of being a minority, a social affinity for Asian people, and they will advocate for policies that disproportionately benefit Asians, and all other tribal racial groups be damned. And then same thing with black folks, same thing with Hispanic folk. Whereas it seems like white people have largely, or at least used to, bought into the civic nationalist mindset of, no, we're all children of God, we're all equal, blah, 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 blah. Now, if you look at American history, obviously this is a recent development. This is something that has only really happened since the post-civil rights era. But if we were talking about the future of the country, I think a civic nationalist egalitarian mindset in reference to race relations is infinitely more socially productive. Whereas kind of like receding back to white identitarianism, where you say, oh, well, all these other tribal groups are advocating for the benefit of their tribal identity. Therefore, I'm going to recede back into a exclusively Northern European white identity, and I'm going to advocate for my group to the detriment of all else. That is fucking horrifying. That is actually horrifying to me. Fellrunner says, I maintain that Connor needs to be sent back in time to be a radio show host that derails Limbaugh and restores integrity to the timeline. If you guys fucking create a time machine, I'll do it. True fact, Asmongold grew up wiping the blood from his gums onto his bedroom wall and posted a picture of it. He's even more Nurgle than you think. Hundreds of thousands of young men have been caught by a Nurglite priest. That's horrifying. That's horrifying. Do you not think it's just the way humans are? They need someone or something to blame for their own problem? Yeah, but I want to do aliens. The average and low IQ people view it as people who are to blame, not the institutions. Yes. Copperino, I agree with you descriptively, but this is why I feel like we need to identify a hostile alien species. So there's one race, the human race, but we're not saying that out of some kind of like collective, collective fraternal. We could say it with some level of collective fraternal love, but we're also saying it out of hatred for a hostile alien race. Like, if the Tyranids could attack, that would be, we'd be fucked. We would all die. But if we could find some kind of, like, sapient, sentient alien species with the morality of the Tyranid hive mind, I think that could solve human racism. I don't think he's a white supremacist, aka Batusai. At least I haven't seen anything that is white supremacist. But you understand, white identitarian, white nationalist, and white supremacist are different ideologies. This is part of the reason why I think the right-wing dissident right shit is so interesting. Is because a white supremacist is someone who believes that white people are actually culturally, intellectually, and genetically superior to all other identifiable races. A white nationalist doesn't necessarily have to have white supremacy. They just correlate, and they say, oh, well, Northern European whites and maybe some Mediterraneans, we all have a shared culture that is traceable back through hundreds or thousands of years, and as a result, we should band together as a nation, as a group of people who advocate in our interest. That's why they talk about racial consciousness. And then what was the other one I said? white identitarian. And then a white identitarian is probably like the least offensive amongst these three identities. But a white identitarian might accept the fact that black people are American citizens. They might accept the fact that there are Hispanic and Asian citizens, but they're going to say that the United States is a civic nationalist construct that ignores the nature of tribal identity within human beings. And so as a result, if black folk, Hispanic folk, and Asian folk are going to advocate for their minority identity against the benefit of the whole, then I'm going to do the same thing for white people, because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So in my opinion, like on the scale, like I'm a civic nationalist, obviously. I'm a paperwork nationalist. I think we should identify certain ideals, and human beings of various ethno-religious and racial identities can subscribe to these ideals, and they'll unify us as a people. So white identitarianism, white nationalism, and white supremacy are abhorrent to the way that I perceive the future of the United States of America. But there is probably a moral calculus where a white identitarian is technically not as bad as a white nationalist or a white supremacist. Ha. I am worried. My jimmies are rustled. Shapingro with the gifted. Thank you. I believe there's going to be more Luigi Mangionis, politically driven young people going after politicians, CEOs, and other discrimination of white or straight. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We're probably coming up on some troubles ass assassination times. If a political YouTuber is effectively stochastically advocating for violence and extra legal fascist bullshit, and he gets 400,000 views within 12 hours, and he gets more views than fucking Tucker Carlson, then yeah, we might be a little fucked. I'm still a fan of Starship Troopers style egalitarian citizen republic. Me too, Val. Me too. Shapingro, thank you for the gifted, by the way. At what point does it stop becoming the dissident right wing and just become the right wing? I don't know. I don't know. Are the Indian and Asian techno-feudalists going to be able to stem the tide of white identitarianism on the right wing? Will there be enough token blacks and token Hispanics to minimize or reduce the amount of racial sentiment in the right? I don't know. These distinctions are millimeters apart. That goes for every racial identitarian that's not just whites. Dude is worried about the whites. Lib confirmed. You've been messing around with liberals so long, you missed the groipification of the right. I did. I have 30... I have like, 50 to 150 community members. 70% of my audience is liberal and 30% of my audience is conservatarian. And I just assumed that on the right wing, my conservatarians are, just kind of like chilling. They just think everybody's a dipshit, so they don't really participate in political discourse. And so I'm worried. 6'7", 6'9", 68. Listen, we're a small community, but we have some of the best numbers. Charlie November with the gifted, thank you. So hold on, let me thank all the people who have financially supported the stream so far today. Just a quick reminder, it is Tuesday, so I do make more money today. So let me thank everybody who's donated real quick. We're a small community, but we have a disproportionate amount of chippers and oilers. Charlie November, thank you for the gifted. Shapingro, thank you for the gifted. Doobie, thank you for the 10. Real Serious with the 200 Argentinian. Old School with the 2. Doobie with the 10. Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian. Doobie. Vazraka with the 5 gifted. Thank you, Vazraka, for being one of my favorite lurkers. Fell Runner with the $6.07. Diminished Dark Nut with the $10. Grassroots Hegemon with the 5. Fashion 40 with the 5. Old School with the 2. Jeb Kush with the membership. Jeb Kush with the renewal. Paleo Khan with the 10. Vazraka with the gifted. And then also, I do need to shout out Well QC John and Grassroots Hegemon from last night. We did have a few chips last night. but we also had some oil. So when I was doing the marketplace of ideas last night, I think both Grassroots Hegemon and Well QC John both did $50, and that was on the Counterpoints Politics channel. So man. Say Doobie bad for money. Doobie's bad. Doobie is a villain. Doobie is Varys from Game of Thrones. Doobie got Ned Stark killed. Doobie got Ned Stark killed in the first season of Game of Thrones. Doobie wrote a letter to people who were trying to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen after he had already backed Daenerys Targaryen. And even worse, he got caught and killed by Dragonfire. So, you know, Doobie lost his touch in reference to manipulating the kingdom towards good ends. All right. Are you ready to lose 20 viewers in order to make Patriarch happy? Are you ready to lose 30% of our viewership in order to make Patriarch? Holy fuckballs. Holy shitballs. 50. 50? 50. Gifted. 50. Gifted. 50. Gifted. I'm in shock. All right, never mind. The rest of the week, we're doing Geopol. All right, my bad. My bad, Patriarch. You were right. I was wrong. I should have never engaged in drama slop. I should have never talked about Destiny's sex life. I should have never talked about Destiny's sex life. My bad. My bad. I should have never. I should have completely recused myself from all drama in perpetuity. My bad. Whoops. Dude. I just got gifted mogged. I just got fucking gifted mogged. I got fucking gifted maxed. Yeah. Yes. All right. Okay. Well, Patriarch, I was already going to offer this to you prior to the 50 gifted. Yeah, skeptical. How did I actually dodge? Yeah, how did you dodge the membership? There's literally 65 to 70 people in chat, and Patriarch gifted 50, and somehow a dozen people still missed. Oh, that's funny. Okay. So what I was going to say was the GDF segments were hit or miss for me. Okay. And what I mean by that is I really enjoyed the GDF Iraq segment because I felt like he narrativized a substantial amount of truthful things, but he had enough, in my opinion, lies of omission or America bad data points that I felt like I could talk about it and have some level of contention. And so I enjoy GDF segments, but I don't know if Patriarch or Arthur enjoy GDF segments because GDF is a suggestion from Doobie. And so Bad Empanada or Hakeem, weirdly enough, are a more extreme version of that because Hakeem has allegedly done like historical essays on like Iraq and American interventionism and all that kind of shit. And then I know that Bad Empanada, a lot of leftists actually shout out Bad Empanada for being like a decent historical video essayist, despite being like a total fucking schizophrenic doxing piece of shit. And so I would engage with lefty video essayists who are covering historical shit in order to watch Geopol topics while also getting pissed off. But I would also say that I am open, especially with 50 gifted. Holy fucking shit. Holy goddamn oil. I was going to tell Arthur and Patriarch that I don't want to pollute their designated geopolitical time on Tuesday and Thursday with my axe to grind with the left. So, Patriarch and or Arthur, may I ask, what geopolitical content are you interested in watching and reacting to? If it's William Spaniel or Preston Stewart or Kraut and T, apparently Kraut does geopolitical analysis videos that have actually done quite well. If it's GDF, what are you feeling? Yeah. Connor is almost P. Diddy with that amount of baby oil. Nice. Nice. That's funny. Fucking Gray Gang. Yeah, but Patriarch, I don't know if you're further back in chat, but I am kind of waiting on you to decide where we're going. DGG adjacent people not coming back. You know what would make me sad is if the DGG people don't come back in the long term. And what I mean by that is like DGG they're liberals, and a substantial amount of them are dipshit 80 IQ assholes who can't think for themselves. But also there are like good DGGers. There are smarter DGGers. And so I'm hoping that over time whatever attracted them about the community in the first place will attract them back. That's what I'm hoping. Because I understand I criticize the sexual degeneracy of their parasocial internet dad. But I'm hoping that will not be enough to keep them away forever. Which is how tomfoolery got hit when he only showed up like 5 times. True. Planning on scattering dad's ashes this Father's Day at the lake. I'm sorry to hear that your dad passed. But funnily enough, being in the hospital this past time and almost dying, it actually made my post-death wishes incredibly clear. There's a dog park that I used to go with my dogs. Check your DMs. Okay. There's a dog park that I used to go with my dogs all the time, literally weekly. I would drive from the east side of Orlando to approximately where I am right now. And it's a beautiful place, particularly in the winter. It's a beautiful place. It's 70 or 80 degrees. There's a light breeze. And excuse me, there's a light breeze, and it truly can be physically stunning. And so it's a beautiful lake. It does have gators, but the gators aren't aggressive. And the dogs, me and my boys, we used to, my boys, my dogs, not my actual children. We used to go there frequently, like literally weekly for a few years. And not only is it a physically beautiful place, but it's nearby my home. And I think that I'm going to sneak in late at night. And eventually when it's time for my ashes to be spread, I'm going to spread the ashes of all the dogs that I've taken care of in my life. And I'm going to spread my ashes there as well. Because I think it's probably one of the most peaceful places that I've encountered in this life. So I hope that while losing your father is extreme and sucks ass, I hope that, you spread his ashes someplace peaceful that gives you a sense of peace that you can visit and feel like you're still connected to your father. So I mean that sincerely. Bazraka with the 10. Adding more support for Geopol. Also, Nurgle-like cultist taste is bad, so the hive support's preventing the infection from spreading. True. But I think we need to view, in my opinion, that segment is a good segment. So I think that we need to continue the war against the Cornate cult, which I think is Nick Fuentes, and we need to continue the war against the Nurgle-like cult, which is clearly Asmongold. And we need to continue our war against the Slaaneshi cult, which is Nux Taku and Tectone. So I'm actually like kind of a fan of this new direction, because while we will be watching some of the most cretinous dipshit fucking malevolent cunts, sorry for the bad word, on the internet, I think criticizing these people is a strong use of our time. If you want to watch the liberal leftist fucking civil war, then go watch the liberal leftist civil war. You guys basically know my commentary. My commentary is going to be, I prefer the liberals over the leftists. That's going to be my commentary. So just, just go watch, live and learn, and imagine me saying the same thing that I've said over and fucking over again. Diminished Darknut with the 50 says, Geopol, what a fucking king. What a fucking king. Thank you, Diminished Darknut. I want to clarify. As a heterosexual, you and I will probably never have a romantic relationship. But I appreciate your love and your financial support of the channel. Yeah. So. Flaring Groy says, as a dude who learned about you from DGG, not 100% sure I agreed with timing and execution of the bridge burn, but I don't doubt you were well-intentioned, happy to stick around. Well, thank you, Flaring Roy. I'm hoping there's a few other souls like you out there in the interwebs. Patriarch says, I'm making amends for shitting all over chat. Okay. I always peg Nick as more of a Slaaneshi or Zinchian aligned. Closet Slaanesh. Well, definitely Zinch. I would say he's a hybrid of Khorne and Zinch for sure. I think he's closet Slaanesh. He's in denial about his allegiance to Slaanesh. All right. Okay. Well, Patriarch with 50 gifted, I have to do whatever the fuck he says, probably for the next 3 or 4 days. So, he sent me a video about the Frontline Kill Zone, Ukraine's mid-range strike campaign, the war against Russian supply lines, and air defense. Well, we're going to take a look at that, obviously. And it's a long video, so we'll probably be here with this one till the end. Let me go ahead and just pull up a video real quick, because I want to give it, especially with that amount of gifted, I want to give this video my undivided attention, but I need to use the restroom and get some water. So how about I just play the Astartes 2 trailer? I probably will need more time in order to get water, but you guys can deal with 30 seconds of silence in your own thoughts. Shapingro for 2 says chips for the Geopol Tuesday. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. All right. Let me, all right. I'm going to pull up Warhammer TV, a trailer for Astartes 2. I'm going to play this. I'm going to go use the restroom, grab some water, and grab a snack. And I'll be right back. You might have to sit with 30 seconds of silence. My apologies. But I think this is going to be cooler than anything else I could show you. And I've probably played the same songs for you 20 times. So let's go. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor, and today we'll be breaking down The Expanse, specifically the privateer warship Rocinante saving Gunnery Sergeant Draper of the Martian Marine Corps and Deputy Undersecretary of the United Nations, Christian Avasarala, aboard the Razorback. You should check out previous episodes, but for a quick recap, humanity is a multiplanetary species with three major factions. Culturally and technologically stagnant but powerful Earth, technologically and militarily advanced but few in number Mars, and the anarchic frontiersmen of the Belt. These factions are currently fighting over an alien bioweapon, the protomolecule. This conflict has escalated into outright war between Earth and Mars, with cabals on both sides pushing escalation so that they can profit politically, financially, and ideologically. Let's take it from there. Quick shout out for my Counterpoint Sci-Fi channel. Go take a look if you're into it. Let's do full cam and an intro. You guys are being too kind today. Truly, you're being too kind. I do appreciate it. Diminished Darknut with another $50. I'm riding my ADHD schizophrenic dragon bare knuckle full blast right now, vibe, and let's go. Okay, cool. Well, I hope your ADHD, ADHD schizophrenic dragon bareback full blast is ready for some fucking Geopol. Let me thank you guys were too kind today. Like, seriously, I don't deserve you as an audience. I know that some people come in and shit talk my fucking community because I've been hard stuck at 50 to 150 viewers for a long time. But the quality of, I truly mean this with my whole fucking heart. The quality of people that we attract, like, humbles me. And your generosity also humbles me as well. I currently have tears at the corners of my eyes because I don't think I deserve this level of generosity. So just know that your generosity, like, yeah, sure, we're a smaller community, but your level of fucking generosity is deeply appreciated. So let me wipe the tears from the corners of my eyes because I'm so goddamn proud of this fucking community and I'm so grateful for its existence. And let me thank everybody who donated. Diminished, thank you for the two $50 donations. Shapingro, thank you for the 2. Vazraka, thank you for the 10. Patriarch, thank you for sticking with me through the turbulent, dramatic times, and thank you for the 50 gifted. Charlie November, thank you for the gifted. Shapingro, thank you for the gifted. Doobie, thank you for the 10. Real Serious, thank you for the 200 Argentinian. Old School, thank you for the 2. Doobie, thank you for the 10. Real Serious with 100 Argentinian. Doobie. Vazraka with 5 gifted, thank you for your continued viewership. Fell Runner with the $6.07. Diminished Darknut with the 10. Grassroots with the 5, Fashion 40 with the 5, Old School with the 2, Jeb Kush with the renewal, Jeb Kush with the membership, PaleoCon with the 10, and Vazraka with the gifted. You fucking F-slurs made me cry today. It's like, man, like, okay, so what I think bad crying is where your, like, face contorts and it goes, I think that's, like, pussy crying. I think that's fucking weak crying. But I like to think that I do man tears, where effectively my face doesn't change. I just have tears coming out the sides of my face. So, yeah, wipe those tears away. Wouldn't want any of that spilling into your vagina. This dude be crying more than my girlfriend after I beat her. Okay, Silver. Jesus Christ. All right. People keep accusing me of being audience captured by Doobie, but I think I'm audience captured by Grassroots and audience captured by fucking Patriarch more. But whatever. All right. Let's do it. I'm going to put it at 1.10 because it's long. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino. I'm trying to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. So, I have a oiler, a king in my chat who has put up with my bullshit and oiled, and this is the segment that he wants to do. It's called The Frontline Kill Zone, Ukraine's Mid-Range Strike Campaign, the War Against Russian Supply Lines, and Air Defense. We are going to take a look at it because it's probably going to be fucking hardcore. Let's go.
In the past, we've talked about how drones have come to dominate different parts of the Ukrainian battlefield. Shorter range systems like FPVs and rotary bombers have helped turn much of the front line and the areas immediately behind it into a drone-saturated kill zone, while heavier systems and cruise missiles with ranges measured in the hundreds or thousands of kilometres have become a defining feature of the strategic and economic side of the war. But in between those tactical battles at the front line and strategic strikes into the deep rear, 2026 has seen a massive ramp up in drone strike activity going after the operational depths in between. Here, a lot of the targets aren't frontline forces, but the depots and supply lines that sustain them. A battle not so much of trenches and tree lines as trucks and trains. And so today, we're going to turn our attention to Ukraine's new middle range strike or mid-strike effort, including the technology and production effort that's helped make it possible to threaten transportation links that might be hundreds of kilometres from the front line, some of the effects we're already starting to see on the battlefield, and what it potentially means for the critical supply lines that for so long have been sustaining the Russian military effort.
Okay. I can already see. I don't see where this is going. I'm not going to pretend that I'm psychic, but I am going to tell you that I am already interested. The reason why I'm already interested is because there's this quote that I'm sure all my nerds are familiar enough with, which is like, amateurs talk tactics, history buffs talk strategy, experts talk logistics. And what I actually did in the military was I was a logistician. So I was a due in status file. Ooh, thank you for the gift, Master Goy. I was a due in status file clerk. So that is somebody who puts in requisitions for equipment. Basically, my unit, which was a company, so it was a company of 100 people, we were responsible for repairing radios in Japan. And so my job was people would show up saying, hey, we need this equipment in order to do our jobs. Please order it. And then we would submit the orders and we would get it approved by a senior staff NCO. He would say, okay, this actually looks like money and equipment that this unit actually needs. And so as a result, we are going to, we're going to order this shit. Right? That was my job for about 2 years. The other job that I did for about a year and a half was property accounting. And what property accounting does, there's small unit property accounting and there's large unit property accounting. But effectively, we receive all the gear. If it's just unserialized gear, then you just get a quantity and then you issue it to the appropriate units. So you literally say, Combat Logistics Battalion 4 received 200 fucking thermal gear for Iraqi winter. It's been issued to headquarters company and it's been issued to the motor T company and it's been issued to the security company, right? And so keeping track of that gear means that the commanders have a good idea of what's already been requisitioned, inventoried, and issued. That way we can make sure that small unit leaders and company level leaders are not defrauding the United States government because we actually keep track of the gear. So if there's a reasonable depreciation of the gear, like we lose a certain amount of thermal gear over the course of the next year or two due to wear and tear, that's normal. But if we're ordering cold weather gear every 3 months in quantities that are necessary to supply a company for a year or two, that's obviously fraud. And so that's the kind of thing that like property accountants are looking for, are actual requisitions for a fighting force to be effective in theater versus fraudulent requisitions. And by the way, the United States, at least in my opinion, at the small unit level, in the mid unit level, actually doesn't have a lot of problem with fraud because the accountability system makes it so fucking obvious. It's very difficult to engage in fraud with the United States military accounting system. But when you get to the higher tiers, there probably is some waste, fraud, and abuse. The whole reason why I went on this rant, though, is that I got to see the internal network of the United States military and how it uses private suppliers in order to manufacture and deliver goods in order to get them to units in the field doing combat, and how the interruptions in the communication infrastructure or the interruptions in the inventory that is issued to combat units actually affects combat units in the field. Not having thermal gear for men who are operating in a winter scenario can cause physical injuries. Not having the ammunition that you need for a team out in the field means that troops run out of bullets mid-battle. Not having sufficient like artillery rounds, missiles, trucks, jamming gear means that missions that need to be done don't get done. Okay? And so when you're talking about, sorry that I took like 5 minutes in the first 2 minutes of this video, but the reason why I'm already interested about this video is because if Ukrainians are effectively fucking up Russian supply lines, that means Russian troops are not going to have enough ammo. They're not going to have enough food. They're not going to have enough toilet paper. They're not going to have enough cold weather gear. They're not going to have enough, like, all of that kind of shit. And that's the kind of stuff that can turn the tides of war.
To do that, we'll start by going over what the mid-range fight actually is and why the Ukrainians are devoting so many resources to it. Then look at some of the primary tools and tactics that are being used and how they've evolved over time, before zooming in on arguably the most interesting of the mid-range strike efforts, which is the one in the south, where we've seen the Ukrainians significantly scale up their efforts to try and interdict Russian transportation, supplying Zaporizhia, Kherson and Crimea. We'll look at some of the statistics and trends behind that effort and what it might suggest about the future, and also why it might potentially matter for the war as a whole. Before we get into it though, let me welcome back a sponsor. Now, given the frenetic pace of global events, keeping up can be a challenge. We want to read more detail and can also help.
Subscribe to Ground News. It's a good way to get a varied news source.
Basics. What do we mean when we're talking about mid-range strike? Because there are a few things in the world more resistant to clear, consistent definitions than the battlefield. And depending on who you ask and what their specialty is, mid-range can mean just about anything. Medium range for infantry fighting with small arms is going to be something very different to something like a ballistic missile force, where the starting range for an MRBM is at least 1,000 kilometres. With definitions, though, it's often more important that they be useful than they be universal. And so in Ukraine, at least, I think it's useful to divide strike efforts and fires into 3 categories: tactical or short-range strike, strategic or long-range strike, and the operational mid-range battle in between. Those can be differentiated by a variety of things: the distance, the tool that would be used, if that tool is a drone, what other equivalent military tool you might use instead in a previous conflict, what the target type is, what the driving logic behind the strike is. That fits Ukrainian mid-range strike into the area between 2 other sides of the Ukrainian effort we've discussed a lot in the past. Firstly, you have the battlefield or tactical level. This would cover the extent of what's sometimes called the regular drone kill zone, covering at minimum the no man's land between the 2 parties, the opposing front line, and then extending back beyond the opponent's front line in a distance that might be measured in the low dozens of kilometres, with the kill zone getting less dense as you go further back. In terms of the who, the key actors here are going to be combat brigades and combat corps with their organic artillery and drone assets, as well as dedicated unmanned systems forces units on both sides.
Yep. I literally could not agree more with what's being analyzed here. So if somebody says, I know he's basically saying that like long range, short range, mid range is going to depend on context and colloquial usage. But if somebody talks to me about long range warfare, if they're talking about like at the infantry level, you're obviously talking about snipers. If you're talking about at the strategic level, you're talking about fucking ballistic missiles, nuclear strikes, cruise missiles, et cetera, et cetera. If you're talking about short range in a tactical context, you're talking about CQB, close quarters battle, shotguns, submachine guns, assault rifles in a urban or closed-in environment, or trench environment in the case of Ukraine. But if you're talking about at the strategic level, you're basically talking about anything probably less than 2,000 yards. Like the maximum engagement distance for a lot of small arms equipment, including like automatic grenade launchers and the M250 cal machine gun, their maximum effective range is like 2,000 yards. So I would say short is 2,000 yards and inwards. Then for, intermediate range, I'm thinking about like, we're not talking about 2 combatant forces. We're talking about fucking up the supply lines. So I know I'm kind of repeating what he said, but I just want to like say that so far I agree with Perun's assessment entirely. Well, QC John says headquarters company receiving cold weather gear or nods was always fraud. Those assets never left the TOC. You say that because you weren't fucking headquarters company. Occasionally, the captain or the lieutenant or the first sergeant would go on ride-alongs with Motor T and security company. And when they did, they needed the Gucci gear. ICUP says, do you have an opinion on the report that came out regarding the money used at DFAC's mess hall? I was in the Army. 100%. There was, I don't know about the report specifically, but I'll tell you where the fraud was DFAC. DFAC and laundry. So with laundry in Iraq, the contractors were charging $115 per load performed. And they charged $115 regardless of whether or not the load was 2 pieces of clothing or if it was a full bag. I guarantee you, the laundromats that were run by third country nationals in Iraq were maximizing claimed laundry, and nobody gave a shit because the money was going back to KBR, and then KBR was contracting out to the third country nationals. So nobody, laundry, 100%. Civil here, DFAC. I don't even know what DFAC stands for. It's the fucking chow hall. DFAC, military, meaning dining facility. Leave it to us to fucking over-describe something through acronym. Now, when it comes to food, I know for a fact that in Okinawa, there was a shady mess hall captain that took the food budget and he fucking gave us the most dog shit of food possible to the point that we were starting to complain. And he used his food budget to take him and the chow hall people out and spend it at like fancy restaurants and shit. Now, he did get caught and he did get incarcerated, but there was 100% a guy who was defrauding the United States government for food budget. Grassroots for 10 says, I'll never forget the 2 shitheads that started Black Rifle Company Coffee Company on Rogan saying that they stole 45 grand espresso machines from the military and then immediately complained about fraud in the military. Yep. And grunts are also like, they have a mentality of like mission. I'll shut the fuck up in a second, I promise. Grunts, infantry in particular, they have a mentality that they're on the verge of dying. So whatever is required to give them things that are nice for combat, they will fucking do it. So as an example, I have a friend who I actually like a lot. He's one of my best friends, actually. But he was almost proud of the fact that there was a new issue of Glock pistols for Iraqi police. Like literally, like this is for the Iraqi police. It has come from the United States military. They have like 40 Glocks that are going to the United States. They're going to the Iraqi police. And what they did instead is they somehow got somebody at headquarters to approve what is effectively malfeasance. They took their old ass Berettas, like their fucking 1980s Berettas that have had 50,000 rounds pumped through them. They issued the Iraqi police the fucking 40-year-old Berettas with 50,000 rounds for them. And then the infantry unit took the brand new issued Glocks. I don't know how the fuck you get away with it, but somebody at headquarters approved it, and they literally stole Iraqi police Glocks.
At this level, the targets are often going to be tactical in nature. Enemy personnel, individual bunkers, an armoured vehicle, an artillery piece, an enemy drone team, or individual logistics vehicles that might be attempting last mile or close enough resupply. The goal is often going to be tactical in nature, destroying an enemy sabotage and reconnaissance group, for example, or weakening enemy forces in your sector, and the tools being used to carry out these strikes are often going to reflect that. In terms of traditional battlefield tools for fires at these distances, we're in the domain of things like direct fire from things like tanks, all the way out to, in Ukraine now, the range of long-range cannon artillery ammunition. Not so much the scramjet specials that can scream out 100 plus kilometres, but think targets that might be serviced ordinarily by anything up to and including rocket-assisted 155. If we had to put a number on it, I'd say the regular limit here would be something between 30 and 50 kilometres behind the opposing front line. But that's going to differ based on where you are in Ukraine, the local conditions, and the number has been creeping up over time. In terms of the drone strike tools at these distances, this is overwhelmingly the domain of two things. Rotor drones, whether that be FPVs or heavy bombers, and things on the lighter, cheaper end of the loitering munition scale. Depending on the exact version, one of Russia's most famous loitering munitions, the Lancet, and one of its most produced, the various versions of the Molniya, are generally going to be fairly good examples for this category. Early Lancets had ranges in the 35 to 40 kilometre bracket. A lot of Molniyas have less than an hour's worth of endurance. But for these targets relatively close to the front, that or the endurance of your standard or fibre optic FPV is usually going to be good enough. There are, of course, always going to be exceptions. You can make a tactical short-ranged FPV a strategic scale weapon, for example, if you put it on a drone aircraft carrier, and then use it for strikes against oil rigs in the Black Sea, as we've seen the Ukrainians do, or smuggle it into the opposing country. But generally speaking, the overwhelming majority of these rotor drones and lighter loitering munitions tend to operate at these tactical to shallow operational distances. They're the tools that help make the grey zone between the two sides of the kill zone that it's become. They're part of what makes last-mile resupply so difficult, and they're a driver of the overwhelming majority of casualties. At the other extreme, you have the strategic end of the spectrum, the long-range strike campaign. Here, just about everything, the tools, the tactics, the operators, the targets, the purpose, are all different. On the Ukrainian side, the frontline brigades that are so important to that tactical drone fight really don't play much of a role here. Instead, you have long-range strike systems controlled by military intelligence, the unmanned systems forces, the security forces, the Air Force, the Navy. All of them have different tools to strike over longer distances. But to generalise, there are a couple of things that tend to tie their efforts together. A lot of the time, the targets are going to be involved in the Russian war economy. Think oil refineries and export infrastructure, or different parts of Russia's military industry. The intended effect is usually not going to be to sway the results of any individual fight on the Ukrainian frontline, but instead achieve a strategic effect overall. The common conventional military tools here would be cruise and ballistic missiles, with the Russians in particular putting a big focus on ALCMs like the KH-101, and also when the ranges are at the shorter end of strategic, things like Iskander ballistic missiles as well. Oreshnik, for what it's worth, would also fit into this category, although by the Russians' own admission, that's more of a signalling than military tool at this point. The most recent launch of two involved one missile apparently falling short in Russian-controlled territory in Donetsk, while another appears to have hit a couple of garages in a city well outside Kyiv. Funnily enough, some Russian propagandists were quick to argue these were actually super significant military targets that had been struck, not garages, only for Putin to come out publicly and say, yeah, we destroyed a couple of garages, I think he called them sheds, claiming that that's exactly what Russia had wanted to do, and the targets in question had been deliberately chosen as a test of the missile's accuracy. Why they did not instead decide to test the missile's accuracy on an actual Ukrainian military installation, your guess is as good as mine. In the drone war, the
All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is kind of mean to other countries, but when the United States does what it like, there's this funny thing in the American military-industrial complex, and a lot of people hate that I'm a fan of the military-industrial complex, but oftentimes the American military-industrial complex is over budget, substantially over budget. But we have such talented engineers that we end up oftentimes delivering weapon systems and support systems that actually do what they were advertised to do. I think the perfect example is the Ginshu missile. It's a Hellfire that doesn't have a conventional payload. It has blades, and it is so accurate that it can kill a single man. I want you to think about that. You are taking a rocket, you are firing it from hundreds of meters away, thousands of meters away. I don't even know what the max range on a Hellfire is, but it's not like, it is a substantial distance. And then you are using targeting software that is so accurate that you can hit a single person with a missile. That is crazy pants. So, when it comes to our competition, when it comes to the Chinese and when it comes to the Russians, I really hope this remains true. I don't know if it is true, but I will tell you that it seems to have been true over the past 10 decades, not 10 decades, over the past few decades, that Russians and Chinese people will basically build fighter jets, rockets, clones of our technology, whatever, and then they'll make extreme claims about what their technology is capable of doing. But since they don't have a lot of experience deploying it in the field, oftentimes it underperforms in the field. Like the T-14 Armata is the perfect example of this. The T-14 Armata tank was advertised by Russian state media and Russians in general. I think it's the T-14. I don't know if it is or not. Somebody tell me. But it was like advertised as a main battle tank that was going to rape the Ukrainians. All the Bradleys, all of the American MRAPs, all of the old-ass Ukrainian T-72s, all of the Leopards, all of the Abrams were going to get fucking raped by the T-14 Armata battle tank because it was so updated. It had such good software. It had such a good autoloader. It had blah, 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 blah. We are 2022. We are 4 years into the conflict. And I'm pretty sure the only thing that I've seen about a T-14 Armata was it getting raped by a Bradley with a 25 millimeter armor-piercing chain gun. A Bradley, an infantry fighting vehicle. Hold on. Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, 25 millimeter armor piercing Bushmaster. This isn't a main battle tank. This thing does not have, like, it has armor, but it does not have the best armor in the game. It actually has comparatively shit armor. And yet, a fucking Bradley infantry fighting vehicle just drove up to a T-14 Armata with a bunch of armor-piercing ammo in its 25 millimeter fucking chain gun, and it raped the fucking T-14. It just kept putting 25 millimeter chain gun fire into its fucking hull until eventually it penetrated. What the fuck? Why are we raping Russian main battle tanks with 50-year-old infantry fighting vehicles? It makes no goddamn sense. I am truly confused by Ukrainian... I'm truly confused by Ukrainian fucking dominance of Russian conventional forces with 50-year-old NATO technology. I am bewildered.
Equivalent to those conventional military tools is the one-way attack drone. These vary in size, cost and complexity from something like Russia's foam Gerber decoys, up through your Shahed-style weaponized lawnmowers, all the way up to relatively expensive jet-powered missile drone hybrids. This is an area where both the Russians and Ukrainians have dedicated an enormous amount of technical and industrial effort. The Russians are producing and launching more Shahed-style drones now than they have at any other point in the war. And as for the Ukrainians, well, I think the recent attacks on St. Petersburg arguably speak for themselves. This attack took place as guests were starting to gather in Russia's second city for Russia's big international economic forum, sometimes called the Russian version of Davos. Some of the one-way attack drones appear to have made it through the Russian air defences to hit targets including oil export infrastructure, but they also, perhaps in an egalitarian effort to make sure it wasn't just the Black Sea Fleet getting campaign decorations for the war in Ukraine, managed to make their way to Russian naval infrastructure in St. Petersburg as well. This is a fairly modern Russian missile-armed corvette, the Boyki, that had the misfortune of being in St. Petersburg and dry dock at the time of the Ukrainian drone attack. And as you can see in the satellite images, it appears to have received a bit of Ukrainian attention.
This is so fucking rude. This is so rude of the Ukrainians. Can I show you? You have the Ukrainians down in Kyiv right here, if you would please consult your screen. Moscow is right here. Moscow is still a fuckload of... There's probably a shitload of air defense in Moscow. There's probably a shitload of dedicated military assets in Moscow. Moscow, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't St. Pete and Moscow flip a few times as the capital of Russia? Is Moscow the current capital of Russia? Yes, Moscow is the current capital of Russia. When was St. Petersburg the capital of Russia? St. Petersburg served as the capital of Russia from 1712 to 1918. So I didn't just say, like, the dumbest fucking thing ever in geopolitical analysis. I'm happy I didn't say the dumbest thing ever. But look how fucking rude the Ukrainians are. They have a perfectly valid target in Russia, and they're like, fuck you. We are going to fly another 1,000 miles or another fucking 500. I don't even know fucking how far that shit is. But we're going to fly another fucking 500 miles in order to hit St. Petersburg just to show you that we can. That is rude as fuck. It's funny. It's very rude. How far is Moscow from Kyiv? 1,000 kilometers. How far is St. Petersburg, Russia, from Kyiv? Where is it? Dude, they literally added 700 kilometers of travel just to show that they could. That's fucking rude as shit.
Now, it might be hard to assess exactly how much damage the Corvette took based just on that image alone. Fortunately, we have two other relevant sources of BDA information. Firstly, Vladimir Putin himself, who said that Ukraine achieved relatively little with its attack on St. Petersburg, indicating, quote, Kyiv achieved some noise and smoke at the coal harbour when the coal caught fire. They achieved only a media effect, end quote. Secondly, we also have some video from the ground. Now, to the inexpert observer, this might look like a Russian military corvette that's clearly been impacted by Ukrainian drones and appears to now be both on fire and rapidly entering a readiness and repair state known as completely munted. But Vladimir Putin would never lie to us, so this is obviously a pile of coal. Better luck next time, Ukraine. Jokes aside, the geography here helps illustrate how the long-range effort is evolving not just in terms of its range, but also in terms of its penetrating ability. What I've circled there is the location of the oil infrastructure that appears to have been hit, with the clear point being that this isn't some enormous distance from St. Petersburg proper. And assuming the majority of the city's air defences will be arrayed outside it, as we saw in places like Moscow, rather than on rooftops inside the city, ready to rain down falling lead on everyone around them, it stands to reason that to hit a target like this, the Ukrainian drones would have had to fly through at least some of it. So you have a tactical effort that might range out dozens of kilometres with FPVs, a strategic effort flinging larger drones and missiles, in some cases well over 1,000 kilometres deep into the enemy rear. What about that enormous distance in between? This is the domain of what I'm choosing to call the mid-range strike campaign, with the focus being on attacks in the operational depths between roughly the maximum range of cannon artillery on the low end and strategic range bracket dominated by cruise and ballistic missiles on the high end. So think very roughly 30, 40, maybe 50 kilometres at the starting point, capping out closer to 200 or 300 kilometres. Example targets here might be operational headquarters, ammunition depots, forward refueling and rearming points for helicopters, air defense.
Dude, being Russian Motor T has to suck so much ass. I'm sure being Ukrainian Motor T also sucks ass, but being Russian Motor T in particular, where you just know that your commanders do not give a flying fuck about your life, and you also know that the Ukrainians are getting more and more adept at fucking up your logistic supply chains. Dude, I would have to be eating handfuls of fucking Xanax every time I went on a fucking Russian supply run. Holy shit, that has to be like one of the worst jobs. Like, I would seriously put being in the trenches as the worst job. I would put the second worst job as Russian Motor T. That's gotta fucking suck.
Defences, and especially now, trucks, trains, more trucks, and just about anything you care to fit into the logistics category. The traditional military tools here would be things like tactical air power, both fixed and rotary wing, heavier and especially guided MRL projectiles, think Gimlers for HIMARS, and also at the higher end tactical ballistic missiles, Tochka-U, ATACMS, Iskander. It wouldn't be uncommon in a permissive air scenario, for example, for the Americans to use something like A-10 against targets in this range bracket, but for the Ukrainians, as is so often the case, the tool of choice is probably going to be a drone. What kind of drone, though, is often, but not always going to be different from the other categories. So let's talk about three common families of drones that have become central to the Ukrainian mid-range effort. The first is lighter, fixed-wing loitering munitions that have longer ranges than something like a Lancet, but is smaller, cheaper, and shorter ranged than something like a full-size Shahed clone. The key part here is the fixed wing, because if you want energy efficiency over range, lift is going to be your friend. And one of the most efficient ways to get that lift is to use a wing, not just a rotor. Unlike the big Shaheds on the Russian side or something like Lulti on the Ukrainian side, these are often going to be tools that can be deployed very close to the front line and launched with comparatively little infrastructure. What you can see on screen there is an example of a very basic catapult-style launching system, but you might also see very basic rocket-assisted takeoff schemes, more complex catapults, or, in extreme cases, hand-launch systems. There are lots and lots and lots of types of these systems in operation in Ukraine. Some of them get relatively famous, others operate primarily under the radar. One design that has gotten a lot of recent attention from the Ukrainians, Russians, and the international media, and so makes a valid example here, is this thing, the Hornet. Hornet reportedly has a takeoff weight of about 15 kilograms.
Hey, Stone Millennial, we're doing Geopol. Fuck off. And if you have such a fucking problem with Doobie, you go report him to law enforcement, you fucking dipshit. Don't interrupt my Geopol.
Wingspan of 2.2 meters, and a maximum warhead size of around or just under 5 kilograms. Some Russian sources reportedly estimate the range of the thing at about 130 to 145 kilometers. The Ukrainian sources indicate usage up to 160 kilometers from the front line, and presumably, the blokes eating this thing weren't standing in a frontline trench. Launch is accomplished using a basic pneumatic catapult, as you can see here, and the cruise speed is reportedly 100 to 120 kilometers an hour. Anecdotally, there are a couple of things Russian sources have said they hate about this thing. Its autonomous target recognition and guidance is apparently reasonably good by the standards of the war. It has relatively good anti-tamper and self-destruct features, so if you're EOD responsible for clearing this thing, good luck. The camera is apparently relatively good under even low light conditions. And as an element that shouldn't be underestimated, it's also reportedly fairly quiet. Drones like this are often capable of multiple different attack profiles, but one that I've seen a lot of in some of the video that's come out is something I'll show you an example of here, which is the shallow dive. For YouTube purposes, I'll loop it before we get to the final frames, but you get the idea. One advantage of this kind of profile is that it can help give the drone and its operator, if any, a better view of the terrain before a target is selected and the actual attack is made. At that distance, the system's image recognition can look at the various things on the road below, say, hey, I think that's a military vehicle over there, and if the operator then confirms and engages the guidance system, then it doesn't really matter if once the drone starts diving, electronic warfare interrupts the connection. The targeting decision has already made while the system was out of EW range, and while the Ukrainian operator might miss out on any resulting footage, unless there's another drone in the area, there's a decent chance the system will still hit. It has to be said, these things are still far from foolproof. As you can see in this video here of a drone failing to detonate and so spinning out spectacularly, the result of it diving into attack isn't always a destroyed target. Multiple different attack profiles, but one that I've seen a lot of in some of the video that's come out.
Sorry, rewinding a little bit because I want to show you guys something that came out from Garantham recently in reference to anti-drone FPV warfare. Bipedal drones when? Soon, brother, soon. You think Boston Dynamics isn't trying to figure out how to make bipedal drones cheap as shit so you can have like infantry augments that are bipedal robots? Yeah. No, I know like there might be like a cost. There might be like a cost prohibition where bipedal is going to be like cost prohibitive. So like tracked land drones are probably going to be more common, but I think it's going to happen. I think they're going to have autonomous, not fully autonomous, but they're going to have bipedal robotic infantrymen sometime in the next 30 years. I guarantee you they're at least going to try it out. Because imagine if you're they literally could call it a point man. Because imagine that you have a point man. You're in an infantry unit of 12 guys. You're going to clear out a hostile building. You know there's bad guys in the building, and maybe you even know there's bad guys in the room. And so, you, as a human, because, you know, complex tasks are a little bit more difficult for robots, you throw open the door, but then a drone pilot who is either in the field or at a close-by airbase is able to walk in a armored infantryman with the capability to return fire on any ambusher. Now, maybe a tracked vehicle that is smaller than a doorway is going to be more cost effective, but I cannot think of the fucking horror of being an anti-American insurgent, knowing that the first thing to walk through the door is going to be a bipedal robot with a machine gun that is hard as fuck to kill. Why go bipedal when they have those quadrupedal horse-size robots that are more stable? Those are loud. Those are loud. Those could be used for logistics, but I don't think those would be used for like clearing rooms. I'm talking about clearing rooms. And by the way, they can already do this with the bomb bots. I don't know if you guys remember those, but 5 or 10 years ago, Dallas Police Department, there was a American military veteran who got radicalized by Black Lives Matter, and he killed like 7 cops in Dallas. He did a mass shooting and he killed 7 cops. And he was holed up inside a room. And rather than sending SWAT in order to kill him, which, let's be real, that's what they were going to do, they got a bomb robot. They had their explosive ordnance disposal person rig an explosive to the front of the robot, drive it into the room with the fucking BLM mass shooter, and blow him up to kill him. That was like 5 or 10 years ago. And I've seen tracked robots with machine guns slaved to them that the Marine Corps was using 5 years ago. So I think the reason why this technology is not mass deployed is because the United States is not actively fighting the Ukraine war. But if we were actively fighting a Ukrainian-style war with FPV drones, you better fucking believe we're pulling out the stops on all the fucking robots. So I'm sorry for rewinding the video a second, but I wanted to show this to you. So here's this video because I'm a stupid fuck. I am a dumb fuck. And I talked to Ukrainian Anna, and I was like, why don't all the Ukrainians just get shotguns with birdshot and then try to take out FPV drones? And that's exactly what Garand Thumb does in this video. He just gets a Benelli 1301. His buddy has a fucking pump gun, and an FPV pilot basically buzzes him 3 or 4 times, proving that birdshot and the average shotgunner is wildly ineffective against FPV drone strikes. And then, after they get raped by the FPV drone trying to use shotguns with drone strikes, they switch to some kind of like airburst assault rifle ammo. So they increase their ammo capacity, but they also increase the likelihood of hits. I actually have no idea how this ammo works. I would need to Google it. But they increase their engagement distance. And by increasing their engagement distance and their ammo capacity, they still get raped by the drone once or twice. But instead of completely getting raped by the drone like 5 times in a row, they actually get the drone on the 3rd or 4th pass. And so that's one of the things that's like absolutely wild to me is instinctively, I would be like, oh, let's get easy technology. This has been solved a century ago. Let's give everybody Remington 870s with birdshot, and we solved the FPV drone program or drone problem. And what this video actually shows is like, no, the FPVs are blindingly fast. We get to see it from the FPV perspective. So we're like, oh yeah, no problem. Like, I could do that. I could hit that thing. But in real life, like, these things are so fucking fast that you actually need like a dedicated assault rifle ammo in order to take out drones. So I just wanted to call myself out for being retarded and thinking that I could just solve the entire Ukrainian war with a bunch of fucking pump action Remington 870s and some fucking birdshot. That's the overconfidence of being alive for too long and thinking that you're smarter than everybody else. Is you can very quickly look like a stupid dipshit when technology comes out and fucking rapes you. So, one of the crimes of being old.
Is something I'll show you an example of here, which is the shallow dive. For YouTube purposes, I'll loop it before we get to the final frames, but you get the idea. One advantage of this kind of profile is that it can help give the drone and its operator, if any, a better view of the terrain before a target is selected and the actual attack is made. At that distance, the system's image recognition can look at the various things on the road below, say, hey, I think that's a military vehicle over there, and if the operator then confirms and engages the guidance system, then it doesn't really matter if once the drone starts diving, electronic warfare interrupts the connection, the targeting decision has already made while the system was out of EW range, and while the Ukrainian operator might miss out on any resulting footage.
Somebody says, is drone piloting an in-demand field? Yes. I don't know how in demand. I don't know what the right certifications are. I don't know, how lucrative it is. I don't know shit. But I've seen agricultural drones take over in crop dusting. So even Ukrainians have been buying larger agricultural drones for crop dusting. And then they've like jury rigged them with fucking thermite to burn out forests in order to deny the enemy cover, but also to rain thermite on their fucking enemies. Truly insane shit. But yeah, like being a drone pilot, either commercial or military, is probably like a wide open field. Now, it might be such a fun and cool job that they pay you dog shit unless you get like become like an expert in the field. But goddamn, you're probably gonna have PTSD like a motherfucker after you kill a few thousand fucking Russians. But goddamn, what a cool job.
Unless there's another drone in the area, there's a decent chance the system will still hit. It has to be said, these things are still far from foolproof. As you can see in this video here of a drone failing to detonate and so spinning out spectacularly, the result of it diving into attack isn't always a destroyed target. But the war in Ukraine, like many wars, is ultimately a numbers game. As we can see in that same video, where after the first drone fails, another one appears, and despite us being able to hear a lot of defensive fire going off, the ultimate result is not YouTube friendly. It's worth noting there has been public reporting on experiments to try and get more range out of these loitering munition
Be right back.
types. Recently, for example, the Ukrainians hoisted a Hornet to altitude using a balloon. What that means is the drone doesn't have to spend a lot of energy getting up to altitude and gets a massive energy assist that can boost its range. There are some claims that might potentially allow range extension closer to the 300-kilometre mark, but for the moment, the overwhelming majority of strikes we're seeing geolocated are happening at much shorter distances. In terms of their role in the mid-strike campaign, these kind of loitering munitions can often be thought of as truck hunters, essentially. They're cheap enough that it's efficient to use them against individual vehicles. They're relatively capable going after dynamic, so moving targets. And even if they carry relatively small warheads, that's usually sufficient against a soft-skinned vehicle. For the Ukrainians then, that means they represent a capability very different to things like HIMARS that came before, which thrived against certain target types, but especially with supply and range constraints, wasn't a great answer for KAMAZ or Bahunka hunting well behind the lines. And in terms of availability, the number of these truck hunting style loitering munitions available to Ukraine has climbed significantly over time. Alongside them, we've also seen the use of larger and heavier drones, some of which are normally associated with the long-range strike effort. That includes full-size Shahed-style one-way attack drones that are repurposed against mid-range targets, often with at least basic modifications to support that use. There are long-range Shahed-style drones in Russian service, for example, that have things like cameras and an active connection back to base that enable them to be manually flown and so used against dynamic targets. What we've also seen some, and especially the Ukrainians do, is adapt these larger one-way attack drones to be more optimized against mid-range targets and complement the smaller loitering munitions. One of the most public examples of what I mean here is the Ukrainian FP2. Its predecessor, FP1, is a long-range one-way attack drone, the thing the Ukrainians might use against targets in Russia proper. The FP2 reduces the range of that system from about 1,400 kilometres down to 200, but in exchange, it uses all of that weight-carrying capacity and internal volume to pack a lot more bang. Specifically, the payload here is an adapted 121 kilogram aerial bomb with a total explosive mass of 44 kilograms, meaning there's about 3 times as much explosive filler in an FP2 than there is total mass in a Hornet. And the Ukrainians are talking about enlarging that warhead even further to something like the 200 kilogram mark. Now, obviously, a larger drone like this, all else being equal, is going to be more expensive. It's going to be easier to detect. Where we've seen them used extensively is against more static targets that merit the larger warhead. If the target isn't a truck but a building being used for storage, for example, or something like a fixed, very valuable air defense radar, you might not reliably get the desired effect with a couple of kilograms of payload on something like a Hornet, but 20 or 40x the explosives, and now you're potentially talking. What I think we should expect then is the Ukrainians continuing to use both types of systems rather than going all in on one or the other. And if anything, we might actually see the growing involvement of a third entry as well. I might have described small rotor drones like FPVs as primarily tactical weapons earlier, but both the Russians and Ukrainians have dedicated a lot of brain calories to trying to figure out how to give them more reach. To a great extent, that's already happened, moving from a range of a couple of kilometres in 2022 to routinely ranging out dozens in 2026. But that doesn't mean we're near the end of the evolution yet. We've seen things like fixed-wing drone motherships with Starlink terminals used to carry shorter-ranged FPVs to a target area. And you also get experiments like the one you can see on the right there, where the Ukrainians have taken a rotor drone and tried to give it some of the characteristics of a fixed-wing drone by adding a wing to it. It may not look particularly elegant, but according to Stenenko, the system is capable of a range of 102 kilometres, potentially proving a mutation in the old adage that if it looks weird but it works, then it's probably Slavic wartime engineering. In terms of potential target niche in the mid-range strike effort, FPVs are going to be even cheaper on an individual basis than loitering munitions, and useful against soft targets where their relatively small warheads aren't going to be an enormous concern. So those are some of the common targets and tools of the mid-range strike campaign. Let's now talk about how it's evolved over time and why we're really starting to talk about it in a big way now. If you're looking for a historical analogue, one comparison to the Ukrainian mid-range strike campaign would be the use of tactical air power for interdiction during World War II. While a lot of discussion might focus on tank busting and close air support, most modern data analysis seems to suggest that ground attack aircraft in World War II generally weren't great at actually killing tanks. What they were pretty good at doing is shooting up soft-skin transportation. In 1944, you might see the likes of P-47s or Hawker Typhoons flying behind German lines, and then proceed to shoot up German river barges, rail transportation, or road convoys. For the Ukrainians facing off against the Russian military in 2022, going after these kind of rear area Russian targets would have been an attractive proposition, but they didn't really have the tools to do it. The old Soviet Tochka TBM was available in some numbers, but highly inaccurate. And so I'd argue the first big weapon of the Ukrainian mid-strike campaign wasn't a drone. It was HIMARS and M270, and particularly the Gimler's rocket fired by them. HIMARS gave the Ukrainians something that could reach out to roughly 80 kilometres, and while it might not have been responsive enough in most cases to hit dynamic moving targets like convoys, what it was very good at doing was lighting up static operational infrastructure, in particular frontline ammunition depots and headquarters. If you want evidence that mid-strike efforts can change things on the modern battlefield, I'd argue this was one of the first examples in Ukraine. The initial destruction derby of Russian ammunition depots had a noticeable effect on fire rates, and while the pace of detonation slowed over time, I'd argue the effect didn't, because one of the primary Russian adaptations was to disperse some storage and move other potential targets like larger ammunition depots further back, outside Gimler's range. That might sound like a simple solution, and it's going to come up as a potential adaptation again later in this episode. But from a logistician's perspective, it kind of sucks. Let's just say the train comes into an ammunition depot, unloads, and then at that depot, the trucks take it closer to the front. Given the individually packed ammo, let's just say for simplicity's sake, it takes an hour to load the truck at the depot and an hour to unload it at the destination. Assume that under wartime conditions on wartime roads.
You guys are thinking about how to make this entire dynamic even more terrifying. Do you know how easy it is to put speakers on these bitches? You could be playing like rock and roll music. You could be playing horror music. You could be playing Flight of the Valkyrie. You could be playing fucking demonic war cries or like dinosaur sounds from Jurassic Park. Like, obviously announcing to the enemy where you are is a disadvantage, oftentimes. But if you're truly talking about psychologically fucking with the enemy, that I think there's a role to hooking up a fucking Bluetooth speaker to some of these ground drones and aerial drones and freaking people the fuck out. So, yeah, there's an entire element of psychological warfare here that is not currently being exploited.
The trucks can average about 50 kilometres an hour when they're moving. And if the trains are able to unload 50 kilometres from the front line outside Canada.
Yeah, Aztec death whistles, fucking Sardaukar war chants. Dude, literally, the possibilities are endless. Yeah, when the flight of the Bumblebee becomes a war crime, dude, you could actually have, like, they have those Wonderwall. Yes. Oh my god. Imagine a loitering observation drone with a crazy fucking speaker playing Wonderwall every night between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. You know, just during dusk where like visibility becomes dog shit. And then immediately after or during hearing Wonderwall, you're just getting fucking annihilated by a drone swarm. That would be some wild shit. And I truly think like the first time it would be surreal and it would be funny for the enemy. But I think the 50th time, I think you would shit your fucking pants and Wonderwall would no longer be funny. Sardaukar war chants, absolutely. Let's take a mini break. We got another hour left in the stream. We still got plenty of Geopol content to cover. But if you haven't heard the Sardaukar war chant song, is this it? I don't know if this is it. Okay, that's an option, but that's not what I was thinking of. This one. Yeah. So I can personally attest, as somebody who was a cop in the middle tens at a school, Baby Shark on repeat would force people to fucking kill themselves. If you actually bombarded the Russian trenches with Baby Shark on repeat, and your guys had fucking headphones that could drown it out, you would actually commit. You would actually get Russians to commit suicide. It's crazy. Oh, I don't want to get too distracted, but I am quite aware. Mongolian throat singing rock song. I'm quite aware of this song, and I'm a huge fan. I don't want to listen to it too much, so it gets like boring. All right, no, this isn't DJ hour. I got to get back to the Geopol. Patriarch was very generous today, and I appreciate his generosity, so I want to make sure we actually make it through the content, but I will read these. Chips for the real Conger, says Shapingro. Indeed. Old School for Two says, now do the Fedaykin chant from Dune 3. No. You guys do... Oh, Fedayeen. You do the Fedayeen chant from Dune 3. All right? Let's Is this what, the White Scars listened to in his Rhino while he was cutting off Chaos Space Marine heads? Absolutely. I actually want to get 3D animations of White Scars doing White Scar shit and put it to that song. But the truth is, there is just not enough White Scar. I don't think there's any White Scar cinematics. I think I would actually have to, like, go into Space Marine 2, get a fire team of White Scars, and then they don't have a theater mode in Space Marine 2 right now. So you actually have to have, like, you either have to go, I don't even know how I would do it, but Space Marine 2 needs a fucking theater mode so people can start making, like, they're already doing cinematics somehow, have no idea how. But Space Marine 2 needs a organic theater mode. Anyways.
Artillery range, then an individual round trip for a single driver and a single truck is going to be 4 hours. One to load, one to drive, one to unload, another to drive back. If you have multiple drivers and you run that truck continuously, you can do 6 trips in 24 hours. Assume instead you only want to drive 12 hours a day, and it comes down to 3. But if you push the trains and the very explosive depot further back to the 100 kilometre mark, so you're now out of Gimler's range, suddenly that round trip is now 6 hours. You're only doing 4 trips in 24 hours, so a 33% reduction in throughput, only 2 trips a day if you're driving 12 hours, and you're spending more of the time actually driving. Meaning, despite the reduced throughput, you're actually putting more hours on the trucks and the drivers. The core point is you don't need the capacity to destroy a transportation system in order to make it notably less efficient. And while there are plenty of factors that went into it, and this is only one of them, I would make this observation. Even now, roughly 4 years further down the track, we have never seen Russia's artillery fire rate recover to what it was before the arrival of the Gimler's rocket. Despite getting Gimler's relatively quickly though, it took much, much longer for Ukraine to get access to anything that could hit the kind of targets that Gimler's couldn't. ATACMS could reach further, but was too valuable and available in too small numbers to be used against the overwhelming majority of targets. A helicopter fart might merit a missile or two, an individual truck, not so much. So what we started to see, and have really only seen deployed at scale more recently, is purpose-built UAS with the range and other features you need to go after even against relatively soft-skinned and cheap targets like trucks and Bukhanka vans, supporting Russian supply lines in the mid-range bracket. The innovation wasn't just in building drones with a longer range. In engineering terms, that was probably one.
Listen, I know that I was really sour on the Ukrainian capacity to actually win back Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Crimea. I still think what is most likely is retaking Dnipro and Zaporozhye and then suing to some kind of peace in reference to Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea. But I will tell you that intermediate supply chain disruptions are the kind of things that change battles. So if there are outposts in Zaporozhye that are stuck between, they need to be logistically reinforced between Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk, and there are Ukrainians in, I'll show it to you on a map real quick. Hold on. Ukraine maps. So, just to highlight my prediction, not that predictions from random fucking YouTube dickhead streamers are worth anything, but I'm just telling you based off of my perspective. Here's the Dnipro River, right? The Dnipro kind of cuts through right here. Here's Zaporozhye. Here's Kherson. Here's the Crimean Peninsula. Here's Donetsk and Luhansk. So I think Donetsk and Luhansk are likely going to remain in Russian control. I hate to say it, but that's probably what's going to happen. Now, Crimea, if it did get cut off from the north, Russians would still be able to resupply through the east. And so I think Crimea, actually, it's so geopolitically significant to the Russians, I don't think there is a troop expenditure that they would not expend in order to maintain control of the Crimean Peninsula. But I think that if you hack it off here, here's Kherson. The Ukrainians have a foothold in the city of Kherson, and they're trying to push out into these territories. But what's happening is the Russian forces in this oblast, all the way out to Mariupol, south of Zaporozhye, and I think this is the Zaporozhye Oblast, Kherson, Zaporozhye, and Dnipro have some Russian incursions in them. These roads are so isolated that FPV and mid-range drones can make these highways absolute fucking murder fields. Just they're gonna be burnt out Russian trucks along these highways in perpetuity. The Ukrainians can absolutely make the lives of Russians south of Kherson fucking miserable. And so, what I'm praying for, what I'm hoping for, what I'm praying for the Ukrainian people for, is that from Mariupol to Dnipro, and from Dnipro down to Kherson, and then all of Kherson Oblast, these intermediate drone strikes against Russian logistics allow the Ukrainians to slowly isolate and envelop Russian pockets of resistance in these oblasts. Now, if they want to fight for another decade or two in order to take back Donetsk and Luhansk, I'm not Ukrainian. That's no fucking skin off of my ass. You know, good luck to you and God bless you. It's probably what you're entitled to under like the concepts of sovereignty. But I think it's going to be a bloody affair that the Russians are not going to quit. Whereas these developments that Patriarch has been so gracious to share with the class, weirdly enough, I'm becoming a little bit more hopeful that Dnipro, Zaporozhye, and Kherson will fall back into Ukrainian control. And if you're kind of asking, Connor, like, why are you making this differentiation between what you think is easily takeable and what's not? Donetsk and Luhansk have been built up since 2014 as like Russian breakaway fucking Eastern satellite bullshit republics. And then same thing with Crimea. What happens is you have what? Like, obviously you have the ocean as a potential infiltration mechanism, which could make an amphibious assault interesting. Although I do think, weirdly enough, the Ukrainians are not exactly known for amphibious assault, but maybe they could learn. But overland, I don't know if there's any transversable territory right here. This kind of looks like a bunch of lagoons. But right here, it looks like there's one major highway into Crimea. And so you would effectively have to commit a majority of Ukrainian land forces to a push through a bottleneck into the Crimean Peninsula. And then your only other option is amphibious assault. Now, if the Ukrainians wanted to do a kick-ass fucking modern amphibious assault against the Crimean Peninsula, that would be the most Call of Duty badass fucking shit to happen in the past 50 years. But that's going to require a lot of technological, tactical, and logistical cultural changes that I don't know if the Ukrainians are ready for at this juncture.
One of the less difficult parts of the problem. It was also about things like connectivity, targeting, and the training and tactics to go along with it. Starlink, EW-resistant communications, and autonomous targeting all deserve a mention here. Starlink provided a relatively cheap, relatively light comms option that could work well behind the front line. What you're seeing on the right there is a Ukrainian fixed-wing FP drone carrying a pair of smaller FPVs and also visibly a Starlink antenna. Autonomous recognition and targeting also works well alongside these kind of boosts in communication because it provides another layer of protection against electronic warfare. Over these kind of distances, maintaining the connection between the operator and the drone is comparatively difficult. You can't run a fibre optic cable, for example. And so as we discussed earlier with the Hornet, autonomous targeting provides another boost to the ability of the drone to make it to the target, even if connection is lost at an inopportune moment. It's also part of the reason why the Russians might have tried stuff like this, which appears to be a military truck painted in zebra-style dazzle camouflage, ostensibly to try and confuse image recognition systems. Personally, though, I'm deeply pessimistic as to whether that would work against a lot of systems out there. It's going to be useless against thermal, and it's the opposite of effective camouflage if you're worried about a human operator potentially picking you out with the Mark I eyeball. There's also a few other ingredients that have gone to the ramp up in the Ukrainian campaign. scale of the produced systems, the enlargement of the unmanned systems forces, the
Mark 1 eyeball. I like that.
wider scalability of the right warheads for the job. And there are also innovations that are still being experimented with that we're only seeing on a small scale for now. We have seen, for example, Ukrainian drones being used to fire unguided rockets against targets rather than slamming into them directly. That might mean you have a smaller warhead to work with and potentially less accuracy compared to a kamikaze attack. But on the other hand, it raises the prospect both of reusable drones.
Yeah, Old School says, now I want to play Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl. I don't know if it's Stalker, but I think it is. Is Stalker the game where there's an irradiated segment of Ukraine that is filled with like mutants and scavengers? And so you kind of go in there as a scavenger yourself and you get into gunfights with like scavenger fire teams and mutants. Because I don't know if that's Stalker or not. But there's one game that keeps really, really, really piquing my interest. I don't have time to do it, but it's a first-person shooter. I think it's either Metro or it's Stalker. And what they do is they give a certain level of predictable malfunctions with weapons. And so what I mean by that is like you could pick up a Glock, a 1911, an AK, a shotgun, and it could be like a sick fucking gun. Like it's a badass gun. But because of the scavenger nature of the game, they put in a certain amount of randomized malfunctions within the weapon. And so you'll be in a gunfight plinking away at your fucking bad guys, and then you'll get a jam. And sometimes it'll be like every magazine you have a jam. And so it's up to you as the player to like, how much do you commit to the firefight and being absent of cover, knowing that your weapon could jam? And then how do you use cover to work your malfunctions in order to get back into the fight? And that whole dynamic of like putting real world mechanical and ammunition failures into the weapons so you can't just blaze away with impunity, like, is actually really fucking sick. Like, I've seen some really tense firefights with people who have had weapons that are malfunctioning mid-firefight, and they're actually kind of engaging in, like, real-world tactics of, like, oh, shit, I got a double feed, and then they fucking retreat back to cover and fucking, you know, basically have to work the malfunction. It's kind of crazy.
And also greater standoff. A lot of vehicle-mounted EW systems only operate over comparatively short distances. Common last-ditch defensive measures against drones, like shotguns or machine guns, are really going to peak in effect when the drone comes in for its terminal approach, which is something a reusable loitering munition, instead equipped with smaller underwing rockets or bombs, might not necessarily have to do. As I said, this kind of stuff is still mostly experimental, but something to keep an eye on. It's also going to have to compete as a concept with another way we've seen the Ukrainians try and give larger drones access to precision-guided munitions, which is those mother-shipping arrangements we discussed before, with FPVs taking the place of the unguided rockets. There's also a major non-technical factor to flag in terms of why the Ukrainian mid-range effort is able to scale up its effect now. The massive synergy with both Ukraine's We Have CAD and DAD at Home effort and the long-range strike effort, both of which tax Russia's supply of air defence resources. The long-range effort by forcing Russia to divert air defence assets towards targets like Moscow, St. Petersburg or Valdai, and the DAD effort trying to actively attrit down those overstretched Russian systems. Part of that effort might be about increasing the odds of long-range drones making their way to the target, but as a side effect, it might also make the mid-range campaign easier to execute. In terms of who's running the Ukrainian mid-strike effort and which parts of the military are involved, the best answer I can give you is yes. Just about every part of the Ukrainian military you care to name at this point has access to mid-strike drones. The National Guard has them, the regular Army and Marines, the separate unmanned systems forces, military intelligence, the SBU, the Navy has them. And while the Ukrainian Air Force isn't a major force in mid-strike drones, what it does have is a lot of the other mid-strike weapons. Think rocket-boosted bombs and air-launched cruise missiles that can be used against operational targets. I'll make the observation that if the Ukrainians were teleported now back to 2021 and given an opportunity to reorganise their forces however they want and they had the time to do it, you probably wouldn't choose voluntarily to go with a system this fragmented. But in the context of an ongoing war, this multiple chefs approach has allowed them to adapt quickly, and also meant that a lot of things get tested, which can then be rapidly dropped or potentially emulated by other parts of the force. As for targets, the big squeeze in 2026 has been transportation. Fixed operational targets are still deeply relevant, but the effect of introducing all these loitering munitions in UAS is that you now have tools that are cheap enough, available enough, and capable enough to go after relatively inexpensive dynamic targets like trucks that are nonetheless incredibly important. In May, the Unmanned Systems Forces grouping, which is just one part of the Ukrainian drone force, claimed to have hit 2,356 light, heavy, and special purpose vehicles, which is a category which includes trucks, claiming about 1,800 damaged and 527 destroyed. The visually confirmed loss databases show much smaller numbers, but do demonstrate a bit of a shift. If you look at the loss data for the war as a whole, the Russian army's actually lost a lot more armoured vehicles than it has military trucks. To use the Oryx data, it's not even close, with more than 6,400 IFVs lost compared to 4,487 trucks. Indeed, the numbers for tanks alone, 4,394, is pretty close to the 4,487 for trucks, which gives you a pretty good picture of a military that was both very, very armour heavy and Ukrainian drone capabilities that were at their most dangerous, going after stuff relatively close to the front line. More recently, though, the ratios have shifted a lot. What you're seeing on screen here is a chart showing the visually confirmed loss ratio for Russian military trucks compared to Russian armoured vehicles in the APC, MBT or IFV category, going all the way back to Q1 2022. You were consistently more likely to see a BMP or a tank popping up than you were a KAMAZ. In Q4 2025, the ratios were about even. Q1 2026, it was now more than 1.5 trucks per armoured vehicle, and in Q2, it was more than 3 and a bit trucks for every bit of armour. Now, big caveat, there are a couple of moving parts here. On one hand, the data is being driven as much by Russia losing less armour than it is by them losing more trucks. As you can see here, hits against Russian armoured targets on the front line are just much, much rarer than they once were. But on the other hand, these databases only count military trucks, not civilian ones being used for military purposes. And as anyone familiar with Ukraine war footage would probably know, the Russians appear to be using a lot more of those now than they were back in 2022. There's absolutely nothing stopping you using a civilian pickup truck, van or buggy to move supplies, but for the loss data, those don't count. So keep in mind that when you see the visually confirmed losses and Ukrainian claims appear to diverge to a greater extent over time, Russian logistics increasingly looking less like this and more like this isn't the entire story, but it is statistically part of it. On the Ukrainian side, though, and anecdotally from the Russians, the evidence does seem to point towards a recent significant ramp-up. According to one group of Ukrainian analysts, in February 2026, they recorded a grand total of 2 visually confirmed strikes against Russian logistic vehicles between 30 and 150 kilometres from the front line. In March, it increased to 15, in April, 55, and in May, 130. And if we want to peek under the hood to understand what that sort of effort might look like and why it might matter, I think we need to hone in on a case study. And in this case, that means looking south to Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, and Crimea. These regions and the routes
Let's go!
through Donetsk that help supply them are far from the only place that Ukraine is undertaking mid-strike activity, but it's a section of the front where the geography involved makes strikes like this potentially even more important.
Correct. Sorry, that's why I did like my 5 to 10 minute rant on Zaporozhye, Dnipro, and Kherson is because of the geographic bottleneck alongside the, alongside the Dnipro and the Ukrainians having a foothold in Kherson City. In my opinion, it makes it infinitely more likely that if you are going to use intermediate range strikes in order to isolate Russian elements and then slowly but surely pick them apart with Ukrainian forces, I think that is most likely to start in Kherson and then expand out into Zaporozhye and Dnipro Oblast. Just because it's a lot less open territory. You're kind of bottlenecked by the river and by the, is it the Black Sea? I think it's the Black Sea.
Along most of the battlefront in Ukraine, if the Ukrainians were able to push the Russians back, essentially what they'd be doing is pushing them closer or into Russia proper. What that suggests, all else being equal, is that the more successful the Ukrainians were in pushing the Russians in a particular area back, the easier Russia's logistics might become in the process. Behind the Donetsk front line, for example, is the city of Donetsk itself, and behind that in Russian proper, the likes of Rostov-on-Don. When the Ukrainians pushed across the border at Sumy into the Kursk region, that got them closer to Kursk. The situation in the south, though, is different. because beyond Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, and Crimea, you don't have more Russia, you have water. And that means the supply lines involved have to be more strung out and potentially more vulnerable. If you problematise Russian supply lines through occupied Zaporizhzhia or Crimea, for example, the situation for Russian troops in the Kherson region might become interesting. This appears to be part of the logic behind the Ukrainian southern offensive in 2023. There was initially talk of the Ukrainians trying to push all the way to the sea, in which case, if the Crimean bridge could also be knocked out, it would have essentially been game over for all of the Russian forces to the west. But some commentators highlighted a much more proximate objective in the form of Tokmak. At the time, unless you wanted to go by ferry, there were only two ways to reach the likes of Crimea by train from Russia: across the Crimean bridge or using the rail line you see marked on the right there, which ran through Tokmak. To get there, the Ukrainians on paper only had to go about 30 kilometres from their jumping-off positions. In the end, thanks to strong Russian defences, they fell well short of that. But Russia was clearly aware of the immense danger that reliance on that rail line caused, and they subsequently started work to diversify the ways they could get supplies to Crimea and further west. Among other things, that included additional roads and rail connections running closer to the coast.
That's what I was gonna say. Like I know I'm just stating the tactically obvious, but I hope the any highway in that same area, any rail line in that same area should effectively be getting like absolutely raped by Ukrainian mid-range drones. But like I don't see it's such an obvious choke point. It's such an obvious choke point, and I don't even know how you defend against that. Because obviously, like with drones, you know, FPVs, mid-range, even the Shaheds, their strength is their cheapness and the capacity to mass produce. And your capacity to defend against them is limited to like the amount of human beings, ammunition, and counter drone technology that you have. So if the Ukrainians just mass produce a shitload of mid-range drones and they make that highway and that rail line a nightmare to traverse, I don't understand how they don't choke logistical support out of the Dnipro and Kherson region. Although is there a Melitopol Oblast, Patriarch, if you're still with me? Is Melitopol like another oblast in between those two? Now, what that would do, though, let's say that you actually did choke off this supply line. Well, then the supply lines have to start going the long way down into Crimea. But if you absolutely fucking annihilate this bridge right here with, didn't the English provide some kind of like intermediate range ballistic missiles and they were able to destroy the Crimean bridge here? Wasn't it like Galahad missiles or something? If the English or a European proxy or Ukrainian flamingos were willing to swarm the bridges in Crimea and or this overland route into Russia, holy shitballs. Like, it gets a lot more precarious a lot more quickly.
So that eventually, even if the Russian army didn't advance in the region, their supply lines would move further away from the front. Just because the 2020...
And Tiberius Index says, no, Melitopol is in the Zaporozhian Oblast. Okay.
23 offensive failed, though, doesn't mean the Ukrainians gave up on this dream of cutting Russian supply lines in the region. There were multiple supply methods the Russians could use, and long before this mid-range campaign kicked off, the Ukrainians were already acting against a lot of them one by one. One of the easiest ways to send large cargoes long distances, for example, is to send it by ship. And there was a time where it wasn't uncommon for Russia and the Russian military...
No. Dude, I understand the Russians are like a naturally depressed people, but how do you not see the amount of men and materiel being chewed up by fucking Ukrainians and not get depressed? Because obviously, well, I don't know if I should say obviously. According to my own brain, which is increasingly becoming soupy by the minute, Sevastopol in Crimean geopolitical significance for the Russians was that it was one of their two warm water ports. Well, they already lost the one in Western Syria. So that leaves Sevastopol as a target that they don't want to give up. But when you're talking about shipping from Russia to Sevastopol, they have like the Ukrainians have shown that they have these like submarine jet ski skimming unmanned drones, and they have just absolutely annihilated the Black Sea fleet. They've just consistently just anything that's been in or around Sevastopol has just gotten absolutely fucking, do they call them SDVs? I don't even remember what the SDVs are. He's probably about to talk about it, truth be told, but I'm going to Google it.
To load up supplies in Russian ports and ship them directly to the main ports of Crimea, including Sevastopol. Thanks to the Ukrainians, though, that became dangerous fairly early. Russia lost a landing ship in the port of Berdyansk as early as March 2022, and as the war went on, the combination of the Storm Shadow missile and Ukrainian evolution in naval drones made naval traffic into Crimea more and more problematic. Some of the big targets for Ukrainian naval drones weren't just Russian surface combatants, it was things like the ship on the right there, the Caesar Kunikov that was sunk off Crimea in 2024. Knocking out landing ships didn't just reduce Russia's capacity to move cargo, it also introduced a risk factor that made it less viable.
Dude, he's just mentioning the naval drones, but look at these bitches. It's basically like a ski-doo. It's more of like a miniature motorboat, truth be told. But to me, it looks no bigger. It looks like a little bit bigger than a jet ski filled with explosives. A robot-controlled jet ski filled with explosives. If you're a Russian sailor, I don't know how that doesn't make you shit your pants. That is fucking crazy. I'm an American. I'm not even at war with the Ukrainians, and I'm shitting my pants on behalf of the Russians.
Even if there was only a single-digit percentage chance that every time you sent a cargo into Crimea, you would lose a ship in the process, there aren't that many cargoes out there worth risking a ship built in a Polish dockyard that you probably struggle to replace on short notice. Meaning even if Russia still had the ships, they appear to have become more and more cautious in risking them. The campaign against this kind of shipping may have started very early, but it's still ongoing. Most recently, as in within the last 24 hours at time of recording, Ukraine released drone footage suggesting attacks on 5 Russian transport ships in the ports of Mariupol and Berdyansk. Even for the Ukrainian drone force, sinking every cargo ship or tanker available to Russia on the Black Sea probably isn't practical. The Azov Sea is closer, but total interdiction would still be a massive ask. But the chilling effect on traffic has still been pretty visible. These days, Russia's naval presence in Sevastopol is a shadow of what it once was, and as you can see, at least based on activated transponders, the level of maritime activity in the Sea of Azov is thoroughly depressed by historical standards. From a Russian supply perspective, though, that by itself wouldn't necessarily be too problematic. There are still a lot of good railway connections here, especially through Crimea, as long, that is, as you can get your supplies from Russia into the Crimean railway system. And at the start of the war, there were 2 main ways to do that. If you wanted to avoid the northern route through Zaporizhia, you had to either cross the Crimean Bridge or take a ferry. What you're seeing example there is one of the large roll-on, roll-off ferries, the Slovyanin, capable of carrying railway cars. You can see pictures of it in various conditions on the right there, on the top right fully operational, and on the bottom right, semi-combusted. Ukraine started going after the 3 main vessels on this route, Conroe Trader, Avangard and Slovyanin, beginning in 2024. Avangard was considered important enough to be on the receiving end of an ATACMS strike in May 2024.
Dude, how is Perun getting this information? I know that it's out there, but does he actually have like Ukrainian contacts, or does he have Russian contacts, or is this available on like OSINT websites, or you know, I know there was like what do they call it, the NAFO bros, that there were like pro-Ukrainian Twitter pages that were kind of dedicated to promoting pro-Ukrainian like narratives and military analysis and all that kind of stuff. I seriously, I wonder what his sourcing is, because his sourcing is so goddamn good. This is like the level of intel that I would expect from a Ukrainian intel officer being like, yeah, this is where we're targeting. These are the ships that we know to be in the area. These are the ships that we're specifically targeting with this level of technology. Like, obviously, we all have like vague understandings, but he's got to have. Yeah, he has an open source guy. He has actual contacts. He's a freelance intelligence guy. He gets flown to conventions and such. Yeah, goddamn, his analysis. This is the kind of guy that I pretend to be. This is the kind of guy that I wish I was. What I mean by that is there's news and there's commentary. News is actually going out into the world, digitally or actually, and obtaining information that is of value to the public to know. That is news. In my opinion, this guy, from a geopolitical lens, is engaged in, like, news, because he's engaged in the actual substance of obtaining the who, what, when, where, why. Whereas I'm engaged in commentary, where basically I just rely on infinitely smarter, more autistic, dogged people to go obtain the information, and then I watch them give me the information, and then I offer my dog shit opinions on it. So, Lowell, give us your best Aussie accent. I don't think I have an Aussie. I don't think I have a good one at all. Oi, you cunt. That's what I got for you right now. Yeah, this guy is so much disgustingly better than Ryan Macbeth. This guy should have Ryan Macbeth's reputation. 633,000 subscribers, uploaded 9 days ago with 343,000 fucking views. That's nothing to shake a stick at. That is fifth. I think a YouTube channel is survivable financially if it's getting 10% of its subscribers for routine views. This guy is getting 50%. 50% viewership to subscriber ratio. That is excellent.
And while it was eventually repaired when Conroe Trader was on the receiving end of a missile attack in August that same year, it was reportedly hit while carrying something like 30 full tanks of fuel. Suffice to say, the result of that attack was rather less easy to repair. Slovyanin and Avangard did return to service, but both ships received renewed attention in March and April this year. Both ships appear to have been hit and put out of action. To paraphrase one Russian commentator, there were 3 railway ferries, all of which are screwed, and a new one is expected sometime around September. Moreover, there's a shortage of sailors for those ferries. The railway pier is blocked, and the waiting list for car ferries is up to 5 days. Now, even in Russia, I'm imagining a 5-day wait for a ferry probably falls short of the expected service standards, suggesting for a moment the ferry option is more or less strike 2 for Russian logistics. It's also worth noting that while this is happening, the Ukrainians have been launching attacks on port infrastructure at multiple locations, particularly Mariupol and Berdyansk, with hits recorded on targets including fuel tanks, tugs, transportation ships, and also things like cranes and loading infrastructure. That left rail transport to look at next, and here we really need to split things into 2 categories. The northern route through occupied Ukrainian territory, passing through Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia and Kherson, or the southern line bypassing all that and going over the Crimean Bridge instead. The northern route has become a clear target both for Ukrainian sabotage and also mid-range strike. For the Ukrainians, this is far from new as a target, and there was a particular spike in activity back in mid-2025. That hit a number of locomotives, but a lot of the strikes were on things like train stations and electrical infrastructure. And while there were some identifiable short-term disruptions, most of the assessments I've seen suggest the Russians were generally pretty effective in repairing and restoring the infrastructure quickly. One of the big differences in 2026 is that partly due to the improvement in the capability of Ukrainian drones, more of the attacks seem to be against locomotives, sometimes moving locomotives rather than fixed infrastructure. Per one analysis I'll link in the description, between March and May 2026, there were 35 geolocated Ukrainian drone strikes on Russian trains in occupied Ukrainian territory. Of those, 5 are in Zaporizhzhia, 6 in Donetsk, and 8 in Crimea. The impact of those attacks didn't just have implications for the trains involved, obviously. They also created a number of temporary halts in traffic. Which begs the question, why would the Russians send trains through some of these areas at all within range of Ukrainian drone attack if the option was there instead to divert them further south and across the Crimean Bridge? After all, as you can see on the right there, it is both a road and railway bridge. It was meant to replace to a great extent the ferries we talked about earlier. But while the bridge is technically open currently, there is a giant asterisk there. Remember, the most successful Ukrainian attack on the Crimean Bridge back in the early war appears to have been a sabotage operation. A truck exploded, causing significant damage. That ignited a railway car that was transporting a whole bunch of fuel, which then burned fiercely, causing even more damage. Ever since that point, while the bridge has technically been repaired and reopened, traffic has operated under some pretty significant restrictions. Not only does it close fairly regularly when there's a perceived
Yeah, this video is filled with so much information, I don't even know how to sum it up. I'll tell you how I'd sum it up, is you don't fuck with Ukrainians. That's how I would sum this up. The Ukrainians, the way that I remember the opening stages of the war, including myself, by the way, is that Russia has been declared the near peer bad guy of America for the past century. Like, China, we normalized relations with them in the 1970s. We barely normalized relations in the 1980s with the Russians. And they were the spooky specter bad guy in Europe for so long that we just kind of accepted them in in our zeitgeist as bad guys. And then even with Russian alleged democratization, there was so much corruption and so much violence that Russians could still be considered bad guys, where we didn't really care about them as like a nationalistic or communist force, but more like Russian mob. Just became like another boogeyman of Europe and a boogeyman of American media. Because Russians are fucking scary. So we just kind of presumed early in the war that scary fucking Russians were going to go into Ukraine. The Ukrainians were going to know that they were fucked. They were going to let Kyiv be taken over because they're a corrupt Eastern European nation state. And they weren't going to fight for their independence, and they were just going to become a new Russian imperial satellite. It was just going to be like a new Cold War without the communism. But instead what happened was the Ukrainians said, fuck you. And they started fighting really goddamn hard. And then we found out a whole bunch about Ukrainian history. Like I think like half of, what is it? It's like half of World War II casualties from the Soviet Union are from Ukraine. Let me take a look at that. Half of Soviet casualties in World War II were from Ukraine. It's something crazy. False. While the exact demographic proportions are debated by historians, Ukraine did not account for half of Soviet Union's World War II casualties, though it did suffer a devastating and disproportionate human loss. Total Soviet losses was 27 million lives. Ukrainian total casualties, Ukraine suffered an estimated 5 to 8 million total deaths, upwards of 14 millions when factoring in deportations, evacuees, and refugees. This is among roughly 40% of total Soviet casualties. Dude, 40%, and they are one Soviet state. So the Ukrainians have had this history of, well, we're not as bad as the Russians. We're not as authoritarian as the Russians. We're not as evil as the Russians. Matter of fact, the Russians were kind of like authoritarian dickheads, and they fucked us over a whole bunch. And not just that, we carried more than our weight during World War II and as troops during the Soviet imperial period. So the Russians can claim that they're big and fucking badass, but we were 40% of what made the Soviets big and fucking badass. And so when the Russians tried to fuck on the Ukrainians were like, you got it fucking twisted. You got it fucking twisted. We are going to fuck you up. And they did. So I know it's been a defensive war. I know that they've lost Donetsk and Luhansk. I know that they've lost, Kherson Oblast and parts of Zaporozhye and all that kind of shit, and parts of Dnipro. But you have to understand that we thought that Ukraine was going to collapse fall of 22. I thought Ukraine was going to collapse fall of 22. And here we are in 2026. And now we're talking about Ukrainian intermediate range drones fucking up Russian supply lines in Kherson and Zaporozhye and fucking in Crimea, and making the Russian attempts to resupply their defensive holdings a goddamn nightmare. So, yeah, I know I said that over the course of 5 minutes, but I think the key takeaway is don't I'm crying tears of joy again. I guess I'm just sensitive today. Fucking, you don't fuck with Ukrainians, right? Ukrainians will fuck you up. Yeah. Remember when Trump told Zelensky he didn't have any cards to play? Yeah. Meanwhile, Zelensky was building a domestic cruise missile called the Flamingo. And I have no idea. Maybe Patriarch could illuminate us. Why would you name it the Flamingo? Like Americans name their cruise missiles after Native Americans and birds of prey. And you guys named it after the gayest fucking bird. It's literally a pink, graceful, skinny bird. Did you name your cruise missile the Flamingo just to fuck with the Russians that they were getting dunked on by the gayest bird possible? Flamingo cruise missile. It doesn't look like a flamingo. There is nothing about this that looks like a fucking flamingo. They literally they made a normal looking badass jet fueled fucking cruise missile in order to go fuck up the Russians, and then they named it the gayest thing possible in order to dunk on the Russians harder. Like, how upsetting is that? You misunderstood that. That means Ukrainian deaths were 40% of the total Soviet deaths in World War II, as in they were under the Soviet bracket as well? Yeah, but if they were 40% and... okay, what I'm trying to say is... What were all the Soviet states during World War II? What were all the Soviet states during World War II? So they had the Czech Republic, Poland, Eastern Germany by the end of it, Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Albania. And then early in the war, they had Ukraine and Belarus. And then in the middle of the war, I guess they got Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and the western half of Belarus and Ukraine. My point is that if Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine are three major Soviet states, and Ukraine contributed 40% of deaths during World War II, that means either the Belarusians or the Russians were probably not carrying their weight. You know what I'm saying? That's Eastern Bloc, not the USSR. Huh. No offense. Half of my geopolitical knowledge of Soviet Russia comes from the video game Command & Conquer Red Alert 2. So, what is the difference between Eastern Bloc and Soviet states? The key difference was the Soviet Union was a single country, whereas the Eastern Bloc was a coalition of separate, nominally independent countries heavily dominated by the Soviet Union. The Soviet states, what it was, a single massive nation, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, composed of 15 constituent republics, like Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and others. They operated as one centralized country under the strict political and economic control of the central government in Moscow, Russia. International status. Internationally, it was recognized as one single sovereign state, nation on the global stage. That's kind of crazy. I don't think of Kazakhs, Russians, and Ukrainians as the same people, but I guess that was common in the 20th century. The Eastern Bloc, what it was, a geopolitical coalition of separate independent communist countries in Central and Eastern Europe that aligned with and took orders from the Soviet Union, including countries like Poland, East Germany, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Bulgaria. While technically recognized as sovereign states with their own governments, they were satellite states. The Soviet Union maintained strict oversight of their economies and militaries through the Warsaw Pact and political systems, leaving little room for true independence. That's interesting. That is interesting. I actually did not know the difference. I didn't know. So to be clear, although this, weirdly enough, that actually backs up Vladimir Putin's narrative that Ukraine is not an independent country. It's like a state. So for instance, let's analogize this to the United States. We had 50 states instead of 3, but even the 13 colonies, right? Let's say we had the 13 colonies, and then we had the Western territories that were not recognized as states. Obviously, the United States still severely administered the Western states, but the 13 colonies were the original ones, and they were considered a part of the original United States of America. So with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, what happened was fucking Ukraine went from being a state to a independent sovereign nation. Same thing with Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan was considered a part of the United Soviet Socialist Republics, but it was considered a part of the same country. Well, it became a state after the Russians took it. It wasn't a state before then? Huh. What was Ukraine prior to World War II? Who ruled Ukraine prior to World War II? I mean, I guess it would still be the Soviet Union, right? Soviet Union. Who ruled Ukraine in 1900? In 1900, Ukraine was not an independent state and was instead divided between 2 European empires, the Russian Empire and the Austro-Hungarians. Holy shitballs. Talk about Slavs getting fucked over. No offense, but the Slavs have consistently gotten fucked. Poland and Ukraine seem to consistently have gotten fucked over by Central Europeans and Russians. I'm sorry that your history is one of consistently being fucked over by Central Europeans and Russians.
Perceived risk of an attack, the Russians have long placed restrictions on what kind of cargo can generally go across it. Things that might explode or burn, and thus could potentially be used to demolish the bridge as part of a second Ukrainian sabotage attack, are generally out. So, militarily essential cargoes, like passenger trains full of tourists to Crimea, are in, but all of that useless fuel and ammunition is out and has to take another route. The situation with the bridge then probably isn't ideal from a Ukrainian perspective. They would probably prefer if it connected Russia proper to the bottom of the sea as opposed to Crimea, but at the same time, it's arguably not the worst from their position either. The bridge's usefulness as a logistics link has been significantly curtailed, and it continues to serve as a giant magnet for Russian air defence and other assets. Just recently, for example, the Ukrainians appear to have hit another Russian military vessel relatively close to the bridge. But Russia can't entirely remove assets like this from the area, otherwise they potentially leave the bridge open to naval drones. And just like
somebody is saying the Poles had it better, but I just Googled who owned like Poland in 1900, and it was the Prussians, the Austro-Hungarians, and the Austro-Hungarians, the Russians, and God damn it, not the Poles. Prussians, Russians, Austro-Hungarians. That's why I kept getting fucked up, because Prussian and Russian sound similar. But Prussians are German, of course. Wow. Damn. Being Central European fucking sucks. Like, you don't have any firm borders. Random empires will come and conquer you and incorporate you into their empire. You will maintain a language and a cultural heritage that will be dismissed and treated as second class despite you living on the same territory for centuries, if not millennia. Goddamn. Being like Czech or Polish or Eastern German or Austrian, that's got to be fucking tough.
Like Moscow, there might be an argument that by poking at the bridge occasionally, the Ukrainians can potentially keep a lot of air defence assets pinned down, while also disrupting and making life difficult from the Russian perspective. In short, while the option might be open to Russia to take the risk of allowing more dangerous and military-natured cargo on the bridge, for the moment they've declined to take the risk and essentially shut it off for themselves as a relevant route, which leaves one main option for cargoes of things like fuel and ammunition that need to be sent west, the northern route through occupied Ukraine, and into the range bracket of the mid-range strike effort. My core point here is the Ukrainian mid-strike effort of 2026 is really only as relevant as it is if you consider the context stretching back years. Using just about every tool at its disposal, Ukraine has sequentially pinched off logistics option after logistics option, with the mid-range strike effort being at its most useful, targeting the supply lines that are left.
That is, dude, that is right there why I have faith in the Ukrainian people. Once again, if I had to predict, Zaporozhye, Kherson Oblast, and Dnipro would return to Ukrainian control. Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea are going to remain under Russian control, and there will be some kind of settlement at that point. But I also will allow myself to be shocked by Ukraine. I have been shocked. Since 2022, I've been shocked by Ukrainian tenacity and persistence. So I will allow myself to continue to be shocked by Ukrainian persistence and ruthlessness. And so we kind of started this conversation with the quote. It's like amateurs talk about tactics, historians talk about strategy, and professionals talk about logistics. If this is the way that Ukrainians are looking at the scenario, where they're not appealing to like highfalutin ideology about nationalism or liberalism or independence or sovereignty or economics, but instead they're saying, how do we slowly but surely choke Russia the fuck out logistically so we can remove their stranglehold from eastern and southern Ukraine? That's a winning mentality. That is absolutely a winning mentality. So I stand by my prediction, but I leave room to continue to be shocked and amazed by the tenacity of the Ukrainian people. Los Kamaikos says, yeah, but as Poles, at least we learned to have the greatest underground state and independent schools, courts, and military under occupation. Yeah, for sure. One of my favorite things about Polish history is, of course, the Siege of Vienna and the Polish Hussars. So the Winged Hussars, obviously I bring them up whenever I have an opportunity to do so because their aesthetic is so peak. Winged Hussars. And wasn't there like medieval Polish kings? Prior to Poland being divided up between multiple empires, wasn't there like an independent kingdom of Poland? But effectively in the late medieval period, during the age of musketry, some Polish heavy cavalry decided that they should wear plate armor, angel's wings, carry melee weapons including lances, axes, and sabers, and they should also carry short-range muskets. And they led the largest cavalry charge in European history of 30,000 cavalrymen, if I remember correctly, against the Ottoman Empire in order to break the siege of Vienna, Austria, which was the deepest incursion by Ottoman Turks, Muslims, into Europe. It is actually like one of the coolest, like, I've gone through, and allegedly the Charge of the Rohirrim from Lord of the Rings was based on the Charge of the Winged Hussars. So I heard that somewhere, and I'm going to keep repeating it even if it's misinformation. So the point is, the Poles, in my opinion, seized the craziest, most awesome medieval aesthetic that I only heard about in the past 5 to 10 years. So, did Bibi really come out and publicly say that Israel doesn't accept Trump's ceasefire? Dude, Trump is going to do Holocaust round 2? I have a feeling that Trump's in a rough spot right now because he wants to keep the support of the Adelsons and the ultra-Zionists, but he can't have Israel fucking up his reputation as like the great negotiator, even though anybody who still believes in Trump's reputation as the great negotiator is a fucking mark at this point. But yeah, I'm unsurprised that Israel is fucking torpedoing the Iranian peace deal. I'm unsurprised.
Railway lines in occupied Ukraine. You can see some geolocated strikes mapped on the right there. And also that one logistics option that everyone tends to fall back on when other parts of the system begin to break: trucking. Of recent geolocated mid-range drone strikes, there have been far more against targets like trucks than there have trains. So I think it's worth now zooming in to try and assess the scale of those attacks and why they potentially matter. As we often do, let's talk numbers first. In their
Okay, I'm gonna take a look at this. It is 2:30, but I need to put a bow on this and probably wrap it. But I do want to see what the significance is because I am curious.
official claims data, the Ukrainian military doesn't localise to any particular target region, so we don't have a way to lock things down to just the east and the south. But nonetheless, I think this data does a fairly good job of showing the claimed overall trend. What you're looking at here is the Ukrainian MOD claims for the number of Russian soft-skin vehicles, so trucks and cars, hit on a monthly basis since early 2022. While the numbers are universally higher across the board than they are in the visually confirmed loss database, which is probably to be expected, you can see the same shape of the trend early on. Higher Russian claimed truck and car losses in early 2022, a fall off going into 2023, and the numbers starting to pick up again. As you can see, the claims for March, April and May 2026 hardly represent a subtle increase. If the claims of about 4,000 vehicles a month in January and February were equal to the peak of 2025, the more than 6,000 vehicles claimed in each of March, April and May represent something like a 50% increase over the previous record. In May, the claim figure was actually north of 8,000, so very roughly double where things were about a year earlier. As with all official claims data though, I wouldn't hone in too much on the numbers themselves, but I do think the trend can sometimes be informative. In terms
All right, I'm just gonna say it. Lesson learned today: don't fuck with the Ukrainians. And I'm just saying that if I was Russia, I would be picking up my ball and going home. I would actually say, hey, let's stop, time out. Let's stop the war. We want Donetsk. We want Luhansk. We want Crimea. We're going to give 30 days for civilians to cross these territories. So any Ukrainians in Donetsk, Luhansk, or Crimea who want to go be a part of the new Ukraine, go be a part of new Ukraine. But we also expect the Ukrainians to allow any Russian sympathizers in Western Ukraine to be able to travel to Donetsk, Luhansk, or Crimea unmolested. Let's freeze the borders there and let's stop fucking blowing each other up. Because if I'm taking a look at this, I'm seeing effectively the Python strategy. So let me take a look at this. Python strategy, Civil War. So during the U.S. Civil War, what the Union realized was that the Mississippi was being used as a logistics supply line for Confederates to be able to run supplies up the Mississippi and into, the western half of their resistance forces. And then they also realized that, in order to, because Virginia was like a solid brick wall, it was difficult to break through Virginia. So what William Tecumseh Sherman did in the western half is he took a substantial amount of forces and effectively walked down the Mississippi, slowly but surely peeling away Confederate resistance in the western half and choking out their logistic supply lines. Then he marched east, continued to kick fucking ass, and then, while that was happening in the north, Grant was shoving Union troops down Robert E. Lee's throat until he fucking choked on Union dead. Now, to be clear, plenty of Confederates died in the efforts as well, but plenty of Union boys died making this happen. But what ended up happening, despite, the Union suffering higher casualties, they had a higher industrial output and they had more bodies to sacrifice for the war. And so through this strategy, they slowly started peeling back the logistics supply networks of the Confederacy. And weirdly enough, down here in Florida, so there's this place. I'll go ahead and dox myself a little bit. There's this place called Bithlo, Florida. And Bithlo, Florida is a place that I used to live. And there's some riverine access through the Econ Lockhatchee There's some river here. It could be total bullshit. But effectively, the St. Johns River and the Econlockhatchee was small enough for Confederate gun runners to go from the Bahamas, where the British... Where's the Bahamas? The British were selling guns to the Confederacy through the Bahamas. And so Floridian Confederate gun runners would run cattle from Central Florida up to the Confederacy for slaughter, for meat for the troops. They would also buy guns from the British in the Bahamas and then run them up the East Coast. But what ended up happening was the Union Navy was so dominant that they kept chasing them ashore. So basically, like Bithlo, if you go talk to Bithlonians, they're a different breed of Central Floridian, but they will claim to be the descendants of gun-running Confederates who were run ashore by Union patrols. So, yeah. So when I see Ukrainians slowly but surely peeling back the logistics network of the Russians, I see the slow strangulation of the Union against the Confederacy. So I wish them Godspeed and God's strength and God's power to the Ukrainian people. But let me go ahead and thank everybody who donated. It is 2:30. It is time for me to wrap. It is time for me to go work on post-recorded content and go get ready for... No, I'm not going to get ready for it, but I just need to be ready for drama shenanigans tonight. I won't be streaming. I'm going to try to save Patriarch and the other Oilers and Chippers who do not like the Destiny drama. I'm going to try to save them the drama by not streaming it myself. But, who is it? Darius wanted to challenge me on my affinity for snarkers in Lav and Mr. Girl. And my game plan is to just go there and say, hey, here are my criticisms of Destiny. They are not reliant on Mr. Girl, Lavloon, or snarkers being good people. And I'm sure some of my criticisms of Destiny, even Destiny fans will agree with. I'm sure some of my criticisms of Destiny, they will disagree with. But Darius wants to have the conversation, so it is what it is. Master Goy Eater gave us a red card with 250 jewels. Thank you, King. I'm going to thank everybody who donated. I'm going to engage with chat for a second, and then I'm going to dip out. Old School with the 2, Old School with the 2, Shapingro with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, Solid as Snake with the 5, Diminished Darknut with the 50. Thank you, King. Shapingro with the 2, Diminished Darknut with another 50. Thank you, King. Vazraka with the 10. Like, seriously, I know like 50 bucks is not nothing. Seriously, thank you, Diminished Darknut, if you're still here. That oil is not taken for granted. Thank you. Vazraka with the 10. Patriarch with the absolutely fucking insane 50 gifted memberships. He gifted more memberships than we currently have concurrent viewers. What a beautiful lunatic. I'm sorry that you don't enjoy all of my content, Patriarch. I am sorry that we have been fighting over the past month as I've gone into the drama slot mines. But I deeply, deeply, deeply appreciate the oil and your patience through segments that you don't like. Charlie November, thank you for the gifted. Shapingro, thank you for the gifted. Doobie with the 10. Real Serious with the 200 Argentinian. Old School with the 2. Doobie with the 10. Doobie with the 10. Doobie with the 10. Real Serious with the 100 Argentinian. Vazraka with the 5 gifted. Fell Runner with the $6.07. Diminished Darknut with the 10. Grassroots with the 5. Fashion 40 with the 5. Old School with the 2. Jeb Kush with the membership. Jeb Kush with the gifted. Paleocon Zoomer for 10. And Vazraka with the gifted. Thank you, kings and queens. Not only for your viewership, but also for your substantial financial generosity today. It is not taken for granted. You made me tear up a little bit. Patriarch says, I hate you, but I also love you. The feeling is very mutual. Kazra, good to see you. I'm happy you're still alive. Fellrunner says base grillers, true. Lamanites I don't know what that means. Just stream your shit if you want. People's lack of self-control shouldn't be your problem. Well, I mean, I agree with you, conservative liberalism, but I am trying to balance. I think they're right, conserve. To be honest, I think they're right. I think that the temptation to become a drama slop lolcow and to respond to every criticism from people you view as twats. You wouldn't spit on them if they were on fire to help put them out. There's a temptation every time you hear somebody talking shit about you to respond. Like Mooten and I had a perfectly pleasant conversation the day before the bridge burn, and then he's been talking shit on other people's streams. Dan, I haven't really heard talking shit, but he talked shit in the past. Food Chops is talking shit, but she's a fucking pedophile, so I don't give a shit about her opinion. Destiny's been talking a little bit of spicy shit, considering, like, I could be very rude and mean, but I'm choosing not to because I don't hate Steven. I'm angry with Steven. I'm disappointed with Steven. I don't like what Steven's done. And I told him to his fucking face, in private and in public. But I think that there's this negative feedback loop of constantly responding to harsh criticism from people you don't like. That's just unending. Because the more you respond to the harsh criticism from people you don't like, the more harsh criticism they have for you. So I think it's better just to articulate your argumentation and then to let sleeping dogs lie. And people can decide, you know, do I agree with Connor's criticism? Do I not agree with Connor's criticism? Am I going to watch him in spite of his criticism? Am I going to watch him because of his criticism? Like, you know, people choose where they choose to, or people choose where they spend their time. And I do not resent the free market. I actually appreciate the free market for giving me the opportunity to talk to 50 to 150 autistic Twitch and YouTube political assholes who give me enough money to pay my bills. So I'm actually trying to just be grateful. Just trying to be grateful. Connor would make more if he started working out on streams again. True. I should make it slutty. B for Brian says, don't stare into the abyss. I'm too tired to stare into the abyss. I don't have enough time to stare into the abyss. I'll stare into the abyss when I'm dead. Conservative liberalism says, I'm not talking about engaging or not engaging. I'm saying you've already chosen to engage, and airing it on your side doesn't seem like it's diving further in. It could. I've mentioned there's a performative level to streaming where I am simultaneously self-conscious of the members of my community who don't want me to be engaged in slop drama at all. And I am also simultaneously aware of the fact that more people will watch slop drama and throw cash at slop drama in order to incentivize slop drama. Whereas if I don't stream it, I don't feel that pressure. So, and like, obviously I'm always sharing my opinion. I don't ever tell you guys shit that I don't believe, but there's an increased desire to be earnest and clear because I'm not being any level of performative whatsoever. I'm just saying what I think, and you can take it or leave it, you know? So, not trying to be a white blood cell, but did you put his whole private life on blast and called CPS for him based on the word of a BPD check with immediately walked back her statement? I don't blame him. Okay, well, I think you're being a little white blood celly. I think if you actually evaluate the evidence, there's something there. The husband claimed something, and the wife, when she was being anonymous to another person, claimed the same thing. And if anybody in your real life, like actually, Dickie boy, I'm going to ask you this before I leave, because I think it's actually pertinent. If you, let's say that you had a friendly associate, real life, okay? You work at a job. You work at a job. And you find out, and I'm talking about Britt, not about Destiny. Let's talk about Britt just for 1 second, and I want your earnest answer to this question. Brittany takes you aside at work and she says, hey, I don't love my husband anymore. He's an asshole. I've been engaged in an online sexting relationship where I have fantasized about molesting the child of the person I'm sexting with, and the person I'm sexting with has masturbated to the idea of molesting my children. And I was grossed out by it, but I thought it was hot. Do you call Child Protective Services on that person, yes or no? Let's remove it from the context of online, BPD, sane, insane, whatever. Deal with the hypothetical that I presented you. A friendly associate tells you that they masturbated to the idea of molesting a child, and that the person that they were sexting molested to the idea of molesting their child. Children, plural. Do you call CPS, yes or no? Absolutely. Okay, for me, that situation is identical. It's identical. So, I understand you can say that it's hearsay, but I think the preponderance of evidence leans towards it being true that this happened. So, my main critique is the strength of this being used. Pedophile is a strong ass word to call someone, especially a previous friend. Not exactly a bridge burn, but it's definitely pouring gasoline on the fire. A phebophile. Okay? Molesting a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old. You want to be specific? A phebophile. I wish I could bleach my brain. Well, indeed, you should leave. This is at work. I would go to HR. You would report it to someone, right? I do a 5150. What's a 5150? Is that a Baker Act? What's a 5150? What's a 5150? It qualifies mental health professionals or law enforcement to involuntarily detain somebody for 72 hours for psychiatric evaluation. You understand if you did a Baker Act, CPS would be notified as a part of a Baker Act, right? So, I mean, all you're doing is you're pushing the CPS call onto somebody else. I did call it on her. I did call it on Brittany. But you understand the other half of this is Steven, and Steven has a child, right? So if Steven is the other half of this, why wouldn't you call it on the other partner? I just got back in and I don't know what you're talking about, but the answer is yes. Because anyone who tells you that shit at work is fucking crazy. Okay, well, this person told me that shit at fucking... There was no reason to tell me any of this. She just volunteered it. Well, truth be told, she volunteered it to Mr. Girl. Her husband volunteered it to me. I've known sleeves at work, and I would call if a thing's stored. They told me about their life. Sure. No, you should have called it on her. I did. Since she admitted it about herself, but no evidence for the other. So, EPQM 5277. So she says, I did it with this coworker. Do you mention that she said it, that she did it with that coworker? Yes or no? Yeah, it's in the state of Florida, we call it a Baker Act. There would be no moving on. Like there would be no moving on, and I sure as fuck wouldn't try to downplay it publicly when someone else tried to bring the light of the situation. I don't understand your criticism then. Because that's what I'm doing. I said, hey, I can't be a fucking part of this, and then I repeated, or I reported it to authorities. Yeah, it should have been on her since she admitted to things herself. Okay, but you wouldn't tell them who the partner was? If you were reporting it to law enforcement, you wouldn't say who the partner was? Why are you sweeping for the partner? EPQM. You can mention it, sure, but the primary call shouldn't be about the other party. It was about both parties. Because anyone who tells you that shit at work is fucking crazy. Like, there would be no moving on. Wait, hold on. I missed your first thing? Absolutely. All right, I'm not seeing it. I'm not really seeing, like, the contention that I would freak the fuck out on. But I don't understand how you would say, I wouldn't mention the other party. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Yeah. Fellrunner says, right, she reached out to you. They should not have ever reached out to you at all. That's insane and unfair to your life. Yeah. You can mention that, sure, but the primary call shouldn't be about shouldn't be about the other party. Who cares? I'm reporting both parties. Why wouldn't I report both parties? See, and for me, I'm gonna say these two analogies and then I'm gonna dip. So for me, from my perspective with Steven, I think he's a sex addict. And we analogize this to alcohol. And I analogize the Pixie drama to a DUI with injuries. And so my criticism of Steven is that I think he's an alcoholic. I think in summer of 2022, but it took until November of 2024 for it to be brought to light. He effectively committed a DUI with injuries, and the injured parties are Sherry, Pixie, Melina, Stasia, and someone else. But a DUI with injuries is not the worst thing I've ever heard of. And so I kind of said, well, he did a DUI with injuries, but he's not a fucking murderer. You know, he wasn't drunk driving and then he drove into a pedestrian crossway in order to intentionally run people over. And that's what people were treating him like. They were treating him like he had committed a traffic homicide when, in my estimation, he had done a DUI with injuries. Right? And so I was like, well, I can be friends with a guy who did DUI with injuries. He just needs to stop being a piece of shit. And maybe by me being his friend and everybody else abandoning him, maybe I can encourage him to not be a piece of shit. And then I would say what I discovered in November was metaphorically equivalent to finding a handle of vodka in your alcoholic friend's car while he's undergoing civil litigation for DUI with injuries. And then what I would say I discovered in May is like finding another bottle of vodka in my alcoholic friend's car. And so meanwhile, he's telling the world that he's not an alcoholic and he has everything under control. So my rage at yelling at him in May, which could have been inappropriate, I'll admit it could have been inappropriate, but I feel like my inappropriateness in yelling at him about his alcoholism is infinitely less than his alcoholism. And so in a metaphorical standpoint, sorry, I'm just trying to finish up this idea. From a metaphorical standpoint, people can be mad that I put his alcoholism on blast. People can be mad that I reported it into law enforcement. They can say, oh, well, it's not illegal for him to have alcohol. It's not illegal for him to have a handle of alcohol in his, that's not part of his conditional release. That's not part of his civil suit. That's not part of his criminal suit. He's allowed to have alcohol in his car. But I am repulsed by the people who say he can have alcohol in his car because I think they would laugh if he got into a DUI where he either hurt himself or hurt others. It would just be entertainment to them. They don't actually care about whether or not he's an alcoholic. They don't actually care about whether or not it hurts him. They don't care about whether or not it hurts other people. They just care that he gets to be their little fucking, their source of entertainment. So. It got deleted. If I were the husband, I would unlife them both and not try to walk back the allegations when it was made public. Okay. Well, there you go. It's not even Well, I think I congratulated him. I was like, hey, congratulations on not committing homicide. I might have said that at some point. This woman needs serious help, which does require the intervention of CPS and other state and local law enforcement. All these people need intervention and help. Well, thank you for that. Not only is he an addict, he goes with other convenient, which appears to lie the mentally disturbed and vulnerable. Correct, in my opinion. The framing needs to stop being snake warfare. Okay. Connor made a choice of conscience. I feel like I did. And I don't care. I don't really care. If people frame it as me being snaky or me being snarky, I don't care. That's not why I did it. Getting into different sexual deviations is only a matter of time for a sex addict. Sure. When you say you discovered it, did you see him do it, or is it still from Brit's word? Because seeing bottles is different than someone telling you they drank. Yeah, but imagine, so let's change the metaphor a little bit. Let's say that somebody you know to be an alcoholic says, let's say a husband of an alcoholic says, oh yeah, my wife's an alcoholic and she was hanging out with Destiny and they were both drinking and driving. And then the wife says, no, like we had a couple of drinks, but we didn't drive anywhere. And then you find out from another friend, this being Mr. Girl, that the wife actually said, lol, yeah, we were fucking slamming handles of vodka and we were drunk driving like a motherfucker and it was fucked up, but I still thought it was fun. And then let's say that you talk to the ex-girlfriend of your friend and the ex-girlfriend says, oh yeah, I saw handles of vodka. At that point, at what point is the preponderance of evidence not sufficient for you to say, I think it's probable that he consumed alcohol in the way that's being described by three separate people, even if three separate people themselves are not totally trustworthy? Because you understand, like, so for instance, like with law enforcement, this is one of the things that's bugged me about the discourse around this topic. With law enforcement, we deal with bad witnesses all the time. All the time, we deal with witnesses who have terrible character. But when you add up witness, 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 physical evidence, witness, witness, even if all the evidence is shit, like even if all the witnesses are shit, but they're all saying the same thing, that's enough for a warrant. Do you understand that if I have three witnesses to a DUI, but they themselves are all alcoholics, it's not sufficient for me to say, well, this guy's an alcoholic, so I can't trust his testimony. This girl's an alcoholic, so I can't trust his testimony. This girl's an alcoholic, so I can't trust her testimony. Therefore, there's nothing to see here. That's not how law enforcement works. Law enforcement would say, I have three alcoholics who are testifying to the DUI of another party, but their stories are so consistent. I think there's enough here that I believe that there's a high probability that this happened, and therefore it should be investigated further. So, Bud123 says, dude, we're already done. Fellrunner, we're already done. The stream's over. I'm just engaging with like a few chatters who just came in. In this case, it's a self-admitted alcoholic drinking and arriving, telling you that your friend with you considered to be an alcoholic drove while drunk. Correct. Correct. I think we might have said close to the same thing. See, and Silver does the sweeping, so going through a divorce sounds like an excellent testimony from all sides, but that doesn't matter. You can have three untrustworthy witnesses who all have the same witness testimony, and as a result, you can use that as evidence in order to further investigate the situation. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I don't have subpoena power. I don't have warrant power. So all I did was I reported it to people who do. People use snark very loosely depending on how it serves their narrative. True. If someone is your friend, you don't accept probable. You should require the highest standard. If they're not your friend, then sure, but whatever, just say that. I don't agree at all. EPQM, I don't agree at all. The way that I was raised with friendship is that non-friends will allow you to ruin your life. Like, so for instance, you know, I'll do a little bit of shit talking back. I was taught that what Dan and Mooten are doing are not real friends. Because if you enable somebody to engage in bad behavior, you actually don't care about their well-being. You just want the convenience of their friendship. Okay? You don't actually want them to do well. You just want them to be there for you for whatever benefit they offer you, but that's not real friendship. What real friendship is, the way I was raised, is when your friend is fucking up. You tell them they're fucking up because you actually care about their welfare. So, for me, what you just said, I was taught the opposite as a child. I'd trust but verify, check the car camera footage, I would call him an alcoholic. Well, once again, I don't have subpoena power. I'm not saying he's guilty of drunk driving. I don't have the evidence to give him the drunk driving. I took 3 testimonies from 3 different people saying that he was drunk driving while under litigation for drunk driving in order to say that he probably drunk drove and law enforcement should investigate it. That's what I did. And I think that's perfectly fine. Reminds me of a story of a motorcyclist told me about. His dash cam helped him with an incident where there were a bunch of witnesses that said the same story, but the video evidence gave a different story. Well, yeah. And the video evidence in this case would be accomplished by a warrant, right? If Steven is like totally innocent of the charge, let's say Britt hallucinated this entire scenario, and she told her husband and told Mr. Girl this story because she has some sick desire for attention. Number one, why is Steven still talking to her 6 months later? But that's besides the point. Let's say that she has this sick desire for attention and she totally made up the entire scenario. Then a warrant would resolve that scenario because a warrant for the Discord logs would actually show what happened. And if there was nothing there, she literally made up the entire scenario, then the warrant would prove that. It also might not be high enough of a priority for them to even give a shit about. Right? That like cops might look at this and they'll go, oh shit, no, like a bunch of internet people fucking jerking off. I don't give a shit. I have an actual serial child molester, you know, in Miami that I'm working a case for. This is going on the back burner if I work it at all. You know, that's just as likely as a cop saying, this sounds kind of fishy. I'm going to put out a warrant and I'm going to yank the thread on this. Just as likely is a cop saying, I got real cases. This sounds like internet bullshit. You know? So it's literally 50-50 on whether or not it goes anywhere. But in order for me to sleep at night, if I have an alcoholic friend and he's claiming he's not an alcoholic, meanwhile, I've caught him, in my metaphor, with 2 bottles of vodka in his car, I am morally compelled to tell people that, no, he's still engaging with alcohol. Doobie for 10 says, can we please schedule a weekend convo debate between myself and Fellrunner with you there? When I win, the prize is unfettered Discord access. If he wins, I stop bothering to get in / he banned me again. Sure. Sure. It sounds like that needs to be resolved one way or the other. You tell him you are fucking up publicly. Why couldn't you do it privately if you're really a friend? I did. I told him privately in November. And then I found another bottle of vodka in May. Why are you okay with Doobie sending donations from the pedo server? You're distracting from the point. Doobie could be a fucking pedophile. And you could report him to law enforcement and get him arrested, and that wouldn't change a single thing that I said. That's one of the things that actually really bugs me about this discourse, is that Doobie could be a serial killing pedophile. And J-Stock could be a physical, forcible rapist. And Lavloon could also be a pedophile. And that would not change a single thing that I've said over the past 10 minutes. EPQM says, I wouldn't just blow up a friendship over some story from a redacted chick. See, here's the thing, though, EPQM. I know more than you. I've been a friendly orbiter of Steven for 6 years. I've been his IRL friend for 2 years. This single data point of a crazy woman is not the only data point. I would ask my friend about the circumstances and behave them unless giving undeniable proof. What if he's already been caught about alcohol in the past? What if he lied to his wife about his alcoholism? What if he lied to his significant girlfriend about his alcoholism? What if he lied to his coworkers about his alcoholism? Once you add up lie after lie after lie after lie after lie to half a dozen of the most important people in his life, why would you trust your friend? What is the potential crime that Destiny committed? Receiving pictures of underage children for lewd and lascivious purposes. They probably would view it as redundant since they have been called to his house over and over and over and found nothing. Well, they haven't found nothing, have they? He's currently under civil litigation for sexual misconduct. And wasn't that case supposed to get dismissed last week? And it hasn't? The problem is that these people all have Destiny brain through where they compare the internet to Destiny's behaviors against the behavior of others. Whataboutism is all the way down. Yeah, whataboutism is not effective argumentation. You think your friend has problems, you blow it up in the middle of a court case. Yeah, if he's lying about his problems. If my friend is saying, I'm not an alcoholic, I'm not an alcoholic, I'm not an alcoholic, and he's in civil litigation for a DUI with injuries, and then he's telling the public that he's not an alcoholic, and I caught him with alcohol twice, then yeah, I think he's an alcoholic. You're receiving money from a pedo hoarder, that's just whataboutism? What do you think that has to do with anything? Once again, if Doobie was a pedophile serial killer, what does that change about my criticisms of Steven? It doesn't change anything. Dicky Boy says, I think being a sex addict and being a pedo are two different things. Yeah. And you know what? I'll say this. I don't think Destiny's a pedophile. I don't think he has a primary or exclusive sexual attraction to prepubescent, pubescent, or adolescent children. I don't think he does. I think he's a sex addict who engaged in risky behavior with a person who had fucked up sexual fantasies. But that's too far for me. We crossed the line. It's too far. Yeah, but none of those things you're referring to are criminal activity. They're just things you consider immoral, which is fine, but the public spectacle still isn't necessary for a friendship ending. Yeah, it is. Number one, I make moral judgments all the time. So this whole fucking, I'll say it, this is counterpoints politics. This whole moral fagging about don't criticize your friends, I think that's gay as shit. I think it's the most retarded thing you could possibly fucking do. Oh, don't criticize them because it's not illegal. I criticize all sorts of shit that's not illegal all the time. The cops didn't find that, though. The cops are still litigating it right now. If you consider law enforcement an extension of the judiciary is still debating whether or not there was malfeasance related to sexual misconduct. As an outsider, yeah, see, that's funny. As an outsider to all these fucking communities, you keep talking about this cuck Destiny so goddamn much. See, that's so funny to me. How did you find me? How did you find me? I have 52 people in here. It's a small community. I've never seen you before, Violent Bananas. We've spent the past 2 weeks talking about everything besides Destiny. How did you find me within 10 minutes of me talking about Destiny? Seems a little snarky. Seems a little snarky to me that in a community of 50, you can find me talking about somebody that you don't even care about after I didn't talk about him for 2 weeks. Weird. It's a little snarky, if you ask me. Civil court isn't law enforcement? I know what you're saying, but I think you know what I'm saying too. I think you know that, like, there is a harm that has been alleged that is being litigated, and the harm is severe enough to be litigated by state authorities. That's obviously what I'm saying. So I think you know. I think you know what I'm talking about. Nobody is saying don't criticize. You literally just did. You literally just did. So I don't like snark communities? Not really. I think they're wasting their lives. I think I'll actually say this and then I'm going to wrap up. I think the snarkers, their biggest mistake is wasting their mortal gift. You and I and the 49 people in this room, we have a limited amount of time on this planet. And so we wake up every single day and we are given food, water, and shelter. And we are given a choice on how we spend our mortal lives. We have a limited amount of time. You and I are going to be dead in 100 years. And so if I have a primary criticism of the snarkers, is that spending a substantial amount of your life force and energy in order to criticize and hate another human being is a waste of your life force. So, but you're happy getting your money from the head of one? Well, Incognito, you're welcome to super chat as well. If you wanna out super chat Doobie, feel welcome to do so. Yeah. Doobie is talking shit, saying Fell can't fucking handle it. Fell, I'm telling you, we're gonna resolve this weekend. So I'm actually with Doobie. I don't think we're gonna stream it. We're gonna resolve whatever your and Doobie's differences are in a fucking voice chat. Because I made it quite clear. That anybody who was going to be a moderator would have to moderate neutrally. And basically, you've been engaging in shit talking. So if you want to engage in shit talk, you can be a chatter. You can be the head Discord mod and you can be a chatter. But if you're going to be the head mod of the fucking channel, then this is too much bias. So maybe you'll be able to articulate some kind of sin that Doobie has committed that I believe is a sin worth banning. But we'll litigate that this weekend, probably off stream. We should stream it? Well, shit. Patriarch fucking loves drama slop. So, I mean, I guess if we want to make Patriarch happy. Haven't we talked about how bringing family into the combo is bad? That's a rule. So, if Doobie was like, I'm going to fucking chop your kid's head off, then yeah, of course. Okay. All right. Anyways, that's enough snarking for now. We'll be snarking at 9 p.m. EST tonight with Darius IRL. I probably will not be streaming it. That way we don't feed the drama whores. Don't you fucking love that, though? Don't you fucking love that literally this guy's like, I don't know who you or Destiny are, but I think it's sad that you talk about him so much. Literally never showed up in chat before. Never been in chat before, never talked to us, didn't hang out for the Geopol, didn't hang out for the fucking Asmongold segment. Literally a random fucking schizo jumping into chat and being like, why are you so obsessed? I don't even care, but you talk about him so much. And it's like a 50-person community. You think I'm not going to notice you coming in? It's the size of 2 classrooms. You think I'm not going to notice a strange student coming in, shitting in his hands and smearing it on the wall? Of course I'm going to notice. All right. Stop talking about kids in general. All right. Anyways. Except he's still doing it. We'll talk about it this weekend. Anyways. I do parasocially love you guys. We did have a beautiful day. I'm sorry that I ended it on a gross, dramatic note. But sometimes I can't help myself but grab a paddle and stir up the fucking shit whirlpool. Did you support Digital Ground Game? I didn't. I don't think I had an opportunity to. They added me to their Discord. And then they said, hey, could we like arrange a call sometime? And then I think I said, yeah, sure. And then we didn't actually organize it. So. All right. Anyways. I'll see you guys maybe at 9, maybe tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Patriarch, thank you for your generosity. All the donors and the Oilers, thank you for your generosity. I do appreciate you guys. I hope you have a beautiful day. I'll see you worst case scenario tomorrow morning. Bye for now.